Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melinda, welcoming you to a fourth installment of Daggerheart Week, where we are just streaming like madmen here to talk about this new game that just came out this week, and it's causing opinions. I will say that. All right, Grim Prism wanted to know where the music was. Well, one of our longtime patrons, one of our, if you will, one of the true sort of endowment specialists of the channel, Mr. Benisaro, is also an electronic music maker. Well, a music maker in general, but his recent fixation has been on electronic modular synth, and he put together a piece this week for Drone Day, and I thought it was really cool sounding. So I asked him if I could download it and throw it up on the stream. So that was a piece from Ben A from the Knights of Last Call Patreon. So thank you, Ben, for that. Just a little bit of a change up. So welcome, everyone. Actually, in more Patreon, goodness, I didn't really think about it until right now. So I'm actually also wearing a shirt. This is a Real Friends concert tee, which was given to me by another patron of the Knights of Last Call, Erica, who will be hanging out with us and a bunch of other knights in a couple weeks here in Origins in Columbus, Ohio. So that'll be a lot of fun as well. I actually introduced her to Real Friends, and then they had a concert, and she was like, "Are you going?" And I said, "No, it's too far." And she said, "Okay, well, I'll get you a concert tee." And I said, "All right, deal." So that was very nice of her. And so we're rocking a Real Friends shirt today. Emo/pop punk will never die. Anyways, how is everybody doing? Hopefully pretty good. So what I was saying earlier, and by the way, today is part 2 of our class deep dive. We definitely dealt with, we had 2 goals, which was to do we did 3 classes on Thursday, took us 6 hours. We did a kind of an overlook of the game and its mechanics and its core ethos on Tuesday. That took 6.5 hours. We randomly talked about a bunch of stuff on Saturday night, or Friday night? Friday night. That was like 4 or 5 hours. Last night, I played Torchbearer with my patrons. Tonight, I'm back here with you to talk about more classes. Now, we had a vote. Since all the classes got voted for, we said, which classes do you guys want to do next? And so today, we're going to be doing the Druid, the Ranger, and the Warrior, which I'm really excited to look. A lot of people are really excited because they... Oh, yeah, I was also on Roll for Combat on Wednesday. Yeah, so I was on Roll for Combat on Wednesday. So 6, 7... If you count Torchbearer as streaming, because I do record it on OBS... 4, 6, 6.5, 2, 9, 15, 19. If we go 5 hours tonight, I will have streamed 25 hours this week, which is not bad. So we'll see. Also, I apologize if I'm a little breathy. I literally came in the house 5 minutes ago from the gym. I was like, oh shit, I gotta try to get my workout in because the gym's closed tomorrow because it's Memorial Day. And so I was like, I rushed in there and I rushed through my sets. And, we try to do it. So we are going to be hanging out tonight, and we're going to be talking more Daggerheart. For starters, let me just say thank you for joining. If you're part of the crew here, if you're excited about this game, I'm excited about this game. If you want to keep tuned, I imagine we're going to keep talking about this game for a while. So at least for the immediate future. So go ahead and comment, subscribe, ring the bell, get notifications, because sometimes while we do go live Tuesdays and Thursdays, sometimes we also go live randomly, like today. Additionally, if you want to support us, there's a couple ways that you could do that. One is to support us for free. If you go over to twitch.tv/Knights of Last Call, it's our Twitch channel. You can subscribe to us over there or follow us over there. But if you have a Prime, Amazon Prime, you can actually give us your Prime sub every month. If you're not using it, you should be, and we'd be very thankful and very appreciative if you did that. But if you do want to put down some cash, I recommend you check us out, our Patreon. You get access to our behind-the-scenes footage. You get access to bonus streams, bonus content, bonus campaigns, and our Discord, which is private, only for our members. A lot of community gaming, a very gaming-focused Discord. So I really recommend you check that out. And of course, we also have super chats and tips tonight. The question is, why are you going to play Daggerheart? Is it because of the dagger, or is it because of the heart? And that may sound like a pointless question, but actually, I don't think it is, because this game, one of the reasons I'm very interested in it, is it does seem so far to be doing something that I really appreciate, which is having a strong tactical combat focus that isn't overly fiddly, right? And by that I mean grid-based, and I love grid-based, and I love, all that stuff, but more fast-paced, like some of my best Dungeon World games, like some of my best PBTA games, but with a little bit more crunch. And I didn't want it to be like a cracker, Like if PBTA games are like a cake, okay, and like Pathfinder 2nd Edition and 4th Edition are like, a stale cracker in terms of crunch. Daggerheart gives me like pie crust vibes, right? And I love pie crust, so I think it's the superior dessert. And pie crust is flaky, but it's also tender. So that really interests me. So I mean, I think that's a really, really cool way to embrace combat. But at the same time, it also has a lot. I mean, the PBTA DNA here is really thick, and so it has a lot of heart. It has a lot of narrative flowing, and it has a lot of narrative elements to the game, in the sense that basically every die roll, extremely easily, can really be mapped to yes and no, yes and no and yes but no but. Now, I'm not gonna go off on a cooking metaphor. I will say the vodka itself does actually nothing. Boothby, the reason why you use vodka is because it's not water. And if you put water into a pie crust, you're going to create gluten. And if you create gluten in your pie crust, you're going to create the chewiness that is associated with gluten, like, a bread. Boothby, I'm very proud of you. You have proven yourself a worthy baker. All right. I was going to say the real key to a good crust, because a lot of people might go and put vodka in, right? But then they go and put butter in their crust. Well, butter by weight is like 30 or 35% water by weight. And when it melts, what do you think that all creates? Water. And that's why a really good pie crust uses lard or shortening, but we don't want trans fats. So just suck it up and use real animal fat lard, which has no water. And then you'll get the tender, flaky crust that you've been of your dreams. Okay, so welcome to the Night's Last Call, where we talk about anything. Wait, we want trans fat? We don't want trans fat. No, we do not. Trans fats are bad. That's true. I mean, if vodka's like 80 proof, right? Or something like that. Or no, it's like 100 proof. I don't remember, but depends on what the proof is. By heart. No, making a good pie crust is a mark of a real MVP. Clarified butter is actually a really nice choice too, but I think clarified butter has so much of it has a very pronounced flavor. Lard, in my opinion, is very, very, very neutral. So clarified butter has that nuttiness to it. I think it has that distinct flavor. Obviously, I love clarified butter. I love ghee, but anyways, moving on. So we're going to talk tonight about the classes. So before we get started, let's do a quick poll. We already have over 100 people, so I love to see it, and I'm very excited that you're all here. I'm excited you're excited. I do want to say something, which is that Mark Rosewater, who I consider to be one of the greatest game designers of all time, up there with like Reiner Knizia and other luminaries, Uwe Rosenberg. So Mark Rosewater, if you're not familiar, has been basically the head of Magic the Gathering's design for the past 20 years, and I consider him to be GOAT tier, if not the GOAT. And he gave a 20 lessons. He said he gave a 20 years, 20 lessons talk at a GDC conference. And one of his 20 lessons was when you make a game, do not aim for a 7. Okay, if you were to 7 meaning rate this game, from 0 to 10, and he said a lot of people will like aim for a 7, and that's wrong, because what you want when you make a game is you want people who love it, and you want people who absolutely say this is not for me. And at the risk of sounding whatever dramatic, I think 5e was in many ways designed, or at least has become designed. I don't know if 5e was originally designed. I think originally 5e was sort of a callback, a shoutback. In fact, I think I kind of almost consider the original 5e in its baseline incarnation almost kind of an old school Renaissance game with updated mechanics. But it's very much a middle, and I don't even think 5e is a 5. I think 5e is like a 6, or 6.5, a 7, right? So by all stretch of the imagination, it's a solid C tier game to a wide range of people. But what it isn't, and what Mark Rosewater says you should aim for in design, is a game that some people are going to say, this is a 9, this is a 10, I love it. And then other people are going to like act with visible disgust and say, oh my God, what is this abomination? And he says, if you're doing that, because, it's your game is going to survive when you have a passionate niche of people who really support it. And my experience so far being on the internet for this last week has been that Daggerheart is doing that. It has some very vocal critics. It has some very vocal supporters. And it definitely has people, even people who aren't being, I don't think they're being mean. I don't think they're being assholes about it. They're not saying like it sucks. They're just saying it is definitely not for me. I would give it a 1 or a 2. Nothing against the game. It's just not my thing, not my cup of tea. And other people are like, this is what I've been looking for. This is what I've wanted. And I think that is a good sign in some ways for the game. Another thing that's a good sign for the game is apparently it sold the fuck out. So that's good. I mean, obviously distributors still have it, because they sold, they shipped out a ton of, sold a bunch of product to distributors, Amazon, Barnes & Noble, other local game stores. So I'm sure it's still out there in the wild, but Daggerheart, Darrington Press itself is out of their direct sale copies. And a lot of people have reported that they have gone to FLGSs, they've gone to other places who got, 5, 10, 15 copies in, and it is sold out. So there's something happened, which I think is really great. Eric says, I mean, it is Critical Role. They could print a Blake book with gotcha written on every page and it would sell out. People would be like, oh my God, they're so subverting my expectations. Oh, those critters. Excellent. I am a huge supporter of the FLGS, of course. I mean, I understand that, you can usually get it, cheaper somewhere else, but yes, Yuval, it is good and bad, right? It's good. I mean, it's better than we have a ton of unsold product just sitting on the shelves, right? That's not really great. Albustine, yeah. I mean, obviously, I wish that they hadn't have put the GM screen in just the collectors. I mean, it'll come out eventually. It'll come out eventually. Yeah, I guess they're doing a second printing or a second wave or something like that in a week or two. So, anyways, pretty cool stuff. Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of people, myself included, being like, "Damn, I should have got the collector's edition." But got it. Yes, and Dragons. Thank you. Forsyke. Forsyke, is that a play on Force Spike, or is it just Forsyke, or is it like a Jedi thing, or is it a play on Force Spike? If it's a play on Force Spike, well done, sir. GM screens have to be landscape. I'm sorry. There's no reason for a GM screen to be portrait anymore. It's not the 1990s. It's not the 1980s. Okay, get with it. 100% a play on Force Spike and my last name. Well, that's sick. All right. Well, mental misstep is also banned. So there's that. A mental misstep is a fucked up card. Phyrexian mana was a mistake and should never have been printed. Anyways, Mickey, I don't know. Mickey asked, do you think the sales wave was speculation from collectors? Does that exist in RPGs? Oh, yes. There are many RPGs I think that people buy, not to be like, I'm going to put this away and I'm going to sell it for 150% profit in a year or two. There's a lot of people who buy a game just because they're like, hey, it's new, it's exciting, it's part of the zeitgeist, and I want to put it on my shelf, So that does exist. Good morning, Self-Confessed Cynic. Good to see you. Level 2 Janitor is in the house as well. Excited to see Warrior today. Good marshals would probably be enough to sell me on this game. Level 2. I'm excited to see what you think. That's a great question. Well, we could. You know what? Let's do a poll. Where you want to start? Warrior, Druid, Ranger. Boop. All right. Where do you guys want to start? I'm open. I'm open to suggestions. Now, Warrior does have an advantage because Warrior has 2 domains, right? Blade and Bone. And we already covered Blade, so Philomer is thinking just like me. Hey, we got a super chat coming in from Whoopelstein. By the way, Whoopelstein, for those of you who don't know, is not only an incredible patron of the Knights of the Last Call, but Whoopelstein is also part of our GM Council who helps run our Northern Reaches mega game. Our Northern Reaches mega game is an ongoing Pathfinder 2 mega community game, which has over 100 players and has been in its 3rd season, arguably maybe its 4th or 5th if you count some of the bonus seasons, but a 3rd official season, which is called NR Season 3 or NRS 3. Whoopelstein is part of our GM Council and helps run basically this thriving community of 100 players and 30 plus GMs. And so he's joking about, will Northern Reaches Season 4 be in Daggerheart? We could do a whole separate topic on how would Daggerheart function in a community space, like for us, it's a small community, but like in an organized play sense. I mean, I think it could work. I'm not 100% sure, but. All right, well, we got 25 votes for the Warrior, 17 for the Ranger, so no one cares about the Druid, so that's good. Although I think you guys are going to be pretty impressed with the Druid. Now, I will say this, and this is me being completely honest. I have spent a lot of time with the book, but I have not tried to go super deep into all of the domains just because I want you guys to kind of experience it as I experience it, right? So this is like, us kind of figuring this out and going through it together. I've mostly been focused on just like reading more about the NPC rules and the monster rules and some of that other stuff. All right, well, let's get into it. All right. Okay. We got this. Don't save. All right. Oh no, it is open. It's just over here. My whole thing is all messed up. My PDF I was like, oh no, where'd my PDF go? But it's on the wrong page. All right, here we go. So once again, this is the core book. Here. So today, just real quick, as an overview. By the way, we do have some other videos. If I guess I'll put a link to them in the doobly-doo below. So if you can go check out our previous stream where we covered the Guardian, the Seraph, and the Wizard. So today we're going to be covering the Warrior, and the Warrior covers the domains of Blade and Bone. Now, we covered Blade last time, so we'll do a brief review of it, but not go super deep into it. If you want to see our Blade stuff, go check out our previous stream. I'm also considering, putting together a series of 10-minute videos, each video covering a class and each video covering a domain, just to kind of quickly give it sort of a quick overview of that. So we're going to be covering the Blade, briefly, the Blade domain, but the Blade domain is pretty self-explanatory. It is the domain of weapon mastery, right? It's about swords and bows. It's about weapons, okay? So it's pretty simple. It's about doing damage. It does have, some combat support stuff, but it is first and foremost about chop. Bone is very strange, and we've had a lot of problems with people not quite understanding what it is that Bone is supposed to be. And it is, I think, kind of weirdly named. Even the symbol is weirdly named, or weirdly presented. For me, when I think Bone, I think Bene Gesserit. And that doesn't mean a lot to most people who aren't super familiar with the Dune series. The problem is that, you know, level 2 Gen says blade is strength, bone is dexterity. And it's true. Bone does have some abilities that let you do things like move quickly across the battlefield, dodge arrows and other ranged attacks. So it does have a sort of very agile, very like control over your body, almost kind of like a Neo in the Matrix thing. But Bone also has a bunch of stuff about strategy and tactics and reading your opponent. And so for me, when I think of that, when I think about somebody who is like really, really good at like controlling their body and really good at like reading people and reading situations, I think of the Bene Gesserit from Dune, who of course not only have the weirding way, but they also have what's called Prana Bindu. Anyways, Bone is weird, so I would have called it tactics. And then inexplicably its symbol is 2 crossed daggers, which I guess are supposed to be made out of bone. Apparently in the playtest, Bone was associated with the rogue, so I guess maybe there was some cross wires there. I'm not gonna lie, I think this one is probably, it's cool, by the way. It is a cool domain, it's got some cool powers, but it's a weird one. It feels like a grab bag, you know? I don't know what to tell you. So that's Bone. Yeah, martial discipline is how I would, you know what, actually, Stan Not So Saint, one of the other names that we tossed around was that this could have been called the discipline domain, you know? All right, so that's where we're starting there. We're going to start with the warrior. And I do want to bring up the SRD because I've been working off the SRD instead of the core book. All right, so the warrior. You do like the name. It's nonsense, but you like the vibe. I mean, it's got vibes. You know, you can't deny that. Oh, okay, got it, Force. Okay, I got it. Travis probably insisted on calling it Bone. All right. So here is our warrior. So remember, so in the game, there are 9 in the core game. There are 9 domains. 6 of the domains have magic associated with them. Okay, Arcana, Codex, Grace, Midnight, Sage, and Splendor. So 6 of the 9 have magic spells associated with them in some level. Only 3 are completely martial, which is Blade, Bone, and Valor. Now, last time we took a look at one of the pure martial classes, which was the Guardian, Blade, and Valor. So today, with this warrior, we're going to be looking at the other purely martial class, which is Blade and Bone. All right, so warrior, become a warrior, requires years, often a lifetime of training, mastery of weapons and violence. They hone their strength. They understand the importance of an agile body and mind, making them some of the most sought-after fighters in the realms. Frequently, they find employment with armies, mercenaries, royal guards, but their potential is wasted where they cannot expand their skills. They are known to have a favored weapon. All right, so they get Blade and Bone. They get a starting evasion of 11. So as a reminder, the Guardian, which is kind of one of the closer analogs to this, had a starting evasion of 9. So the warrior has a higher starting armor class, basically, is what evasion is. But the Guardian started with 7 hit points. The warrior starts with 6. So the Guardian's, definitely more tanky. So every class gets a hope feature where you're able to spend 3 hope and do something cool. In this case, the warrior gets no mercy. Spend 3 hope to get a +1 bonus to your attack rolls until your next rest. Now, I'm going to say like 2 things about this. 1, this is boring. 2, it's punishingly effective. Because remember, in this game, your starting trait might be +2. And so, if you go from attacking with a +2 to attacking with a +3, that's a 50% increase in your attack bonus. And now it says, can you stack that? A lot of people are asking, does no mercy stack with itself? Does it stack with itself? I do believe that you can. I could be wrong, but I do believe that you can. I was looking into this. I was looking online, but I think there's something that says, like, you know, that unless it specifically says it will stack, it doesn't stack, but I don't really see it as something else. Now, that being said, here's how I would run this. Calliope is saying, yes, you can absolutely stack it. The only problem I have with absolutely stacking it is that it's, you know, it becomes like the simplest and easiest thing that you would do. So there's obviously some people here who think it can be stackable. There are other people who think it can't be stackable. Here's what I would do. I would make it stackable. But what I would do is each time you use it, the hope cost goes up. So I would make it so that the first time you use it, it's 3 hope. The second time you use it, it's 4 hope. The third time you use it, it's 5 hope. And the fourth time you use it, it's 6 hope. So that's what I would do. So then you can stack it up to 4 times technically, but that'd be a lot of hope. And so you're getting a somewhat of a diminishing returns even as the +1 bonus itself becomes, you know, more useful. But if it's just the way it is, if we play it as not stackable, 3 hope to get a +1 bonus to your attack rolls to your next rest, I think this is very effective and very, you know, powerful. Now that being said, as I said before, this is very boring. Now, 6 is the max hope, Grim Prism. One of the things that we talked about when we talked about the other classes is it's important, I think, for classes to get, for different classes to have different opt-ins and complexity, right? And not everything is going to be, you know, super interesting and super, you know, in-depth. Right. And I think it's important that some classes be a little bit more simpler. Now, that being said, it's weird how we all react to things, because the Warriors feature is just spend 3 hope, get a +1 bonus to attack rolls until the next time you take a rest. However, if we go and look at the Seraph, their class feature was just spend 3 hope, heal a hit point. So it's still spend 3 hope, do +1. It's just do +1 to a hit point. And like nobody had the reaction of this one being like, oh, that's so boring and so uninspired. And so, you know, so it's interesting how we react differently to these hope features as it stands, you know. Now, obviously, they can't all be, you know, it would be in a perfect world, maybe they would all be, the, you know, like the Guardian. The Guardian obviously had this insane thing. But here, look at this. Spend 3 hope, clear 2 armor slots. So I think that the hope features here are all pretty basic. You know, they just do it. Calliope is saying to bring up page 107 of the rules. So we will do that. All right. If 2 or more effects can apply to a situation and the rules don't tell you which order to apply them in, the player controlling can apply them in order. For example, if one ability lets you spend a hope to retaliate after attack, and another ability lets you gain a hope when you mark a hit point, you can decide if to gain the hope first, and then you can spend it to make the attack. Blah, blah, blah. At the GM's discretion, most effects can stack. For example, if 2 bards give you a rally die, you can spend both of them on the same roll. However, you cannot stack conditions, advantage or disadvantage, or other effects that say you can't. So, this says stacking is inclusive at the GM's discretion, and unless it specifically says otherwise, you know. So, anyways, good stuff. So, based off of that paragraph reading, I'm going to say that this probably can stack. So, the interesting thing here as a warrior, so stack attack is real. The interesting thing here is, of course, this is going, if you do this early in your quote unquote day, then, you know, the warrior is going to get a lot of value out of it. If it's closer to the end of quote unquote the day, or you're about to take a rest, spending 3 hope to get a +1 might not make that much sense, because you might only get it for, you know, a fight or half a fight. So Oh yes, short rest will reset it, or a long rest. Any rest is a rest. All right, so their class feature is attack of opportunity. Seems pretty reasonable. If an adversary within melee range attempts to leave that range, make a reaction roll using a trait of your choice against their difficulty. Basically, make an attack roll of anything you want. Choose one effect on a success or two if you critically succeed. So you can pick one of the four things. They can't move. I guess this is a misprint in the SRD. Three things. They can't move, you deal damage, or you move with them. So if you crit, you get both, or you get two of the three. If you get one, you get pick one. And I will say that this is a fantastic attack of opportunity class feature. This is, number one, it's tied to the warrior. It's not like everybody gets attack of opportunity. Number two, I love that you get to pick between these options. I love that critting gives you an extra bonus. I love that it's basically just, it's only worried about people, leaving. It doesn't worry about fiddliness, like, casting a spell or anything like that. Are they trying to leave melee range with you? And boom, and you could use anything you want, use their difficulty, and getting to make the choice is great. Maybe you want to deal damage. Maybe you don't want them to move. Maybe you're fine with them moving. You just want to move along with them. I think this has a lot of fun versatility. What is a reaction roll? A reaction roll basically means that it's just a D20 plus a trait. It basically means it's not your turn. Basically, a reaction roll means you don't have the spotlight, but you're still getting to make a roll, if that makes sense. I also think, correct me if I'm wrong, you don't get hope or fear on a reaction roll. I could be wrong about that, but I don't think I am. So you're basically just rolling 2d12. Yeah, it's just 2d12. Okay. Yeah. So which I like. It's a way that we're still making some dice rolls, but it's not like a full on, processing thing. Because then you get into a weird situation, right, where it's like it's the enemy's turn, but now I roll the dice, but now I generate fear, or I miss. So then does the GM get to make another move? It's just crazy, What is the DC? The DC is the difficulty. All monsters have a stat called difficulty, which is basically their DC for everything. Hey, I want to hit this guy. It's versus their difficulty. Hey, I want to trip them. It's versus their difficulty. Hey, I want to convince them to... It's versus their difficulty. Everything is just versus one number. For the most part. So they don't have like different fort, ref, will, defenses, or anything like that. This is a fantastic... Yeah, this is a fantastic attack of opportunity. It's very clean. It's very quick. It's very simple. It's going to make you feel very sticky, and I think this is great. So, again, while I think this is a little boring, I do think it is, it is going to be effective and it's going to be fun. I will say the thing about the No Mercy is there's one thing about this effect, which I do like about No Mercy. This is an incentive for the warrior to be like, guys, let's not rest. Let's keep going. Because if I rest, I got my No Mercy bonus up to +3 and I'm kind of just like wrecking face right now. I don't want to rest and I don't want to reset it. I just put it up to +4, or I'm just about to put it to +4. Can we not reset? Can we not rest? I want to keep going. Can we please keep going? Come on, No Mercy for we've got him on the run, So I do like that this creates an incentive for the warrior to not want to rest, which is kind of cool. I do like that, and it's a fun little meta mechanic in that respect. Right? It makes you feel like you're doing that No Mercy thing, so that's cool. Jeremy Winters, that's a really great question. Would you? I think, like as with all things, you know, I think the GM would have to make a decision, have to make a call. You know, I mean, on one hand, I think it's kind of sweet, like if like an enemy was teleporting and you like leapt into their teleportation aura as they teleported away to go with them. I wouldn't be mad about that if that happened. You know. Yeah, exactly. Right. Beowulf and I are on the same page. Exactly. You know, and then they appear and you're right there next to them and you rolled a crit. So then you also, you know, attack them, deal damage to them. So that's pretty sweet. All right. Very good stuff. Combat training. You ignore burden when equipping weapons. When you deal physical damage, you gain a bonus to your damage roll equal to your level. So as a reminder, because I don't think we really covered burden, excuse me, last time. So do we have a good index for burden? Find the index here. Burden. Oh, these are all adversaries. Okay, burden 113. Okay. All right. A weapon's burden notes how many hands it takes to wield it. Weapons are either one-handed or two-handed. When you take a weapon, you'll also fill up a number of hands equal to its burden on your character sheet. If your character can't bear the burden of a weapon because their hands are already full, you can't equip it. You're welcome to create a character with any number of hands or have your character wield a weapon using something other than their hands. However, when tracking burden, each character mechanically has 2 appendages capable of wielding. So basically, our warrior ignores that. Just equip what you want and don't sweat the hands. I don't think dual wielding does anything in this game. I mean, there might be a very specific, you know, thing to that, but yeah. I believe burden is only used for weapons. So, the only restriction here is that you can only have one primary weapon at a time. Okay? And you can only have one secondary weapon at a time. So you can't have 8 weapons. But, you know, you could, you know, you could have like a 2-handed thing and a 2-handed thing, I guess, if you wanted to. You don't have to worry about the burden. But you could still only have one secondary weapon and one primary weapon. Now, I will say that you can mark a stress to equip an inventory weapon. You can carry up to 2 additional weapons in your inventory, and it costs stress to swap them. Couldn't you have a primary tower shield and a secondary tower shield? I'm not sure. I mean, I think the way that the rules work is that it's either primary or it's secondary. Shields are weapon. Yeah. But I think they're a secondary weapon is what I'm saying. These are the secondary weapons. So, for example, our warrior could have a load, please. Thank you. Our warrior could be wielding a great sword, which has a burden of 2 hands as a primary weapon, and still have a tower shield in their offhand, you know? Or, the other thing to consider is from a like a certain, like a mechanic of like, your character could essentially have two weapons available to them at any time, you know? So you could have a great sword and a short sword. You could have a great sword and a whip. You know, you could have a great sword and a hand crossbow. So that way you don't have to worry about swapping out some, you know, stuff. So, you know, the warrior, basically it's monkey grip. I mean, let's just call it what it is. It's monkey grip, basically. They call it combat training, but it's monkey grip for those of you who remember the power of the monkey. All right. So, you know, you're cooler with weapons. Attack of opportunity is a great class feature. It's also nice. It doesn't take any hope. It doesn't cost anything. It just works. And then the no mercy thing is a cool, like, escalating thing. All right. So we have two subclasses. The first of which is one of my favorite things that I've seen in the game yet. So I'm excited to share this with you. I'm sure some of you have already read this, of course. Call of the Brave or Call of the Slayer. So those are the two warrior subclasses. So Call of the Brave is if you want to use the might of your enemies to fuel your own power. So remember, when you start off in a subclass, you get its foundation features. At level 5, which is the beginning of tier 3, you could pick up a specialization feature. And at level 8, you can get to the mastery feature. So right off the bat, we get, for the Brave, we get courage. When you fail a roll with fear, you gain a hope. So now you do not always gain hope because you could succeed with fear. So if you succeed with fear, you do not get a hope. But if you fail with hope, you get a hope. If you succeed with hope, you get a hope. And if you fail with fear, you get a hope. So basically, when the going gets tough, right, the tough get going. This, you know, when you fail with fear, that's the worst case scenario. You didn't achieve your aim, and the GM gets a fear point. And they get to spotlight, you know, an enemy or spotlight or make a move, basically. So it's the worst case scenario. But your character has courage, and I like the sort of the duality element nonetheless. So yeah, your character is going to basically 3 out of the 4. Actually, there's 5 types of rolls technically, Eric, because there's also the critical hit, and the critical hit gives you hope. So 4 out of the 5 types of rolls give you hope, right? And I just think that's very, very, very thematic because this character literally, even when things are at their worst, they are still building up hope. And so not only does that feel very thematic and narrative, I think it feels really, really cool, you know? The other one, which I really like because I like the mental image of it. You know, whenever I see things and I can think back to touchstones from movies, from TV shows, from books, I love it. So this is once per long rest before you attempt something incredibly dangerous or face off against a foe who clearly outmatches you. Describe what ritual you perform or preparations you make. When you do, clear 2 stress, gain 2 hope. You know how like in every movie, like the Jedi always have that thing where before they fight, they take off their robes and they like put it, you know, they put it down or something like that. I also very much think of the scenes from Gladiator, how Maximus bends down and he picks up the earth and, you know, because he's a farmer and he like lets it run through his hands. Okay. It's that kind of moment, you know? But the key thing, which I like is, the GM still gets the fear, Valdal. You just also get the thing. 13th Warrior Prayer is another great example of that. If anybody has at the end, right, when the Eaters of the Dead are coming, and what's his name, Hakim, or well, they call him son of, right? They call him Eben, but you know, but it could also, Steven, right? It could also just be as something. It could be as something as simple as like, I'm here to kick ass and chew bubble gum, you know, and then you spin your baseball cap around and you're like, and I'm all out of bubble gum. You know, like that's it. That's all it takes. It doesn't have to be this like literal ritual. Alternatively, I'm thinking of other movies, you know, there's a great scene from the movie Blade. You ever see that? Like right before he goes to like fight Deacon Frost at the end, the one with Wesley Snipes, and it shows that scene of him like meditating in his like little home shrine, and he's got the incense going, and he's like worshiping before a plant or something like that, and then he like gets up and he like throws it in the air and like slices it in half with his sword. Any of these things, there's a million touchstones of them in all of these things. Hell, Eudix, this is one of, I've used this on the channel many times, one of my favorite quotes of all time. Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill. Another one could simply be, you know, Cap, right? You know, tightening the shield, you know, I can do this all day. I have never prayed to you before. I have no tongue for it. No one, not even you, will remember if we were good men or bad. How we fought or why we died. No, all that matters is that two stood against many. Valor pleases you, Crom. Right? So that's it's any of these things, all of these things. It's awesome. And it's like part of like the essential warrior essence. But and I wouldn't expect any less, level 2 janitor, I think really hit what I think is my favorite part of this, which is you're not just spamming this before every fight. It's only when you know you're going into a fight and you're going against something incredibly dangerous, or you're facing off a foe who clearly outmatches you. You don't get to just do this before you go and run into the CR balanced moderate encounter. It doesn't work that way, right? This is for big, cool moments. And if you want to be able to use your battle ritual, and I think you do, that means you as a character are going to be looking for big, awesome, challenging, big moments. And I think that's really cool. So very, very cool. Right. It's before the dragon fight, you know? Kind of sweet threat. I will use the term kind of, you know? That's right. You aren't always going to be. And again, I cannot stress this enough as a GM, by the way. If you haven't experienced this before, in this game, you can't kill your players unless they want to die, basically. So you don't have to worry as much about balancing encounters. What you do need to do is communicate and make sure that the players know what's going on. But you don't have to worry about like, oops, I mean, it really would make sense right now for the dragon to attack them, but I don't want to TPK my party. Don't have to worry about it. They can't die unless they want to. I'm sorry, yes, the player characters, not the players. You can't kill the players. All right. That's right, level 2 janitor. It basically has sacrifice and surrender from Fabula Ultima, but it also has an option where you can just say YOLO, and you can roll your fate. You can roll your hope die. It's called all in, go all in. You roll your hope die and your fate die. I'm sorry, your hope die and your fear die. If the fear die is higher, your character dies. If your hope die is higher, your character regains a hit point and keeps fighting. If you roll a critical hit, your character heals all of their stress, all of their hit points, stands up and goes and keeps going. This game is absolutely erring in the player's favor. Black Retro, no doubt. This is about protagonists. Yeah, this is not about simulationist reality here. All right. So that's what we get for being a warrior. I think both of these are really, really, really cool. And to be clear, these are also fairly simple. You know, we're going to get to the Druid, and you're going to see, well, the Druid shapeshifts. The Druid shapeshifting is a lot more complicated than the warrior. And I think it's important that there's some classes that are more complex, and I think there's some classes that are easier and just, you know, pew, 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 fight, 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 kill, kill, kill. You know? Yes, Grim Prism. This is a huge deal that I think people don't really respect. Yeah. Finally have the final boss show up midway through the campaign for them to capture the MacGuffin and the heroes fold them for the 10th time, and you don't have to worry about destroying them. And Lollipop Candy is being kind of funny, but, you know, they're very right. Again, a lot of people here may not know, but, you know, Knights of Last Call is a group of people, and we have a player, Bob, who just likes, you know, he like his favorite, you know, character is the Hulk. He wants to smash. Bob can choose a warrior in this system and be very simple. Whereas someone like Smith, who loves a complex class, Smith's going to be a multi-class druid wizard and, you know, have all these codices and all these shape changing. And he's going to have this, you know, he's going to have 17 sheets arrayed out in front of him with a vault, with a sub vault and a vault within a vault. And then Bob's just going to be like, spend 3 hope, +1 to hit, spend 3 hope, +1 to hit, spend 3 hope, +1 to hit. Oh my God, the numbers are so big. I never miss. Ah! And he's going to love it, you know? Which is great. So if now you might think that I really like these things, and I do, but there is something to be said. We're all children. We're all children of Dungeons and Dragons, right? We're all children of the D20. And ultimately in this game, we have sort of set the D20 aside. The D20 is the GM's die, right? We're rolling 2D12. But if we're a warrior and we get to our mid-level, we get to 5, and we specialize as a brave warrior, the hero warrior, we get rise to the challenge. We are vigilant in the face of mounting danger. Whenever we have 2 or fewer hit points left, so 1 or 2, we can roll for our hope die. Instead of rolling a D12, we roll a D20 for our hope die. So instead of rolling 2D12, we roll D20 D12. We did the math. Okay. We did the math. This does lower your crit rate. Okay. This is true because of the way that, probabilities work. When you have a D20 plus D12, when you have 2D12, your crit rate is around 8.4%. It's 1 in 12. When you have D20 plus D12, your crit rate is quote unquote only 5%. So worst case scenario, your crit rate is a little lower because of the way it works. But your upside is that, number one, obviously your numbers are going to be a lot higher. But number two, remember, whenever your hope die is higher than your fear die, you generate hope. Well, that means 13, 14, 15. If you roll a 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, you're rolling crit. Now, somebody said something, and I would 100% put this into my game, which is Prince of Nowhere. I completely agree with Prince of Nowhere. I would 100% let a nat 20 also be a crit. And you know what? I am 100% with you on that one. I would totally let a nat 20 be a critical hit too. So this is a huge benefit. Now the downside here is, this is only going to happen when you're low on hit points. Love it. I love it. When the going gets tough, the tough get going, right? And that's what this brave warrior is all about. If you're face rolling all the fights, none of these things are ever really going to come up. Oh, well, we're not fighting anything tough. I can't use my battle ritual. Oh, everything, my hit points are always full. I can never rise to the challenge. Okay. So the last one is a little bit more of a group thing, which is camaraderie. Your unwavering, and this is where we get to more of a group mechanic. Your unwavering bravery is a rallying point for your allies. You can initiate a tag team roll 1 additional time per session. Normally, you can only do it once per session. Additionally, when an ally initiates a tag team roll with you, they only need to spend 2 hope to do so instead of 3 hope. So basically, you make it so that your teams will be doing a lot more fastball specials. You're going to be doing a lot more wombo combos with your group because you can do an additional one per session straight up, but also it's literally 50% cheaper for your allies, right? It goes from 3 to 2, and that's significant. And remember, the mechanics of the tag team rolls are pretty good in terms of you get to it. So this is, and by the way, that's it. This is all the subclass gets, but it is incredibly flavorful. It's simple, it's easy, and I bet you it'd be a lot of fun to play. And you can't be mad about that. So pretty cool. I'm a big fan. One of my favorite subclasses, just that we've read so far. Okay. Absolutely, Z, of course. And Colette, this is what we call, a lot of times we call it ludonarrative dissonance. So I guess this is ludonarrative consonance, right? So this is where the mechanics fit the fiction very well. And, for me, as a Magic the Gathering player, I call this my sort of Vorthos effect, where I guess it's resonance. Is resonance the opposite of dissonance, or is consonance? What is the opposite? Ludonarrative harmony. All right. That's what I just said, harmony. All right, consonant. I thought consonants. Yeah, harmony is a type of consonants. All right. Well, whatever. Okay, whatever. Same difference. I'm thinking of like in music anyways. But any case, this is really, really cool stuff. And this is what I like. It's when the mechanics help you tell a story that feels appropriate and they support that play style, you know? All right, so that's our, very brave warrior. Our second subclass is the Slayer. And this is, I want to do damage. Okay? Now, remember, we kind of, the brave was really good at gaining hope. The Slayer is more like, I don't believe in hope. I believe in damage. Okay? Play the Slayer if you want to strike down adversaries with immense force. You gain a pool of dice called Slayer dice. On a roll with hope, you can place a D6 on this card instead of gaining hope, adding this die to the pool. You can store up to a number of Slayer dice equal to your proficiency. So at level 1, you can have 1 die on your card. At level 2, 3, 4, you can have 3, 4. You could also increase your proficiency, and you probably would, all the way up to 6. And that means that you could store up to 6 dice. So instead of hope, you gain Slayer dice. It's a choice. You could gain the hope, though. When you make an attack roll or a damage roll, you can spend any number of these Slayer dice, rolling them and adding their results to the roll. At the end of each session, clear any unspent Slayer dice on this card and gain a hope for each die cleared. So use it or lose it, but if you lose it, you do gain hope. Now, it's not entirely clear here, but what I would do, I see this as rolling these after the result. That's how I see this, but it's probably not. But it's probably supposed to be beforehand, but I would be very tempted to play this as playing after. So this way, if I do damage, like if the creature's severe threshold is 23 and and I do 20 damage, I could be like, fuck it. I take a Slayer dice, roll it. Cool. I do 23. Okay, cool. I did 3 hit points of damage. I missed by a couple. Cool. Roll it, So I'm not really entirely sure, to be honest with you, what they intend. But obviously being able to add multiple D6s is pretty good. Because remember, this isn't Advantage. Advantage doesn't stack like this. So this is a whole separate thing. So very cool. And it has a lot of control, Yeah, I always add after anyways. It's the fun way. And I love the idea of this, being able to do this here. So, all right. Weapon Specialist. You can wield multiple weapons with dangerous ease. When you succeed on an attack, you can spend a hope to add one of the damage dice from your secondary weapon to the damage roll. Additionally, once per long rest, when you roll your Slayer dice, re-roll any ones. So this lets you basically do a lot of damage. And it basically kind of encourages. Now, I would say dual wielding, but remember, even if you have a shield, the shield is a weapon. It does damage. So this feels okay. It doesn't feel great. It feels okay. It's basically letting you add a little bit of extra damage. This specialist ability is not nearly as cool as the other specialist ability from the Brave Warrior, where when you get down to low in hit points. Remember, level 2 Janitor, that you could wield a 2-handed weapon and also have a secondary weapon, So, again, it's simple, but it's not my favorite. Now, having not played the game, I don't know how valuable it would be, because remember, it says you only have to spend it after you succeed on the attack. So I don't know how valuable it is to sort of like chip in that extra damage, but yeah, not sure. Lastly, your mastery at the end of the game, you get martial preparation. You're an inspirational warrior, so again, it's a kind of a group buff. Your party gains access to the martial preparation downtime move. So you give your party a new move that they can take when they are resting. To use this move during a rest, describe how you instruct and train with your party. You and every ally who choose this downtime move gain a D6 Slayer die. A PC with a Slayer die can spend it to roll the die and add the results of the attack or damage roll of their choice. So basically, you get an ideal situation, right? Everybody trains with you, and everybody gets a kind of like a bardic inspiration die. And you also get an additional Slayer die. So yes, it's very much martial practices from 4th edition. Yes, it's very much a martial ritual. You know, it's bardic inspiration with more stabbing. Well, it's like what's the bard? There's a bard. Was it the Blade College or whatever, right? Where you can use the inspiration die not just for attack roll but for damage. Now again, it's worded the Valor Bard. Yeah, that's exactly it. No, I'm thinking of the Valor Bard. But in any case, the Slayer, I think the Brave Warrior is one of my favorite. I mean, again, if we say S tier is broken, so I don't want to call something S tier because in our parlance, S tier is so good it's broken. This is an A subclass. This is fantastic. The Slayer I give a C to. I don't mind the Slayer pool. I think that's cool. I think building up the Slayer pool would feel fun, and being able to manage this like pile of extra damage that you can choose to add in is really cool. But I don't like the Weapon Specialist as much, and this 8th level ability feels a little underwhelming. Just a little bit, but I think it's pretty good. Right. This has got to be something that they added because of, and there's some things in the game which is a little bit overly fiddly. Like, for example, in my game, no. My Slayer dice, you would just reroll ones. I would not make you track this. And it's not because I think that this is too weak or I don't think it's powerful. I just don't want to fucking track it. I don't want my player to track it. I don't want my player, you know, to do this. I just want them to be like, yeah, your Slayer dice, you don't get to roll. You don't roll ones anymore. You know, that's lame. You know, that's your class's core mechanic. So just roll them. You know, you roll. You know, like, okay, I'm gonna add 3 Slayer dice to the damage, and you roll like a 1, 1, 4, and you're like, shit. Pick up those 2 ones, re-roll them. Oh, I would re-roll ones every time, because if I let someone re-roll a 1 and then they roll a 1 on the re-roll, what I'm trying to eliminate here has nothing to do with balance. Okay, has nothing to do with numbers. There's nothing to do with. It has everything to do with how this is going to make the person feel at the table. No, I would re-roll the 1s completely. I would not upgrade 1s to 2s or 3s. I would if this happened all the time. But Slayer dice are they're not like so common that you're literally doing it on every single fight. No, I'd have you re-roll it. Re-rolling's fun. It's about, if you roll a 1 on your Slayer dice, you feel bad. If you use this ability once per long rest and re-roll your Slayer dice and re-roll your 1s and get more 1s, it actually feels worse than if you just didn't even have this ability at all. I've played a lot of RPGs, and let me tell you something. Sometimes, you know, it's like, you ever have a relationship that like ends and the breakup is so painful that you're like, man, I wish I just never dated her at all. That's what like a lot of these reroll features feel like, where you're like, I wish I didn't have this feature. This feature actually made me feel bad. The cool thing that my class is supposed to be good at made me feel worse at the table. It made me feel less competent. It made me feel less like a specialist. It made me feel like a losers. That's terrible. So for me, it's all about game feel. It's all about that Timmy experience and how does it make you feel at the table. I don't want this, you know, to someone to feel bad for this. Now, one thing which I really, really do like about the warrior. Now, we haven't gotten into the domains yet, but if you remember, we'll briefly review Blade. This is called weapon specialization. Which weapon? Or weapon specialist? Which weapon? A bow? Sure. Greatsword? Yep. A trident? Why the fuck not? All of them. You're not locked into, I am only the longsword fighter. I can only use longswords. And I love that, you know? That's cool. And one of the things I love about, I've talked about this on many of my streams. One of the things I love about old school D&D is that the fighter didn't really have specialization. The fighter's thing was, I can use any weapon. It doesn't matter what we find. I pick it up. I know how to use this. I can kill people with this. And it gave them this like awesome, like, you know, versatility, and like, no matter where you were, like the fighter could pick up a spoon and he'd be like, yeah, I'm going to kill somebody with this spoon, you know? Or what's that? Vin Diesel from Riddick, right? Where he goes, I'm going to kill you with this teacup or whatever it is. But in some games, you're like, the fighter's like, oh, I am the deadliest person alive with the curved kukri. And you're like, what about any other weapon? You're like, nah, I kind of suck with everything else. Now, I mean, I get it. It's part of some people's, fantasy that they're like, I am this super specialist, but I find it to be kind of funny. So it's funny that the specialization feature, which gives you specialization, doesn't actually give you specialization in the way that we're used to thinking about it, I'm playing a Slayer Warrior in a Beast Feast campaign at the moment, and my main weapon is a giant spoon. Hell yeah. Yeah, look at that. One of my I don't even really like the movie that much, but I love that scene from the first one when he's equipping himself with he's going to the sommelier and he's getting, all the different weapons, So, okay. Yeah. How many buttons? 2. Something for day or for night? Both. Lining? Tactical. That scene is such a bad. By the way, you know what that scene is in John Wick? You know which scene that is? You know what that is? That's a battle ritual right there, folks. Anyways, so any case, really, really like this. So let's talk about what we get for domain powers. So we already covered Blade when we did our last one. So we're not going to fully cover this again, but the basic ability of Blade is that you get, bonuses to attack. You get bonuses to damage. You get a little bit of durability and toughness, not quite as much as Valor. You get a couple of social group buffs. Like we really liked this Soldier's Bond one. Once per long rest, when you compliment someone or ask them about something they're good at, you both can gain 3 hope. Kind of a great moment shared between two battle brothers in the heat of battle. So Blade was pretty straightforward and to the point. And to be clear, to compare to Codex, which has all these each Codex has 3 different sub spells. Something like Blade Touched. If you have a bunch of blades in your loadout, it's like, well, you get +2 to hit and you get +4 bonus to your severe damage threshold. Now, this character combined with, our warrior would be really, really boring. But you know what they would be? Really brutally effective. And for some people, that is what they want. For some people, they don't want all these little fiddly bits and all this, little choices and micro decisions. And they want to play a mini game every time that they, put 3 counters onto your card and then remove a counter in order to add 2 points. No, they just I want a really high attack bonus and I basically never want to miss. And I just want to just do damage. And I just want to do so much damage. Yeah. So, yes, this is true. Whirlwind uses the same damage roll. Correct. So actually, when you make Whirlwind, basically, you can spend a hope and you turn 1 hit into an AoE hit and everybody else takes half damage. So your primary target takes the full damage. Everyone else takes half damage. But if your primary damage is buffed to hell because you dropped a shitload of Slayer dice, then the half damage is also going to be really high. And you might end up doing, who knows, 2 hit points. Maybe even 3 hit points of damage to literally everyone within very close range to you. By the way, I should point out that very close is not melee. Very close is 15 feet. It's like a micro AoE. It's pretty reasonable. It's pretty good. Right. Every once in a while, I just want a no nonsense character. The Beer and Pretzels class, I would love to give Bob this. Okay. So good stuff. Colette says, I want to hit hard. So we know Blade, and again, we did do Blade in our last one, so we're not going to go too deep into it. So that's going to bring us to Bone, the, in my opinion, worst named domain. Bone is the discipline of the body, your ability to be have a physical prowess on the battlefield, but also to have a mind for battle. Bone. Okay. So our level 1 abilities. deft maneuvers. Once per rest, mark a stress to sprint anywhere within far range without making an agility roll to get there. If you end this movement within melee range of an adversary, immediately make an attack against them, gain a +1 bonus to the attack roll. So basically, it's like a sprint or a charge, you know. The well, Updug, do you mean the do you mean the fighter from the playtest? The fighter from the playtest is Bone and Valor. It's Bone and Valor. I think you guys need to bone. Bone? Oh, yeah, that's actually a great. All right, R.I.P. and Andre Bauer, hilarious guy. Okay, so this is pretty cool. I mean, you know, you don't have to make a check. Also, some warriors might not be really great with agility, and you might actually have a problem, you know, moving around the battlefield. By the way, this is not just within close range. This is far range. So this is like the equivalent of like making a double move, you know, for free, and you get a +1 bonus to hit. So the fighter is Bone plus Valor, the Guardian is Valor plus Blade, and the Warrior is Blade plus Bone. Is that correct? That is correct. And those are, to my knowledge, the only 3 possible combinations giving the current domains of purely martial classes. By the way, the fighter is in the beta, the Void, their beta, you know, the kind of their Unearthed Arcana. And the fighter, even though it's called the fighter, is really more like a monk. It's more like an unarmored, sort of like, you know, kind of martial artist type character. But it is the Bone and Valor domain. So, all right. I see it coming. When you're targeted by an attack made from beyond melee range, by the way, that can mean a spell. Mark a stress to roll a d4 and gain a bonus to your evasion equal to the result against this attack. So basically, it's an ability to sort of like react and temporarily buff your AC against an attack. And again, this is how I would run it. This is clearly not how this is templated. It says when you're targeted, you can roll a d4. I would never do that. I would tell you the result, and I would only let you mark the stress if I hit you. I'm not going to make someone mark a stress and roll a d4, and then I end up rolling a 2. Number one, that feels shitty. Number two, why did we wasted time? Like, you wasted your resource. You wasted everyone's time by rolling this d4. It's more of like, oh, your evasion's 12, and I'm like 14, and you're like, I see it coming, and I mark a stress, roll a d4. Did you get a 3 or a 4? Cool, you dodge it. Otherwise, no. Right. So, anyways, it's got to be from beyond melee range. So, yeah, it could be a range attack, or yes, it could also be a very close melee type attack. And the last level 1 ability is Untouchable. Flat bonus. Gain a bonus to your evasion. Evasion is your AC. Equal to half your agility. Now, your agility is probably going to start at 2. So you're probably going to end up getting a +1 bonus to your evasion. But your agility will eventually get up to 4 and potentially can get as high as 6. So, but you also round up. So once you take your agility from 2 to 3, 1.5, you're going to get a +2 bonus to your evasion, which is really good. I mean, in this game, like monsters, by the way, as a case in point, tier 1 monsters, that's level 1 monsters, have a +1 to hit. Tier 2 monsters, that's levels 2, 3, and 4, have a +2 to hit. Tier 3 monsters, that's levels 5, 6, 7, have, you guessed it, a +3 to hit. And tier 4 monsters, the end of the game, at levels 8, 9, and 10, have a +4 to hit. And that's generic. I mean, like, that's like using like the monster creation rules in the GM section. So that means that end game monster is rolling d20 +4. So, you know, if you start off with an evasion of 11, and there's some other things that you could do to buff your evasion, and you end up buffing your evasion with, you know, some higher numbers. Yes, there are some monsters with some crazy weird abilities. Yes, and you know, sometimes like the solo monsters and stuff like that. There are some exceptions. I'm just saying this is very boring, but it's very effective. And again, I think for some people, having all of these abilities is very overwhelming. And warrior, even back in the day, people used to tell, at least, you know, when I grew up playing D&D, people would say, don't play a wizard, you know, don't play a cleric. You know, you're new to the game, play a fighter. You know, play something simple, play something easy. And I'm not saying that that means it's bad. I'm just saying, like, you know, like there's a room for this and there's a place for this. And if you don't want this, don't take it. But it is very, I think it will be very powerful. It's a little underwhelming at level 1 where you only get a +1. But so once your agility gets to +3 and you get a +2 from this, I think that's pretty good. Especially considering that, you know, the evasions are pretty all over the place. But again, you get this, you can see here, there's sort of this kind of like, you know, by battlefield awareness. You know, you're maneuvering really well. You're dodging attacks coming in. You know, your evasion is really high. Obviously, by the way, too, these are really good combinations together. Ferocity. When you cause an adversary to mark 1 or more hit points, you can spend 2 hope to increase your evasion by the number of hit points they marked. This bonus lasts until after the next attack made against you. I don't like this power. Number 1, it's very expensive. Number 2, it lasts for 1 attack. Number 3, it doesn't feel very ferocious. Why is my evasion going up? But the most important part, now I get the idea is that like I hit them so hard that they're really like afraid of me. But the worst part is I don't want to fucking track this. So this is too fiddly for me. Now I don't know how I would change it, and I'm sure this is probably fine. I mean, I guess the idea here is that, like, you know, some monster comes in and they hit you for 4 hit points of damage, or sorry, you hit somebody for 4 hit points of damage. You spend 2 hope, and now your evasion goes up by 4, and it lasts until after the next attack they make against you. But yeah, like it's too expensive. It's fiddly, and yes, nothing says defense like ferocity. So again, I would probably remake this, but I don't know how I would remake it. Yeah, by the way, this bonus lasts until after the next attack made against you. So it's not even that person's attack. So I'm not even really sure what this is supposed to do or what this is doing. But yeah, I don't really like that. So this is one that Derek would put on the short list for potentially rebuilding or redoing it. I mean, I think the idea is cool. I think the sound of it is cool. Also, you know, it doesn't feel like this belongs here. Like, look at this. Look at the abilities here. Deft maneuvers. I saw it coming. Untouchable. Strategic approach. Tactician. Brace. Ferocity? That feels like a barbarian thing, but bone isn't a barbarian thing. Bone is kind of like an agile thing. I don't know what this is doing. Again, I think bone is there might be some really good abilities here, but it is a poorly conceived domain, in my personal opinion. Because the next ability after ferocity is strategic approach. So after a long rest, place a number of tokens equal to your knowledge. Knowledge is one of your 6 abilities, or what they're called traits, on this card. The first time you move within close range of an adversary and make an attack against them, you can spend a token to choose one of the following options. You can make that attack with advantage, you can clear a stress on an ally, or you can add D8 to a damage roll. So this is kind of like a fun little secondary token system for basically the smart fighter, right? The knowledgeable ranger, the knowledgeable warrior, the person who has like a good knowledge score, and being very strategic and letting you kind of do this stuff. So you can add some damage, you can attack, you can attack with advantage, or you can even help out an ally. So it gives you a lot of flexibility there. Now, and you do it during a long rest, because I guess the idea is that you're sort of like, planning ahead to fight your adversaries. But it doesn't have the same, it's a lot like the superiority dice for fighters in 5e. Yes, I agree. No, Avacyn, because it says you can spend 1 token. So you have 6 ability scores. They're called traits in this game. And where is our warrior? Here's our warrior. So you have 6 ability scores: agility, strength, finesse, instinct, presence, and knowledge. So knowledge is one of the traits. So this is like this is sort of like the smart warrior or ranger. I mean, to be fair, this might not be something that the warrior is particularly interested in. This might be more of something that the ranger is interested in. But again, it's fine. And I actually do like the idea of having this like cool little mini, I don't want to call it a mini game, right? But, you know, like the way that the Seraph had their prayer dice pool, you're like, cool, I have this, you know, this little thing here. I get to track this. And I think that's really cool. Yeah, maybe. I mean, yes, it is, you know, your body, but also your mind. But I guess your mind is in your body. Then why isn't it called body and not, you know, I don't know. But then it'd be like, well, isn't it mind? Because it's like definitely things. Now, the real problem is that a warrior probably won't have a really high knowledge. I mean, you could obviously take a bunch of knowledge and put it onto here, but, you know, yeah. Like you could be a warrior who, you know, really specs hard into knowledge, and you could wield loading. Primary weapon tables. There we go. There is no knowledge weapon, so unfortunately, we're shoot out of luck here. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like this one's going to be tough to use. All right. Brace. When you mark an armor slot to reduce incoming damage, you can mark a stress to allow you to mark an additional armor slot. Okay, that's cool. You know, I think that feels very appropriate. And, you know, basically you're gritting your teeth, you're, you know, taking a little bit of stress, and that lets you absorb more damage. All right, that's fun. It's easy. Tactician is our level 3. Oh, there's some knowledge weapons under magic weapons. Okay. When you help an ally, in order to help an ally, by the way, remember you have to spend a hope, and then your ally gets a D6 advantage die when they make their roll. You can spend a hope to add one of your experiences to their roll alongside your advantage roll. And if you make a tag team roll, you can roll a D20 as your hope die. So normally when you help somebody, you only give them a D6. But if you help them, you can also add in your experiences. So if you have an experience which counts, which might be a +1 bonus, +2 bonus, +3 bonus, now you're giving them D6 +3, which is cool. It makes you really, really good at helping people, your allies, and then also doubling down on that, you're really, really good at doing tag teams. In other words, you're really, really good at working with your party. And this ability is called Tactician. So I actually think this one sounds really cool because you're going to be really good at helping out your friends and that, you know, and being a good tactician. So I think that's really, really fun. I actually like that power. Is pretty good. All right. Boost. Mark a stress to boost off of a willing ally within close range, flinging yourself into the air. Then perform an aerial attack against a target within far range. You have advantage on that attack, add a D10 to the damage roll, and then end your move within melee range of the target. So this is quite literally the fastball special, or apparently like, you know, some sort of other anime, like, you know, I run at my ally and then like I run up them and then they push off and I do a backflip off of them, you know, and I'm spiraling through the air. Normally I would roll my eyes at this sort of thing, but you know, I mean, this is the game that we got, and you can obviously see people are very excited here. You know, Boost is very anime and I like it. Colette says this sounds amazing. And Beowulf hates it. So that, you know, that's setting the tone of where we're at. So, I mean, let's be clear here. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about this. I mean, you are quite literally rocket jumping here because you are flinging yourself into the air. You could perform an aerial attack, and the target could be within far range. By the way, note the ally has to be within close range. So in D&D terms, this means if you have an ally within like 20 to 30 feet, right? You mark a stress, you run at your ally, you boost off of them, they fling you up into the air. Now you're going to far range. That's like 60, 70 feet. Then you attack with advantage, and you get it. So this is kind of also like a dragoon attack, you know? So yeah. But it very fits for the game. Now, remember though, this is the problem I have. This is the only problem I have with this ability. But it's not magical. Bone is not magical. So it's kind of like, this is getting really thing. Now, Solemn Magus is absolutely correct. Bone is a very confusing domain. Agreed. It does feel like a catch-all. It really does. All right. Redirect. When an attack made against you from beyond melee range fails, roll a number of d6s equal to your proficiency. We've seen this before where basically suddenly the game is using Year Zero Engine. Year Zero Engine, for those of you who don't know, is a d6 dice pool system. You roll, dice, and then if you get any number of sixes, you succeed. And that comes up sometimes in this game. When an attack made against you from beyond melee range fails, roll a number of d6s equal to your proficiency. If any of them roll a 6, you may mark a stress, and you can redirect the attack to damage an adversary next to you instead. So, somebody hits you with a missile weapon or a spell, right? They miss. You have, depending on what your proficiency is, a certain chance of turning that miss into a hit against an enemy. Very thematic, very cool. I have no idea what this is doing in Bone, but here we are. I like this ability, but because it's an exciting thing. An enemy misses you. You're like, yes, cool. I'm going to try to redirect. I hate the term adversary. It's just more syllables than enemy for no reason. Well, there's this is a monks deflect missiles. Remember, the fighter class, which is going to be the monk class, gets this. So this domain is like, it's like agile fighters. It's like, you know what it is? It's all the stuff that we want people who are warriors to do. It's like battlefield agility. It's like battlefield awareness. It's like battlefield mobility. It's dodging attacks. It's deflecting blows. It's just like a grab bag for everything that's like kind of combat oriented, Know thy enemy. When you observe a creature, you can make an instinct roll against them. And I should point out the ranger is really good at instinct. That's kind of like their default thing. I think. I could be wrong. Maybe it's agile. Anyways. On a success, spend a hope and ask the GM for one set of information about the target from the following options. Additionally, on a success, you can mark a stress to remove a fear from the GM's fear pool. So, this is your... correct, Stan. I actually completely agree with Stan. This is the downside of the domain system. They kind of have to be multi-purpose and kind of appeal to a multiple things. And yeah, Bone is the grab bag of all the not a big stick, right? Blade is all the big stick stuff. It's all the whirlwind attack and ultimate damage rage. So what's the other side of just, I think, in fact, actually, as a quick side note, the one thing I really do like about Bone as a domain is I think a lot of characters in D&D and Pathfinder 2, especially martial characters, and this includes fighters, but rangers, rogues, just become all very damage. Like they're just so focused on DPS. And they lose all of the other cool stuff that makes you a cool combatant. Mobility and helping your allies and reading the battlefield and getting a sense for what the enemy's doing. So I like that this domain exists because this allows you access to all this other combat knowledge stuff and all this other combative type elements. I just think it does feel like a mixed grab bag, and I don't really quite understand it. Anyways, so we can learn their AC, their damage threshold numbers. We can learn their hit points and stress. They can learn their tactics and standard attack damage dice, and we can learn their features and experiences. So this is sort of like the recall knowledge ability from just observing a creature. So like before we go and fight it, or if we're looking at it from a distance, that's fine. It's probably less. Well, I mean, it's kind of, I would say it's less useful in my game because I would probably just tell the players this stuff like once they start fighting them. But I suppose if you wanted to know that before you fought them, that would be very helpful. Signature move. Also, by the way, to be clear, you can also remove a fear from the GM's fear pool. So that is actually pretty cool, you know? So that is actually sweet. I mean, granted, at that point, you're spending a hope and marking a stress. So it's not like it's cheap, but removing a fear from the GM's fear pool because, you know, you're reducing the GM's ability. You're studying their foes. You know, they don't have as much of an ability to make an impact against you. You know, their clever wiles aren't going to work on you because you've been studying them. You know your enemy. That is cool that you get to mark a stress and to remove a fear. Signature move. This is like a very narrative thing. Name and describe your signature combat move. Once per rest, when you perform your signature move as part of an action you're taking, roll a d20 for your hope die. On a success, clear a stress. The other class that has bone is Ranger. So, you know, what is your signature combat move? You know, is it suplex? You know, is it Heron parts the water? You know, is it I don't know, the triple arrow shot? You know, you get to this, you know, or you can even give it, you know, this is, you know, the Ruby Avenger, the what is it? The 5 punch, what is it? The 5 hit exploding heart technique, you know? Any case. Yeah, it could be an RKO. The People's Elbow would actually be pretty nice. What is he doing? What is he doing? Right, you can dig out your Tome of Battle and come up with cool maneuver names for that, you know? The White Raven Assault. Shoryuken. Map Attack. That could be another one. You know, Spirit Bomb, Holy Hand Grenade, the Stone Cold Stunner. Go wild. Just pick it out. And then when you make it part of your action you're taking, you could roll a d20 as part of your hope die. So there you go. Sweet. And again, this is once per rest, so you're probably going to be able to do this a couple times a session, which is cool. Fun, flavorful. It encourages the player to build up what is your signature combat move? Let's make it happen. And of course, remember, the fiction matters. Fiction first gaming. So if you describe your signature combat move as, you know, needing your sword, then if your character doesn't have their sword, it goes without saying that you can't use this ability. Rapid riposte. Riposte. Funny, when I was like 10 and 11, I was first playing D&D, we used to pronounce this as repostati, or like I can't even remember how we pronounced it. It was so bad. This is back when we pronounced it like melee instead of melee. You know, we'd melee and coupe de grace or coupe de grace. This is, you know, obviously we didn't know French too well. When an attack made against you from within melee range fails, you can mark a stress and seize the opportunity to deal the weapon damage of one of your active weapons to the attacker. No attack roll needed. That's awesome. Number one, I love it because I love it when reactions don't involve you making dice rolls because it's really quick. Yeah, so someone misses you, you mark stress, and you deal damage to them. Just straight up. Also, this has a recall cost of 0. So you could have this in your vault, and then somebody misses you, and you could swap it in for free, and then mark a stress, and then deal weapon damage to them. That's pretty sweet. So you don't need this in your vault until you get missed, which is it's nice to have those one. You don't need to have this one in your loadout until you get missed. So zero recall is a nice thing.
Cal Daggerheart.
Hey, Cal, thanks. Our first tip. Oh no, we had a super chat.
Is my body and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades, unknown to death, nor known to life. Have withstood pain to create many weapons. Those hands will never hold anything. So as I pray unlimited blade work.
I have no idea what that is from, Cal. Thank you for the tip. I'm going to assume it is it's an anime thing. Okay. Okay, anime coming in. All right, there we go. Oh, absolutely. I get chat. Oh yeah. Well, of course, chat has it. Everyone loves anime, but me. I'm convinced at this point. Sweet. I think that's from the Bible. So yeah, exactly. Sick. Like someone could attack you in my game. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is how they intend it to work, but I don't know for sure. Someone could attack you. They hit you. So then you use one of your evasion abilities to, whatever it was. Yeah, you mark stress and add a D4 to your evasion. Then, now that they've missed, you can do a rapid riposte and deal damage to them back instead. So very cool. All right. I like this, and it's 0 recall, which is nice. Recovery. During a short rest, you can choose a long rest downtime move. Instead, you can spend a hope to let an ally do the same. So the main thing here is during a short rest, you heal D4 hit points, D4 stress. During a long rest, you heal all your hit points. You heal all of your stress as a downtime action. So you can choose a long rest downtime move instead. And if you spend a hope, you can let an ally do the same. So that is an extremely powerful ability for recovery. And obviously being able to let an ally potentially, if you have an ally who's really, really messed up, spend a hope and they get a full recovery. That is really, really powerful. That's pretty dank. Mateo, work on a project during short rest. That's pretty good. Yeah, Gurney, I do love that you can take supporting stuff. Exactly. I think that's cool. It's not just pew, 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 damage, which I love. I do think that's fun. I think it gives the a lot of, obviously, if you want to just be full damage and fuck your allies, that's cool. That's great. It's only one long rest action instead of the 2 rest actions you get. So 1 short, 1 long. You can choose a long rest downtime. The word suggests it's only 1, but I could see somebody saying, well, no, you could pick from either list, I guess, for both of them. But, I guess it would be up to your interpretation of that, of course, as always. But I think my reading of this is that it's 1 and 1, but who knows? So here's our bone touched. Remember, every domain has a touched one where if you basically stack up on that domain and you have a bunch of that domain active, you get kind of some benefits. And it's usually a great way to tell what is the domain about. Well, bone touched it gives you a flat +1 bonus to agility. And once per rest, you can spend 3 hope to make an attack automatically fail. So this tells us that what bone is really about is about being agile and making attacks miss you. Now, this is really good, obviously. But again, it's weird because it's like, it's an agile, it feels like this is like for the agile fighter, the agile monk, but it's for the warrior and the ranger. Now, we are getting a class called the fighter, which is actually like a monk fighter. So, yeah. Any case, very elusive. Yes. Oh, a very skirmish-themed domain. Mark Clore, I agree with you. Skirmish-themed, but also randomly tactician. All right. Cruel precision. Okay. So as a side note, level 2 janitor says, I hate that the monk is being named fighter. It makes talking about them so confusing. Here is my thought. The reason that they are calling the monk the fighter, I think, is the same reason why they call the paladin the seraph. I think they want to avoid potentially real word terms that may or may not touch on cultural appropriation. So I think that's why. So that's why they're calling it. But yeah. That being said, I agree that, the term fighter is kind of a generic sense because now everybody's a fighter, So, I mean, I prefer, I don't like the class name fighter. I prefer warrior, you know, like, yeah, like, so, and yet, well, yes, but, Mateo, there is a druid, but, you know, there are some cultural appropriations which, we're more okay with. But again, there might have also been other reasons for it. I just, you know, think. I believe paladin is a French term for a knight or something like that. But pugilist does sound terrible, but. So. Cruel precision. When you make a successful attack with a weapon, gain a bonus to your damage roll equal to either your finesse or your agility. Now, this is a level 7 ability, and we're talking about gaining like plus like 3 or 4 damage. Again, we need to understand how tight these ranges are and where the distributions are. Nobody has an idea of what the math looks like or how tight it is. But because it is a bell curve distribution, as I've said before, if the peak of your bell curve is like right below, let's say, the severe damage threshold, then you are going to do 2 damage a lot because the way of the bell curve works. And by the way, as you get more dice, which you do as you gain proficiency, by the time you're level 7, your character could have 3 or 4 dice of proficiency. So you're rolling 3 or 4 dice for your damage. And by the time you're 8th, 9th, 10th level, you could be rolling 5 or 6 damage dice. The more dice you roll, the more consistent your bell curve is. It has less variance because you're rolling so many more dice. The odds that you get on the outliers become much, much less. So if you're rolling 4 dice and the peak of your bell curve is just to the left of the severe damage threshold, you are going to roll 2 damage, 2 hit points of damage a lot. If you can add just a couple of points, 3, 4, 5 points, and shift that peak of that bell curve to the other side, now suddenly you're going to consistently be hitting for 3 damage. So you're going to be basically, you know, for 3 hit points of loss, which means you're going to be doing 50% more damage effectively. So that is why this seems very underpowered, but it could potentially be extremely powerful. The other reason is that Dr. Metropolis is because it does this for free. That's why this is level 7. It doesn't cost stress. It's not once per rest. It's not once per short rest. It's not once per long rest. It doesn't have counters on it. You just equip it and put it into your loadout, and it just works forever. That's why it's level 7. It's level 7 because it's free. It doesn't cost you any resources. And as you get higher, and my guess is as you play this game more and more and more, you know, things that cost resources or things that do not cost resources are going to be very valuable because you can't only have abilities that cost hope because you're going to run out of hope really quick. And then most of your abilities are going to go unused. If all of your abilities cost stress, you're going to run out of stress really, really, really quick, you know? All right. So now we get to our tier 4, Breaking Blow. When you make a successful attack, you can mark a stress to make the next successful attack against that same target deal an extra 2d12. Now that is a lot of damage. Now I should also point out the recall cost on this is 3. So they really do not want you to be like swapping this one in at the last minute. This is one of those ones where you just want to have this equipped in. Now again, this doesn't cost hope, it costs stress. And you can use this infinite times per day. That's why it's level 8. Now, yes, it's limited by stress, but being able to just, you know, every other hit for 2d12 is pretty good. I should also point out, remember, we're used to thinking in round-based terms, okay? My character comes up, right? I close the melee. Maybe I use that swift challenge. I run over and I smash this guy with my hammer, right? And I go, boom, I hit him with a hammer and I succeed. I roll with hope. You know, I succeed with hope and I do a bunch of damage to him and I gain a hope. And then the GM goes, and then you're like, I'm going to mark a stress so that the next successful attack against them deals 2d12 damage. And you're like, cool. You're like, all right, I'm going to go again. As I crush into him and he's kind of reeling back, I raise up my hammer and I break his body because, you know, Oh, it's the next successful attack. Oh, it does work for allies. Yeah. So you could even be like, hey, you get in there and do an extra 2d12 damage. So yeah, not only is this is actually a buff for anybody. Yep. Very cool. But what I was trying to say is you could set up another PC or you could set up yourself. And what I was saying is one of the things that we have to get used to in this game is if I succeed with hope, then we still have the initiative. You know, the GM, unless they use a fear to interrupt, you know, they're going to keep, you know, they're going to, you could keep going. I mean, this is why Mark Seifter was talking about how he liked the tactical option sidebar where everybody gets 3 action counters. And once you've gone, you can't, once you've used your old 3 action counters, you can't go again until everybody's used all their action counters. Cause he's like, cause in my group, if somebody had an optimized character, we would just keep letting them go forever. Now, that would never fly at my table. I mean, I played Dungeon World for a million years, and you know, usually as a GM, I would spotlight, you know, who the characters were going for next. So it's kind of a combination, sort of a mix and match. You know, you kind of have to feel it feel it by the flow of the table and play it by ear. But you know, clearly, if you wanted to set the rogue up and you mark with success and you mark it, you could just be like, okay, and then the rogue follows up on your attack as they're shattered and stabs them into that. So, anyways, fantastic, very cool. Kind of like a stunning attack. Wrangle. Make an agility roll against all targets within close range. Spend a hope to move targets you succeed against and any willing allies within close range to another point within close range. So this lets you, like, within 30 feet, lasso everybody up and move everybody. And you can move your allies too. So obviously very high level to be able to battlefield reposition this, you know, all over the place. You could literally affect, you know, I don't know. You could literally affect almost every battle. You could basically affect every combatant in the battlefield, basically. And sort of rearrange and remove them. I mean, remember our brave warrior who had the, you know, or the fighter, right? The warrior. Whenever you leave, remember the warrior. Whenever you leave melee with the warrior, right? They get the attack of opportunity. So imagine if you're the warrior and you wrangle and you spend a hope to move targets you succeed against to another point within close range, and you say that point within close range is me, and you just make all the enemies surround you. And now you're the fighter, you're the warrior, you're the one with attack of opportunity, you're the one with all the Slayer dice, and then you just go completely ham by using a blade power to use whirlwind attack next. Because let's say you succeed, right? 4E fighter, come and get it. Exactly. So imagine doing this, bringing everybody together, and then popping your blade ability, your level 1 blade ability to do whirlwind with all your Slayer dice, and just hit literally every monster in the battlefield, you know? Well, Lollipop Candy. So Lollipop Candy is asking some very important question. It says, so can I just put the enemies into a lava pit? This is why this game is not PF2. That's why this game is not 4th edition. This game is expecting that a GM is running the game and is going to be able to make a decision about whether or not that's something that they want to allow in their game. If it makes sense in the fiction, it's a fiction first game. And rather than create, if this was a PF2 ability, this would be half a page long, right? And I like that it's not half a page long, and it counts on the fact that we have a GM who is an adult, who is capable of making a decision, who is capable of saying, that sounds fucking awesome in my game, totally, or no, that seems stupid and that's dumb, you know? So, yeah, I mean, minions, yeah, they go into the pit for sure, you know? Yep, exactly. And I think that's totally great. Hey, Eric. Hey, look, it's Erica. Erica, I was actually shouting you out earlier. Check it out. We're rocking some real friends. So yeah, I'm a big fan of that. I'm a big believer of that. And I really, really like that. So on the brink, level 9, when you have 2 or few, so when you're down to your last 2 hit points, you don't take minor damage. That's the 1 damage. That's awesome. And again, this is free. This is free. This is awesome. You can't be chip shotted. You can't be dinked. By the way, this means that the only way you can take damage is if you take 2 damage. That's awesome. Yeah, that's stacked well with. Oh yeah, a brave warrior on the brink. You can't be like you are going full on, and you're not going down until you take at least a major wound. You know, no little dink. Right. If you're gonna kill me, you have to kill me. You know, what's that? That quote from that movie? From Ozark, I think. Yeah, there, that's it.
If you want to stop me, you're gonna have to kill me!
That's the one. I don't know if that was extremely loud or not. Sorry. So, any case, good stuff. I lost my OBS. Where's my OBS? Here it is. Okay. All right, volume was okay. All right. I didn't know. I just played it. So this is really, really good. Pepper, Ranger is next. We're doing the Warrior. Splintering Strike, level 9 bone ability. Recall cost 3. By the way, On the Brink has a recall cost of 1. So bringing this in, still pretty cheap. Bringing in Splintering Strike, not cheap. 3 stress to bring it in. So you're probably going to want to have this one prepared. Spend a hope and make an attack roll against all adversaries within your weapon's range. Once per long rest, on a success against any targets, add up the damage dealt, then redistribute the damage however you wish between the targets you succeeded against. When you deal damage to a target, roll an additional damage die and add its result to the damage you dealt to that target. So, this is a daily. This is a very fiddly power, but it is once per long rest. So I am okay with it because if you had a bow, you could basically make an attack against pretty much every single creature on the battlefield. And then roll your damage and add the do however much damage you want to do, and then do an additional damage die against every single creature you did. Basically, this is a way of saying you're basically going to do like 1 to 2 hit points of damage to like every single thing on the battlefield. Obviously, if you have a reach weapon, or something like that, this is going to be a lot more powerful. But again, it costs a hope. It's really hard to recall in. You can only do it once per long rest. But fundamentally, basically, this just lets you hit every single person on the battlefield with at least some damage. Now, as you said, if you know their thresholds, you can just dial it in. So at this point, if you know that the threat, right, it's a minion killer because you could just put 1 point of damage onto a minion and it'll deal 1 point of damage. And if you know the thresholds and you're like, oh, their threshold is, 10 damage, you're like, okay, I'm going to put 10, 10, 10, and then I'm going to put 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. And right, if you crit and you use a bunch of Slayer dice, and yeah, you could do this. And again, this would be fiddly, but this is going to be, once per rest, and it costs a hope. And it's not something that you're going to be swapping into often. You're going to have it like prepped in advance. So yeah, obviously, yes. And obviously if you crit, it's insane. And Keithor also pointing out the very important point here. It's the end game. I mean, realistically, you're probably only going to be able to use this a couple of times. Well, Yuval, the thing is, the whirlwind only attacks people in very close range. This is the weapons range, so this is obviously way more powerful if you have like a ranged weapon. All right. Oh, Bayo. The first part sounds like you can use it many times you want. Just spend hope. Spend a hope and make an attack roll against all adversaries within your weapon's range. Okay. Once per long rest, on a success, you can redistribute the damage. Oh, okay. That's still fine because this is the super fiddly part. So this lets you make an attack roll against everybody for a hope. So that is very powerful. Now, I thought it is the way that Avacyn suggested it, actually. See, I thought that it works combined. So there might need to be actually some errata on this one, or a FAQ on this one, because we've seen things like this before where you're not. I think it is just once a day. The reason why it's coded like this is if I spend a hope and I make an attack roll against everybody and I miss, I can still try again by spending a hope and making an attack roll against everybody. The once per long rest only comes in on a success. In other words, I can activate it multiple times per day, but once I succeed with it, I can't activate it again. Does that make sense? So it's kind of like reliable from 4th edition. Yuval says there is errata on the website. All right, Yuval, what's the errata? Right. We've seen things with separate functions, Sweet Threat, and they always have a line break. So I'm curious what Yuval says about the component. I think this is fine as is. I actually think this is probably way too powerful if this is, All right. Death Run. Spend 3 hope. That's a lot of hope. To run a straight path through the battlefield to a point within far range, making an attack against all adversaries within your weapon's range along that path. Choose the order in which you deal damage to the targets you succeed against. For the first, roll your weapon dice with a +1 bonus to your proficiency. So let's assume, if we're doing this, we've maxed our proficiency. Our proficiency is 6. We're rolling 6 dice. So we're rolling 7 dice of damage. Then we remove a die from our damage roll and deal the remaining damage to the next target. Now, we don't roll our dice pool again, and I think that's important. So we roll 7 dice, we add up our damage. We deal that to the first target. We remove a dice of damage, and then we do the next amount of damage to the next target. And we continue to remove a die for each subsequent target until we have no more damage dice or there's no more adversaries. So this is basically, you're going to do 7 dice of damage to one target, 6 dice of damage to the second target, 5 dice, 4 dice, 3 dice, 2 dice, 1 dice. So you'll be able to affect up to 7 targets, and you're not making 7 different damage rolls. You're using 1 damage roll. You're just picking out the dice one at a time. Probably the smallest dice first, right? So if your total damage roll was, 65 damage, you take out the 3, and then you're like, okay, 62 damage. And then you take out the 4, and you're like 58 damage. And then you take out the 6, and you're like 52 damage, right? And you just keep going down the line. Obviously, in my mind, you're probably with melee weapons and you're sort of doing like a Naruto run and you're running and you're slashing everybody. I've never even seen Naruto. I just know that this is something that's, pretty crazy. But I should also point out that it technically works with a bow. So, and the fact that you're able to run across the battlefield to point within far range, it's basically, you're able to hit like 7 people and just, fuck them up and just cut a line through the battlefield and just slash across it. But what is our alternative? Swift Step. Whenever somebody misses you with an attack, clear a stress. And if you can't clear a stress, gain a hope. So if you don't want to go maximum anime, instead you have an infinite stress generator, stress clean healer. And if your stress is healed completely, you instead gain hope. So this is a very, 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 very strong passive. Obviously, you won't be able to do that forever, but keep in mind, because while this seems really cool, it does cost 3 hope. 3 hope is very expensive. I don't like that a power named Swift Step doesn't involve moving on. I will admit this is kind of underwhelming of a name. I don't know that I disagree with the name, but it's like this one's called the Death Run, and this one's just called Swift Step. I in my mind, this is like you know, a warrior, like this is like warrior's confidence, you know, like, or something like that, right? Because it's like, you know, or maybe, yeah, like insane. Well, because it's, yeah, in my mind though, it's like people are missing you and it's making you, no, I don't think it should be about dodging. This doesn't help you dodge. I think this is more of like when people are missing me, you know, like at the end of the Matrix when Neo becomes the one and like Agent Smith is attacking him and he's kind of just like chilled out. Like your character is so powerful that when people are missing him, it's like you're actually healing stress. You're actually gaining hope, you know, because you're just like, I am, you know, I can't be touched. You know, I'm just completely, yeah, battle flow, in the zone, exhilaration, you know, something where you're just like, serenity or something like that. Yeah. You know, yeah, there's like a pride, a combat prowess, right? Where you're just like so good at like slipping and dodging. And like, as people are just, you're like, battle isn't even stressful for you anymore. You know, it's almost therapeutic. Yeah, exactly. It's like therapeutic. Exactly. So I like Bone. It's weird, but it has some really cool powers. And I think more importantly than anything, it's going to allow us to create really well-rounded warriors. Like we are going to be able to create combat monsters, but we're also going to be able to create people who can help their allies. We're going to be able to create people who have a lot of support abilities. We're going to be able to create people who are a little bit tougher and can absorb more damage or can move more easily. I think it's a very, you know, a very flexible domain, even if some of it is a little bit, you know, mismashed together because it's just kind of a pile of, you know, whatever. So, broken. All right. So poll is up. What do you think of the Bone domain? Yeah, I agree. Some of the name is not great. And you know, some of the power names are a little bit wonky. And okay. All right, Yuval says, I checked the errata, nothing about the power that we talked about. However, I did find this, page 331, and I see it coming. Clarity. Ability now reads, when you're targeted by an attack made from beyond melee range, you can mark a stress to roll a d4 and gain a bonus to your evasion equal to the result against the attack. Well, this is the SRD, so this is probably what this says. So I don't think this is an update because this is in the SRD. It must say something different in the core rulebook. I wonder what it read originally. Yeah. Got it. All the digital PDFs have been updated. Cool. Yeah, it's some damage, some protection, some control. It's kind of a grab bag of, but you know what? You know, it's funny. We were talking about like with the Codex domain and the Arcana domain, which we didn't get into yet, but like, we're like, you know, there's like a grab bag of abilities. It's not just damage, you know, pew, 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 pew. Blade had a lot of damage, pew, pew, pew. So I think it's cool that you have this as an option for you. Okay. I kind of agree with chat. I probably place Bone in a B+. I appreciate it. I think there's some cool powers in here. I do think some of them probably are a little bit fiddly for me. So. True. Well, but when I say grab bag, Boothby, I mean like in terms of having a thematic theme that ties into this idea of a domain of abilities, right? That's the problem, you know? Right, Dr. Metropolis. This is like the martial wizard ability. Exactly. Good stuff. Thanks to Yuval for looking that up, by the way. Okay. The book apparently says you add it to the attack, not versus your evasion. Okay. What did we decide Codex and Bone would be? What did we decide Codex and Bone would be? We decided Codex and Bone was I called it the Lore Master. So in my mind, like that was the, like, you know, the hyper disciplined, like everything, like studying martial arts, studying, you know, Codex Bone, you know. Arcana and Bone we called the Vessel. Anyways, for those of you who are wondering what we're talking about, let's see if I have this. Bring this. The other night on our Saturday night stream, we filled in the. Beowulf's like, no, hey, it's finished now. We don't need to finish it. It's filled in. But we went it with chat. We filled in all of the class. We filled in all of the class, all the missing classes for domain combinations. By the way, so if you're interested, you know, see, you miss a stream, you miss a lot. Anyways, all right, let me turn this off here. Actually, don't know where the hell is this thing. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Sage plus Valor should be Warden. It should be Warden, but we didn't because the Druid subclasses are all called Warden. It was originally called Warden, and we changed it because all the Druid subclasses are called Wardens. Warden of the Elements, Warden of the blah, blah, blah. So we had to change it. That's why we changed it. It was originally called Warden. So anyways, all right, next up. The Ranger. Now, the Ranger uses the Bone domain that we just looked at. So we kind of have that on lock. But it also picks up Sage, which is a spell casting. Somebody said the true TTRPG spec. All right, here we go. Ranger. Rangers are highly skilled hunters who, despite their martial abilities, rarely lend their skills to an army. Through mastery of the body and a deep understanding of the wilderness, Rangers become sly tacticians, pursuing their quarry with cunning and patience. Many Rangers track and fight alongside an animal companion with whom they forged a powerful spiritual bond. By honing their skills in the wild, Rangers become expert trackers, as likely to ensnare their foes in a trap as they are to assail them head on. So we get the sense now that the Ranger is, and I'm here for it, by the way. I'm totally here for it. And there's a reason I'm here for it. I don't know where it is. I think I put it in one of my boxes. In the, let me see if I have it. Do I have it in my, let me see if I have it in my PDF folder. What's the name of that book? I do have it. Sweet. Okay. In Iron Heroes, okay, which was the 3.5 variant book from Monty Cook and Mike Merles, in which every class was a martial character, they had the Hunter. There was no Ranger class, by the way, in this book. The classes in this book were the Hunter, the Harrier, the Armiger, stuff like that. Anyways, the Hunter is a tough, independent warrior who use their strong grasp of tactics and clever stratagems to defeat their enemies. Many hunters wander the wilderness alone. When outnumbered or facing a powerful beast, they make the most of their terrain and their talents to survive. While hunters often work alone, they make excellent leaders. A hunter may lack the social graces and winning smile of a thief, but he has the knowledge and battle lore to help others work together as a team. A hunter's timely advice can mean the difference between victory and defeat. And everybody in this game got a pool, okay, like a pool of tokens. And, you know, like the assassin got like the blood pool or something like that. And their pool, the hunter's pool, was called the tactical pool. And they would build up tactic points that they could spend in order to help their allies. So, long story short, I'm a really big fan of this concept as a ranger. Rather than just being like, pew, 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 pew. Because it's like, okay, so you're a fighter with a bow. You know, isn't the warrior with the bow? Like, I never, I'm like, what what role are you filling? You know, I just don't like it. Anyways, you're like, I'm good at the woods. Okay. Anyways, all right. Starting evasion 12. That's the highest we've seen so far. So that's pretty good. And I've been told that they are agility. So remember, we saw that one from Bone that lets us add half our agility to our evasion. So it seems like a ranger could very easily have an evasion north of 15 or 16 or 17. 6 hit points. So pretty good. All right. What is our core feature? Hold them off. Spend 3 hope when you succeed on an attack with a weapon to use that same roll against 2 additional adversaries that are within range of that attack. So this lets you spend 3 hope to turn 1 successful attack into 3 successful attacks. Triple strike. Holy shit. That's awesome. By the way, obviously cool with melee, but also cool with a bow. Also, you notice you don't spend the 3 hope until you succeed. That is awesome. I love, by the way, 3 hope, 3 targets, right? There's a kind of a synergy there. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Not to mention, by the way, great at clearing minions, by the way, as well. Just pew, pew, pew. That'd be sweet. So I'm already pretty good there. If anything, I Legolas them. If anything, hold them off. The name could have been a little better. I guess I didn't want to call it triple shot because, like, what if you're using a melee weapon? I mean, I guess the theme of it, right, is that, you're like holding off the hordes or something like that, but whatever. Class feature, the Ranger's Focus, of course. The modern day Ranger, Hunter's Mark, wouldn't be the same. Wow. Okay, so spend a hope and make an attack against a target. So we have to spend the hope before we make the attack. On a success, we deal our attacks normal damage and temporarily make the attack's target our focus. Until this feature ends, or until you make a different creature your focus, you get the following abilities against your focus. You know precisely which direction they lay in. When you deal damage to them, they must mark a stress. That's actually really good. I don't, not to get too much into the weeds on this, but remember a couple of things. Number one, if you're dealing stress damage to an enemy, enemies use stress in order to power their abilities. Dr. Metropolis.
Metropolis tipped $3. This Ranger mark doesn't suck though.
Correct. To be clear, the Ranger's mark in like Pathfinder 2 is pretty shitty. But so when you deal damage to them, they must mark a stress. So a couple things. Number one, stress. If you're eating up their stress, a lot of enemies use stress to power their abilities. So you're kind of, basically making them run out of mana, kind of, right? You're kind of damaging their mana. Second, if they are at 0 stress, if they have no stress left, if they've marked all their stress, they become vulnerable and everybody gets advantage against them. And third, if you would take damage to stress and you don't have any stress to give, it becomes hit points damage. So this means that if a creature is maxed out on stress and someone causes stress to it, they take an additional point of hit point. Now, it does say that this is a temporary effect. And that is true, that the GM can spend fear to end temporary effects. But we also get, when you fail an attack against them, you can end your focus to re-roll your dice. Okay. Now, I should note that this lasts until you end it or you use it again, or I guess the creature dies. So in other words, you could fight a creature, mark hope, and make them your focus, and I don't know, they could be your focus for the rest of the campaign. So, or until the GM, ends it. So it lasts forever. No, trading fear for hope is still pretty good. I mean, you're gonna have a lot more hope as a party than the GM is gonna have, I think, as fear. It's interesting that you have to spend the hope before you make the attack. I don't know. I know, like, I don't want everything to literally be super easy, you know, and just be like, oh, you know, you can never fail. Everything is only, you know, after you hit or something like that. But I guess this is pretty good. You know, this is a lot. You're gambling, right? You're gambling that you're going to hit them and get all of these benefits because it does last forever. So, all right, pretty good. So I do like their triple shot. And we'll see. All right, Ranger subclass. No, it's not about it going away. I'm saying that you have to spend the hope. That's true. Hope is pretty generic. That's true. I guess, you know, I'm thinking of hope almost like a hero point, and it's not like a hero point. It's more like a fate point, right? You just kind of get them. They come and go. All right, so we can either be the Beastbound Ranger or the Wayfinder Ranger. So this is our animal companion subclass. We are a spellcaster because we have access to the Sage domain, and the Sage domain is a spellcasting domain. So we use agility to cast our spells. Companion. This is our foundation feature. You have an animal companion of your choice at the GM's discretion. They stay by your side unless you tell them to otherwise. Take the Ranger Animal Companion sheet. Okay, when you level up your character, choose a level up option for your companion from this sheet as well. And then, of course, we have an entire companion subsection here. And if we head over to our sheets, I imagine we have... okay, no, nothing there. Apparently the character sheet download does not have the companion sheets. That's unfortunate. Anybody? Ranger companion sheet? Bueller? Here it is. Here it is. Ranger companion. Okay, so this is our Ranger companion sheet. We've got a huge box here. Work with the GM to decide what kind of animal you have as a companion. Give them a name and draw or attach a picture of them in the space above. Then create 2 experiences for your companion based on their training and the history you have together. Finally, describe their method of dealing damage, their standard attack, and record it in the attack and damage section. Their damage starts at D6, and their range starts at melee. Start with 2 experiences. Whenever you gain a new experience, your companion also gets one. So they could get, these gave you some examples here, like expert climber, fetch, friendly, guardian of the forest, horrifying. Make a spellcasting roll, which for us is agility, to connect with your companion and command them to take an action. Spend a hope to add an applicable companion experience to that roll. On a success with hope, if your next action builds on their success, you get advantage on that roll. And here are some of the training options that we can have. When your character levels up, choose one of the options available from your companion on the following list and mark it here. Your companion gains a permanent +1 bonus to a companion experience of your choice. Light in the dark. You can use this as an additional hope slot for your character. That's kind of cool. The Ranger can have 7 hope because they've got a pet. Yes, it's very similar to the 13th Age background, Scrim. Creature comfort. Once per rest, when you take time during a quiet moment to give your companion love and attention, you can gain a hope or both clear stress.
Metropolis tipped $3. This stole my WoW Ranger heart. BQS I had the same wolf all the way to 60 in Classic. Leveling alongside your pet is so flavorful.
Yeah. I mean, look, there is a strong history of in the modern RPG space of the animal companion, you know? By the way, I love that this is, you know, this doesn't take one of your downtime, you know? You just gain a hope, you know? Having a pet gives you more hope. Armored. When one of your companions takes damage, you mark one of your slots. But thank you, Dr. Metropolis. That's awesome. You know what? I applaud you for keeping with your same wolf. That's very, very, very noble of you. When your companion takes damage, you can mark one of your armor slots instead of marking one of their stress. Vicious lets you make them do more damage or increase their range. Resilient, it gives them more stress boxes. Bonded, when you mark your last hit point, your companion rushes to your side. Roll a number of d6 equal to the unmarked stress slots they have and mark them. If any, roll a 6. Your companion helps you up. Clear your hit point and return to the scene. Aw. Your doggo rushes over to you, starts, kissing you, and you get back up. Aware. Your companion gets a permanent +2 bonus to their evasion. And so they don't have hit points, they have stress. When your companion would take any amount of damage, they mark a stress. When they mark their last stress, they drop out of the scene. They flee, they hide, they remain unavailable until the start of your next long rest when they return with 1 stress cleared. When you choose a downtime move that clears stress on yourself, your companion heals. So this avoids but my animal died. So your animal can't die. It's basically the way that this works. They could run away, they could be unavailable, but, they go back to the Pokeball. But, your animal doesn't have hit points, Oh, I mean, if somebody wanted to go out in a blaze of glory with their bear, I would totally allow it. But yeah, the dog does not die. Yeah. So, I mean, to be fair, you can't die. So, it makes sense that your animal companion can't die. Also, you're right. I mean, Don, Pokey, what am I going to do? Track stress and hit points and armor slots for a fucking whole second character? No, they simplified it. They simplified it, which is great. All right, so let's go back actually to the rules. So we give them a name. Their evasion starts at 10. Again, they get 2 experiences, both at +2. You can make a spellcasting roll to connect with your companion and command them to take an action. And again, if they succeed with hope, if we kind of build on that, we get to attack with advantage. When you command your companion to attack, they gain any benefits that would normally only apply to you, such as the effect of your ranger's focus. On a success, their damage roll uses your proficiency and their damage dies. And here's the whole thing about them taking damage as stress. So basically, our buffs, if we command our enemy, they get the benefits that we would get if they would only apply to you. So that's pretty legit. I should also point out that they started evasion 10, so if we take aware 3 times, they end up with a +6 bonus to their evasion. So that's pretty good, 16 evasion. Okay. That seems pretty reasonable. That's what we get for starting off. Then, when we become specialized, we get an extra level up option for your companion training. So if we specialize in Beastbound, we get another level up option. We get one every level. Battle bonded. When an adversary attacks while you're within your companion's melee range, you gain a +2 bonus to your evasion against that attack. Holy shit. Philomer, thank you so much for the super chat. Philomer says, pretty broke at the moment. Feel that. But I wanted to show some support because I appreciate these Daggerheart deep dives. Can't wait to see the Rogue. Yeah, the Rogue. We'll try to get it in probably like Tuesday or something like that, I guess. But thank you, Philomer. I appreciate it. So our Ranger starts with like a 12 evasion, and then they could potentially get it to like 16 or 17. And then if they're next to their Beastbound, they get like a 19, and that's pretty good. Well, Derek, it's not a bonus to track them. It's quite literally a psychic connection with them that you can always sense the direction that they're in. I wouldn't call that tracking them. Built-in homing radar that crosses over any distance is not what I call tracking. Just so we're clear. Yuval, thanks for stopping by. We'll see you next time. Advanced training gives you 2 more level up options. And then loyal friend. Once per long rest, when the damage from an attack would mark your companion's last stress or your last hit point, and you're within close range of each other, you or your companion can rush to the other side and take that damage instead. So basically, you and your pet share kind of a hit point stress track. So you guys just kind of like work off of each other, which is kind of cool, as long as you're somewhat close to each other. So very flavorful, very cutesy for the people who love it. Seems basic, seems simple. I mean, it's more complicated than any other subclass that we've had, obviously. Having a whole separate other companion thing is a thing. And, some people really like that, though. Some people really want to have this. It doesn't feel too busted because, remember, there's no rounds. There's no turns. So it's not like the Ranger's getting another turn, But it's very good. It's powerful without being overly, broken. It seems like it'll be fun. It seems like it's very, it touches a lot of the touch points that a lot of people want for the animal companion, right? They don't just want bear damage, pew, 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 right? They want that whole, connection like what you would have with a pet. And as someone who loves my dogs more than pretty much anything else in the world, I get it. My dogs are my comforts. They are my lights in the dark. So I get it. All right, our other option is Wayfinder if we want to be pew, pew, pew damage. It's interesting that they called it Wayfinder. And you're like, I hunt prey and I strike. All right, so also an agility class, Ruthless Predator. When you make a damage roll, mark a stress to get +1 bonus to your proficiency. That means you do an extra die of damage. Additionally, when you deal severe damage to an adversary, they must mark a stress. Now, keep in mind, if they are a focus, they are also marking a stress. So we could potentially be doing damage, extra damage, and dealing 2 points of stress. Yeah, this is a bad name for this. I mean, this should just have been called the Hunter. Yeah, this is a terrible name for a subclass. This should be errated immediately to just Hunter. Or, I don't know, Predator or something. In fact, look, Ruthless Predator, Elusive Predator, Apex Predator. Just call the subclass Predator. How did this make it through this? Path forward. When you're traveling to a place you've previously visited, or you carry an object that has been at the location before, you can identify the shortest, most direct path to your destination. Okay, but then why am I a wayfinder and also I'm like, oh, I'm really good at remembering how to get to place and ruthless, and then everything else in this thing is so mechanical, and this feels very just like, what are we doing here? I mean, I'm not saying that this isn't cool, but it doesn't really have much mechanical support, Elusive Predator. Oh yeah, they're like, oh no, it's definitely a utility ranger. Okay, right. The rest of its abilities are Predator, 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 and then randomly it gets this stuck on random bullshit hand wavy. You can move through the wilderness, I guess, better than other people, sort of, but maybe not. I don't know. Figure it out. Your GM will tell you. Not that I'm again, it's a fiction first game. It's obviously a narrative game. It doesn't need to have all mechanics out the wazoo for everything. But this just feels so tacked on and so underwhelming. I wouldn't be excited for this. But Elusive Predator, when your focus makes an attack against you, your evasion goes up. Mastery feature. Apex Predator. Before you make an attack roll against your focus, you can spend a hope. On a successful attack, you can remove a fear. So you bet a hope Before you make an attack roll against your focus, spend a hope. And if you hit, you can remove a fear from the GM's pool, which is pretty good. So you can tack their fear. So, by the way, there's a solution to this. It's very simple. You call this, hunter, or you call this, but what if you succeed with fear? Well, then you succeed and they don't gain a fear. So here's what you do. You call this, you get rid of this, and you call this hunter, or you call this predator, or stalker. And then you make another subclass. And that subclass is called Wayfinder, or it's called, something along those lines. And then what you do with that subclass, with the wayfinding subclass, is you give it a bunch of mechanical abilities to interact with environmental stat blocks. So when you're dealing with the Raging River environment, or when you're dealing with the Abandoned Grove, or the Raging River, or the Cliffside Ascent, or the Hallowed Temple, or the Mountain Pass, or the Pitched Battle, or the Burning Heart of the Woods, or whatever. And by the way, you can see that these are tiered, or they have traits. So maybe the Wayfinder is good at exploration, traversal, right? If it's an exploration or traversal environment, you get these benefits. And that would be awesome. Meanwhile, you could have a social class that's really good at social subclass, not for the ranger, but maybe we'll even see this with like the rogue or something, that interacts well with the social environments. And then I'm not really sure about the events. That's kind of more generic, but that would be cool. Like interface with the mechanics of the game that you have. Like when I look at the Mountain Pass, like if we go to Mountain Pass, what is that, tier 2? Here's the Mountain Pass. It's a tier 2 traversal. It's got a difficulty. It's got impulses. I mean, it's written like a fucking PBTA front. It's got different things where the GM can spend a fear to create an avalanche. He can summon raptors, icy winds. It would be awesome to have your Wayfinder Ranger really cool at dealing with this stuff. That's how I would do it. Yeah. Anyways, I think that would be really neat and really cool, and that would be awesome. But how are these optional? Like, that's like saying like the adversary stat blocks are optional. I mean, chapter 4 is called Adversaries and Environments. Anyways, they're like, yeah, but some people may decide to not use an entire section of the rules. Okay. Well, I mean, then I guess don't pick that subclass of the Ranger. So, and I don't know about you, but I would play that Ranger. I would play that Wayfinder Ranger who's really good at dealing with the traversal environments and the wilderness environments, because I think that sounds really, really cool. Yeah, anyways. Like, what if, like maybe like an expert Wayfinder Ranger, like in order for a GM to use fear moves, they have to spend 2 fear, right? Like it makes the GM cost like a bunch of fear to be able to generate this. I mean, it's a whole design space of what you could do. I don't know. I mean, fine, do whatever you want. Just do something better than, I don't know. You know the best way to get there, I guess. The fuck is that? I mean, I don't mind the pew pew pew. The pew 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 is good. This is the I want to be a pew 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 Ranger. That's fine. Look what it even says. Play the Wayfinder if you want to hunt your prey and strike with deadly force and find your way. Like, what? No, none of this has anything to do with this. Hell, this ability doesn't even have to do with finding your prey. It has to do with finding a location. this is terrible. Anyways, I like the Beastbound. I give that an A. I think this is a really good implementation of the animal companion rules. Wayfinder might be the first thing in the game I'm giving a D to. I mean, I think that the predator abilities are fine, but I think it's misnamed, it's misthemed, it's missed everything. You know? And while I guess the Beastbound being agility and the Wayfinder being agility is fine. Again, I would rename this as Stalker or Hunter and name it agility. I would make the Wayfinder, the actual Wayfinder subclass, the real Wayfinder subclass. I would have its spellcasting ability not be agility. I would have that Ranger be, maybe tied to instinct, right? That'd be pretty sweet. Look at instinct. Perceive, sense, navigate. Fuck yeah. Let's go. That's awesome. That's the Ranger I want to be. That's the Wayfinder. That's perfect. Like what? Now here, guys, I'm a schlub. I don't do this for a living. Okay. I'm a data scientist. Okay. Yeah. I've played a lot of RPGs. It bothers me. And maybe I'm wrong. I get it. You know, somebody on Reddit, and they were right. They said, Derek is the most cynical and snooty person. And, you know, they were actually kind of complimenting me. But they were like, Derek is really snooty and really cynical. And I said, and I responded, and I said, hey, yeah, actually, you're right. And they are right. I am cynical, and I am snooty. Whatever. Fine. But it bothers me because this is the first time I'm reading this. And I'm just like immediately like, this is better. Why would you like it? How does like an entire design team and all this play tester, like how do all these people get involved with this game? And again, maybe I'm just fucked up. Maybe I really, maybe I'm not getting it. It's just, maybe I'm not getting it. But to me, this is like as clear as crystal. It is just Occam's razor, right? Like, why would you not just do that? And have a way for people who want to interact with this entire tier of your game, give them a way to do that.
Metropolis tipped $3. Another game where they attach the wilderness rules to Ranger lazily because it's a sacred cow. Beastbound is great though.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, that feels so tacked on. And not only is it tacked on, it's just, not cool. It's just like lame. Like everybody else gets to do all these fun, cool stuff, and I'm getting, the best way. I don't know. It's just tacked on. Anyways, so this is my first D. I give this a D. I think if you stripped out the path forward, you didn't call it Wayfinder, you renamed it or something like that, I think that would be fine. But yeah. Maybe Avison, maybe. So that's our Ranger. And now we got to go look at, so that's the Ranger. So first things first, I like Beastbound, but the Beastbound subclass obviously the warrior, brave warrior is like one of the coolest subclasses of all time. I think the Beastbound is on the same tier as the Slayer. Cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's good. There's nothing wrong with it. It's totally acceptable. B+, A-. The Wayfinder, I got to give it like a D. I just bleh. I just bleh. So anyways, let's go take a look at Sage, because we just looked at Bone. So the Ranger also gets Sage. So this is actually spellcasting. I mean, amongst other things. So let's see what we pick up. All right, here we go. Here, look at this. Gifted tracker, and it's a recall cost of 0. When you're tracking a group of creatures based on signs of their passage, you can spend any number of hope and ask the GM that many questions from the following list. What direction did they go? How long ago did they pass? What were they doing here? How many of them there were? When you encounter these creatures you've tracked this way, gain +1 bonus to your evasion. Oh, sorry. There we go. This is good. I don't know what the fuck that other ability is. Like in the Wayfinder. But this is a good tracking ability. This, by the way, reads very similar to like a Reed Sitch move from Apocalypse World, right? Or a Discern, what is it called? Discern Knowledge? No. Spout Lore and Discern, what's it called? It's called, anyways. Read a Sitch, whatever. It's very similar to PBTA. Except what's great about this, by the way, if it's not clear, you don't make a check. You just spend hope. Discern realities. Thank you, Marklore. I was missing on that. So Sage is the domain of wilderness, nature, magic type stuff. So this is great because, you know, you get to ask questions and you just spend hope and it just works, which is how I want most knowledge gaining ability things to work, because I want players to earn knowledge. You want players to be able to gain knowledge, and you just spend hope and this is fine. You know, this is basic. Yes, exactly. Yep, exactly. Nobody knows Grim Prism. I don't even know. Hunter feature, resourceful. When you loot creatures and catches the wilds, add D6 to the root. Oh, that would be cool, Mateo. I would love that. That'd be sweet. Work with other elements of the game. See, I don't want to go on a side tangent, so I won't. Games have all these incredible. Also, yes, this has a recall cost of 0. So this is a great one that you pick up at the beginning of the game, and then you just keep it in your vault, and when you need it, you bring it out for free. And it's called Gifted Tracker, and I'm here for it. Great. Nature's Tongue. Level 2 generators. This game has a name problem. So many of the names feel barely related to the thing they're named after. I agree. I don't think it's like terrible, but there are some really bad names. I think the worst name that we've seen so far outside of the Wayfinder was that Ferocity, you know? That was really bad. So, Nature's Tongue. Another recalls cost 0. You can speak the languages of the natural world. When you want to speak to the plants and the animals around you, make an instinct roll. DC 12. On a success, they'll give you the information they know. On a roll with fear, their knowledge may be limited or come at a cost. Additionally, before you make a spellcast roll, while within a natural environment, you can spend a hope to get a +2 bonus to the roll. So this is, you know, I want to talk to plants and I want to talk to birds and I want to talk to animals. It's a 0 recall cost, so you don't have to fucking keep it loaded up in advance and then feel like an horse's ass because it's in your vault. Nope, if you have this and you don't ever train it out, keep it in your vault and bring it in. Now, the problem with this is, why does this let us just spend hope and just straight up ask questions? But on this one, we have to make a check. And then, if we roll with fear, the GM is already gaining a fear point. The GM is already going to be able to make a move. So why is the knowledge limited or come at a cost? Here's what I would do. Here's how I fix Nature's Tongue. Because it doesn't cost hope. Okay, but it is still an ability. We still only get 11 options. It does flavor the outcome, but it doesn't flavor the mechanics. Yes, and Dragons. Yeah, the cost is that the GM gets to make a move. So what I would say here is I would say on a success, they'll give you the information they know. On a failure, their information may be knowledge, or their knowledge may be limited or come at a cost. Full stop. That's what I would do this for. That way you're still making a check, but you never get nothing. I mean, remember, you only get 11 cards in the entire game. I mean, you could take a couple more from certain class features or whatever, but you get 11 of these. And even if this thing's in your vault, that's 1 of 11, right? Between your 2 domains, there's like 42 powers, and that's assuming you don't multi-class, you know? No, I would never give anyone false info. Ever, 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 ever. Plus, you're rolling this openly, so they would know that you're lying to them. Never. In fact, Boyko, don't ever do that. I'm not telling you what to do, but don't ever do that. So I'm just saying, make 1 roll, and if you succeed, you get information. If you fail, you get limited information, or maybe the information is confusing, or maybe it comes at a cost. That's all. You know. Yeah, we are currently looking at the Sage domain of the Ranger. Right, I agree. You know, yes, but is what success is, basically. All right. The other one we get is good old Entangle, the classic low-level Ranger Druid spell. Make a spellcasting roll against a target within far range. On a success, roots and vines reach out from the ground, dealing 1d8 plus 1 physical damage and temporarily restraining the target. Additionally, on a success, you can spend a hope to temporarily restrain an additional adversary within very close range to the target. So restrain means that they cannot move. A couple of things I want to note here. The chip damage is cool because even at the end of the game, this will always do 1 hit point of damage, which is really cool. What I would like, and maybe this would make this spell too powerful, is I would let you spend, I guess, I would want to be able to spend multiple hope to be able to restrain multiple adversaries. Maybe that's too powerful, but like as it is, if you succeed, you get to mark some, and then you can spend a hope to do one more. But I think it would be cool if you could spend multiple hope and you could actually restrain multiple enemies. Calling it vicious is kind of crazy, but I guess it's because it does damage. I mean, it's just cool. It's far range. It's a spellcast roll. It immobilizes them. It's temporary, so the GM can spend fear to break free of it, of course. In which case, you did really well here because you didn't spend any hope, and then they would have to spend fear to break free. And you could potentially multiple. I would I don't know. I would like to see you be able to do this on 2 or 3 or 4 additional targets. Thorny Entangle, I also don't mind. I mean, to be fair, it's physical damage, right? So maybe it's just grabbing them, it's crushing them. It doesn't necessarily have to be thorns, right? Well, we don't have saving throws, Jedi Protector, so everything here. No, the vicious tangle damage does not scale with proficiency or anything, and thank God it does not, which is actually a good thing because it doesn't need to. It basically is just going to do 1 hit point of damage. At low level, maybe it'll do 2 points of damage, but once you reach a certain point, it's always just going to do 1 hit point of damage. And I think it would be weird for it to scale. All right, anyways. Conjure Swarm. So we're level 2. We can... apparently this gives us 2 types of swarms we can summon. Takaria's Armored Beetles. Mark a stress to conjure armored beetles that encircle you. When you next take damage, reduce the severity by a single threshold. So it's kind of like free armor. You can spend a hope to keep the beetles conjured after taking the damage. So basically you can take stress to get a armor, and then you can spend hope to keep the armor going. Why wouldn't you, I guess you could just let the beetles fall away and then mark stress again instead of you spending hope? I guess it depends on, what you need. Yeah, spend hope to have infinite armor slots. Yeah. You're surrounded by a swarm of beetles. I think it's cool. Fireflies. Make a spellcasting roll against all enemies with adversaries within close range. Spend a hope to deal 2d8 plus 3 damage to all the targets you succeed against. So this is what we're talking about, the thing. Hey, thank you, Anonymous.
Glad that the Daggerheart train is still going, and I'll catch it on the VOD.
Anonymous, thank you so much. I don't know if you meant to be anonymous, but if you want to claim your tip, that'd be awesome. But thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying the VOD, and I apologize for the length. Again, I am going to try to make, I know for us, we're here because we want the super details, but at some point I do want to make like 12-minute videos of this, Profound Dark. At some point, I will learn to type my name into the Stream Elements tip jar. What are you talking about? I love that Anonymous is our hype boss. Thank you, Profound Dark. I really, really appreciate it. No, I don't think it's. I don't think you get both. I think you have to pick one. Oh, that's true, White Liger. It does stack with armor. Yeah, that's a good point too. Good point. So this is what we're talking about with the compound thing, right? You make the roll, then you only spend hope if you hit. That way you don't have to do that. Add an experience. You would not believe your eyes, and you always get that bonus to this spell, right? It should have been called 10,000 Fireflies. That would have been cool. Natural Familiar. Spend hope to summon a small spirit or forest critter to your side until you next rest, or until you cast this again, or if the familiar gets targeted by any attack. If you spend an additional hope, you can summon a familiar that flies. You can communicate with them, make a spellcast roll to command them to do simple tasks, mark a stress to see through their eyes. When you deal damage to an adversary within melee range of a familiar, you add a d6 damage to your roll. I mean, this is simple, easy. I actually rather prefer the idea of a druid or a ranger who kind of like has animals that come and go versus like, a true familiar that's like has stat blocks and has all this complication that I don't actually care about. This is everything that I kind of want a natural familiar to do, which is, basic communication, maybe, ask them to do some little things and then potentially scout through their eyes by marking stress. Cool. This is perfect. Yeah. The fact that we get this, I don't know how this crept into the playtest, but sure, why not? I would be totally fine with this just being this, by the way. So the fact that we get this random, like, oh, your familiar is like, gah, 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 I don't know, screaming in the monster's face or something like that, or I don't know, it's being bitten by gerbils or something. Sure, I'll take it. Apparently, they're like, the truth of the matter is everyone who plays Ranger does it because pew, 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 damage, damage, damage. And so we have to make sure that everything does damage because that's the real reason people play Rangers. Go for the eyes, boo. Corrosive Projectile. So Melf's Acid Arrow. Make a spellcasting roll against a target within far range. On a success, deal d6 plus 4 damage using your proficiency. So multiple d6s if you have higher proficiencies. Additionally, mark 2 or more stress to make them permanently corroded. So that means you cannot shake that off with a fear. While a target is corroded, they gain a -1 penalty to their difficulty. So that's not just their AC, that's the whole thing. That's that's their saves, it's everything. For every 2 stress you spent, this condition can stack. So it's a debuff, a permanent debuff, and magic damage at range. That's pretty sick. This is like the first I mean, we haven't really seen too many spells, but this is like the first major debuff that we've seen, which is pretty sweet. Yeah, I'm a big, that's pretty cool. That's pretty sweet. And it's permanent. I love the idea of like using that on a villain and like, they're scarred or whatever like that, That's pretty sweet. I like it. That's pretty cool. What else do we get at level 3? We get Towering Stalk, another spell. Once per rest, you can conjure a thick, twisting stalk within close range that can be easily climbed. And its height can grow up to far range. So think like 100, 120 feet. Mark a stress if you want to use this spell as an attack. Make a spellcasting roll against an adversary or a group of adversaries within close range. The erupting stalk lifts targets you succeed against into the air and drops them, dealing D8 damage using your proficiency. So this is kind of a way to sort of like see, this is like obviously very utilitarian. And they're like, but, you could potentially use it as a combat thing as well. So it's like, if we're going to give somebody this kind of, flexible thing. Now, to be clear, this is the type of thing, like, if, for example, if I was playing my game and somebody had Towering Stalk, and let's say there was a gate, like to the fortress or something like that, I would totally allow the ranger or the druid, to like bring their hands up, and then, the grass and the bushes around them begins twisting and spiraling together, kind of forming like a massive, battering ram as this kind of like, this stalk of powerful thing goes blasting forward and shatters through the gate. Would I allow that? Totally. Absolutely. Now, I might require a check. I might have you have to spend some additional, stress or hope, or maybe even, like I said, make a check. But I would totally allow you to use Towering Stalk in a very fiction-first way, which is not just, nope, you can only summon it and you can only climb and it's only vertical. That's like the Pathfinder 2 way of doing it. I would be like, no, like you have the ability to create this like forceful thrust of vegetation. And I would, I would let you have some fun with that. It's basically my way of saying that, I would totally, a bridge, 100% lollipop candy, totally 100% a bridge, Or let's say that we were in a cavern, right? And it was collapsing and a GM or the druid like grabs their, hands and like green energy spirals out from them. And then like, roots and shoots start breaking through from the earth and ground and then kind of coalesce into like a woody pillar that shoots up to the ceiling and supports the ceiling and prevents it from collapsing. Is that awesome? Fuck yeah. Would you feel cool if you were the druid? Absolutely. Is that really cool and cinematic and action movie? Yeah. And that's why I would allow it. And that's why it would be really awesome. And that's why I have a lot more leeway for spells like this than I do for like very, very specific spells like, Speak with Dead. Anyways, that's our level 3. Death Grip. Teleport is another one that's just like super hyper specific. I mean, maybe you could get more creative with it, I guess. I don't know. Anyways. Make a spellcasting roll against a target within close range, 30 feet, and choose one of the following. Pull them into melee range, or pull yourself into melee range of them. Constrict them and make them mark 2 stress. So it's like a stress damage spell, not a HP damage spell. Or all adversaries between you and the target must succeed at a reaction roll, DC 13, or be hit by the vines, taking 3d6 plus 2 physical damage. On a successful spellcasting roll, vines reach out from your hands, causing the chosen effect and temporarily restraining the target. So, you get this even if you fail the roll. That's how I'm reading it. If you succeed, you also restrain them. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty solid. I also do like that the ranger sage can target stress. It's like a different way of sort of going from like the damage abilities of like the warrior and stuff like that. This is actually pretty cool. Very utilitarian, right? You can use it to reposition. You could do a little scorpions. Get over here, But you could also you could proc some stress damage on them. You could turn it into a little bit of an AoE line effect. Yeah. This is pretty cool. Healing Field. Okay, so we do get some heal spells. Steven, I agree. Now, to be fair, Codex is just wizardry. So I'm okay that Codex was all over the place because that is what wizardry should be like. Just a bunch of random miscellaneous effects written down in weird books. That's totally fine. Nope. You do not, Calliope. You do not. You make a spellcasting roll and then choose one of the following options. Then, if you succeed at the spellcasting roll, the vines reach out from your hands, causing the chosen effect. Oh, never mind. It is only on it causes the chosen effect and temper. Oh, well, that's disappointing. Dang. All right, I like this less now. Yeah, I'd probably rule it somehow. I would rule it otherwise. I would also totally allow it to be used on allies to get them out of danger. I would completely allow that. Yeah, it probably would have been OP to let them mark 2 stress for nothing. I guess that's true on a failure. I mean, you are making a roll, so like you are going to potentially mark fear and failure. I mean, you are making them mark 2 stress on a success, but yeah, All right. Well, shit. I would. It's a weird way to format it. It's a very weird way to format it. This looks differently written. I might tweak this a little bit. I don't like that this has to succeed. That's all. I just feel like this is fine. Anyways, healing field. Once per long rest, you can conjure a field of healing plants. This is our good berry spell. Everyone within close range of you bursts to life with vibrant nature, allowing you and all allies to clear a single hit point. So AoE hit point. Spend 2 hope to AoE 2 hit points instead. Very cool. Very nice. It's only basically once per day, but AoE party heal, I don't think we've seen so far. We didn't see that in Splendor. So that's kind of a cool little niche to them. Also, I love the idea of like a ranger having access to this, right? That's a cool way to when you want to talk about versatility in your pew 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 ranger DPS build. Well, it's a point of damage to maybe 5 people. So you're actually healing 5 points of damage. So that way, it's pretty good. A single hit point on one person, I agree. Not great. But there's no check. And it's, AoE. So that's pretty good. And if you spend 2 hope, you'd heal everybody for 2. So if there's 5, you and 4 allies, you're healing 10 hit points across the party for 2 hope. That's pretty good. The Seraph's hope feature is like spend 3 hope to heal a single hit point on one person. So, them being able to spend 2 hope and heal 10 hit HP is pretty good. Obviously, right. Thorn Skin, level 5. All right, here's our DS, our damage shield, right? Once per rest, spend a hope to sprout thorns all over your body. When you do, place a number of tokens equal to your spellcasting trait on this card. So it'll probably be like 3 dice, 3 tokens. But it'll be, it could be 4, it could be 5, right? Depending on what we get our spellcasting trait up to. When you take damage, you can spend any number of tokens to roll that many d6. Add the results together and reduce the incoming damage by that amount. If you're within melee range of the attacker, deal that amount of damage back to them. And if you take a rest, clear all the unspent tokens. Very cool. So this lets us absorb damage and then also, and by the way, not hit point damage, but the actual damage roll, and then also reflect it back. So like there's kind of a cool meta to this where like you could just roll 1d6 if you're like really close and try to get it from like a severe wound down to a minor wound, and then they're still going to take 1 hit point of damage, because even if you roll a 1 on 1d6, they're taking a hit point of damage. Or, if somebody drops a nuke on you, like a 3 damage severe thing, you could try to roll a bunch of d6s and maybe reduce it all the way down to a 1. And then potentially reflect back on them a 2 or 3 hit point wound. So that's pretty sweet. I like that. It gives you a little bit of flexibility. And I like that you have this kind of like, now you have this like sub resource. You have your Thorn Skin resource. And this isn't once per long rest. This is once per rest. So, you'll be able to have this up a couple of times per day, which is pretty cool. Wild Fortress. Make a spellcasting roll 13. On a success, spend 2 hope to create a natural barricade in the shape of a dome that you and 1 ally can take cover within. While inside the dome, a creature cannot be targeted by attacks and can't make attacks. But attacks against the dome automatically succeed. The dome has the following damage thresholds and lasts until it takes 3 hit points of damage. It has thresholds of 15/30. So this is a bit like Leomund's Tiny Hut or a Globe of Invulnerability, or Otiluk's Sphere of Resistance or whatever. Used to be able to attack from within inside the fortress, so it was very much like a Globe of Invulnerability. Yeah, I mean, this is a panic bubble. This is like, Groot is surrounding you. So I'm okay with this. it's a little specific, but wouldn't 3 minions be able to take that down in a round? They would, Beowulf, if there was such a thing as rounds, which there aren't. So, yeah. Beowulf's like, oh, right, that's right. There aren't. Well, you know, we normally you get the art, you know. I think the art is doing a lot of the flavor, you know, doing a lot of the lifting, you know, that we're not getting as much potentially. So, the cards all have art on them, yeah. Was that lore? Was that Sage 5? Sage 6. Yeah, so this is the art for Wild Fortress. It even has this, like, you know, you get your damage threshold box at the bottom of the art of the bottom of the card, you know. So I think that does a lot of lifting. But again, I also like this because I would totally allow players to have a lot of leeway with this narratively, to do a lot of cool stuff with this as well. So, oh yeah, it even says, place tokens on this card to represent marking hit points. So when this thing takes damage, you just put tokens 1, 2, 3, and then it's off. And this, by the way, this minor damage, major damage, severe damage, Mark 3, Mark 2 with the 1530. I mean, that's exactly the same way it looks like on your character sheet, you know? Anyways, I'm only just not showing this because it's not, the art's not part of the SRD, and I don't want to, you know, I don't want to piss any. I mean, look, I want to respect their IP. All right. Although I do think that the Conjured Steed is a cool one. I'm going to show the art. Sorry. Here's the Conjured Steed art, which I think is cool. I think these glowing nature conjured, you know, elemental spirit horses does look really, really cool. By the way, it's a 0. Now, again, should this be a domain power? No. This should be a ritual, but whatever. We got to figure something out. Spend any number of hope to conjure that many magical steeds, such as horses, camels, or elephants, that you and your allies can ride until your next long rest or until the steeds take any damage. The steeds double your land speed while traveling and, when in danger, allow you to move within far range without having to roll. Creatures riding a steed get -2 penalty to attack rolls, but a +2 bonus to damage rolls, which is very cool and very flavorful and very awesome. And, you know, you get your cool magical mounts that, you know, take you through the wilderness, whatever, Phantom Steed, basically. But yeah, I'm like, you know, it's not it. You know, at level 2 Janitor, I would say it depends greatly on your GM, and it's unclear. All right, Forager. Now, this is cool. As an additional downtime move, you can choose, roll a d6 to see what you forage. Work with the GM to describe it and add it to your inventory as a consumable. Your party can carry up to 5 foraged consumable at a time. So this is obviously a very gamist conceit, because they're like, well, if like 3 people had Forager, they would have a ton of these things. A unique food, clear 2 stress. A beautiful relic, gain 2 hope. An arcane rune, giving you a +2 bonus to a spellcasting roll. A healing vial, clear 2 hit points. A luck charm, reroll any die, or choose one of the options above. And the reason why I love this is because in Torchbearer, there is a skill called Scavenger. And when you're at camp, you can actually like make scavenger rolls, and like you can be like, I'm going to go try to find, I don't know, a piece of armor. I'm going to go try to find some magical treasure. I'm going to go try to find some stuff. And you can just kind of like look around, poke around the dungeon and stuff. So I do kind of think that's kind of fun, and that's kind of interesting. But I also like this. Well, no, it's an additional downtime move you can choose. So it's not free. You just get to add it to your list. So that means like the hunter, or I'm sorry, the ranger or the druid is choosing to do this instead of healing their stress, or maybe swapping out their spells. So it comes with a real cost. My only problem with this is level 6. Like, is this really a tier 3 ability? I feel like this should be a tier 2 ability, but maybe these are really good. I don't know. But I feel like it probably should be a tier 2 ability, not a tier 3 ability. That's just my only take on this. Level 6 seems a little high. Maybe 5, but probably more like 4 or 3. I don't know. But anyways. All right, so here's our Sage Touch, our first level 7 ability if we've really mastered in on Sage. When we are in a natural environment, we get +2 bonus to spellcasting rolls if 4 or more of our domain cards are Sage. Once per rest, you can double your agility or instinct when you make a roll that uses that trait. You must choose to do this before you roll. I would believe it would be. It says on any rest. It says as an additional downtime move you can choose, and I'm pretty sure you can make downtime moves in short rests. Yeah, so, well, I mean, this is fine, +2, cool. But this, it's like you double your agility or instinct, and you have to use it before you roll. I hate that so much. I'm trying to think how I would change this and make it cool. Because, like, you could just do it after, but that's also kind of uninspired. I think there's a cooler way you could do this, I know it's once per rest, but it's more like, when you use this power, it is only going to help you where the difference between your success and failure is exactly equal to your agility or less. In other words, if you use it and you rolled low, really low, it doesn't make a difference. And if you rolled it and you rolled really high, it doesn't make a difference. So the only time this makes a difference is when you are just a couple of points short, which is, potentially a very small spectrum of the puzzle. So, like, I don't know exact math on it. With 2d12, it's very weird. But like on a d20, if this was a d20, this is only going to make a difference 10% of the time, 15% of the time, right? And that's why it's really, really, boring, I don't know. I was thinking of doing something else, well, no, because like I don't want to just repeat mechanics from other things. That whole D20 as a hope thing very much felt like a bone thing. It very felt like it was designed to that. I was just wondering if there was something else that we could do that would feel unique and sagey and naturey. I just don't know exactly what it would be, Any trait can go up to +6, but they don't necessarily go up to +6. You have to put a lot of advancements into it. I think, by default, you're probably going to get it up to +4, but you have to invest in it in order to get it to go up to +5. By default, it doesn't go up at all. By default, this is our ranger, but whatever. By default, when you level up, you can take a +1 bonus to your trait, take a +1 bonus to your trait, and take a +1 bonus to your trait. So you start at +2. This can go up to +5. So +5 is the max, bearing some sort of magical ability. This ability is a passive. That is true. It doesn't cost anything, Well, okay, to be clear, that all that does is shift the bell curve to the right. So in actuality, though, because it's a bell curve, if you shift the bell curve to the right and it doesn't make it enough over to get over to that, you actually potentially could be getting diminishing returns if you're already at the point of the bell curve. You know what I mean? If you're to the left of the bell curve, if you're to the right of the bell curve, then each point is worth a lot. But if you're really far away, then getting +4 actually doesn't even help you much at all. Does that make sense? Because of it being a bell curve. Bell curves are weird. Wild Surge. Once per long rest, so like once a day, mark a stress to channel the natural world around you and enhance yourself. Describe how your appearance changes and then place a D6 on this card with the one side facing up. While the surge die is active, you add its value to every roll you make. After you add its value to a roll, increase the value by 1. When this dice value would exceed 6, or when you take a rest, the form drops and you must mark an additional stress. So you get a +1, then a +2, then a +3, then a +4, then a +5, then a +6, and then it drops off and you mark an additional stress. And it only costs a stress to kick it off. That's pretty sweet. It's like you're gaining, you know, the power is surging within you. That's pretty cool. It's like a momentum thing, yeah. It's pretty cool. All right. Last abilities. Level 8, Forest Sprites. Make a DC 13 spellcasting roll. On a success, spend any number of hope to create an equal number of small forest sprites who appear at points you choose within far range. All allies get a +3 bonus to attack rolls against any adversary within melee range of a sprite. An ally who marks an armor slot within melee range can mark an additional armor slot. The sprites vanish after granting a benefit or taking any damage. This feels very underwhelming. I mean, +3 is huge, and being able to mark an additional armor slot is cool, but it's like, I just don't quite get what... I mean, and plus you're spending a lot of hope to do this. Like, if you want to get 3 or 4 sprites, you're going to have to spend 3 or 4 hope. Eh. Well, no, you just put little sprite monsters on the battlefield. This +3 is so kind of weird. Like, the game has the advantage system. I guess they wanted it to stack with the advantage system, I guess, you know, to work independently of the advantage system. But the game already does have the advantage system. So, and we know that helping somebody gives you a D6 advantage die. And if the sprites are helping you, then why wouldn't they just give you a D6 advantage die? Well, right. Once one gives you a benefit, you would just pick it up and take it away. Yeah, I this is kind of why it's bothering me too, level 2 janitor. I would agree. This is a little too gamist, even for me. And it doesn't really describe anything. It's just like, right, like, what is the fairy doing? We don't actually know. We just have to make it up, which is fine. I'm totally comfortable doing that, but it's kind of like, but then this fails that Ludo narrative consonance, right? This fails the Vorthos test, where the mechanics really inspire me. Nothing about this makes me feel, nothing about these effects feel like forest pixies to me. You know, that nothing about, if I read these mechanics, I wouldn't be like, that feels so much like a nature magic summoning conjuring woodland beings. Yeah, this doesn't feel like conjure woodland beings to me. I mean, it's possible that, I mean, we've definitely seen things here which are very much like nod, wink, winks to popular 5e spells. And a lot of people have told me that a lot of the things that end up in this game are apparently because the critical role players, you know, use those spells all the time. Like, somebody said that they use Speak with Dead a lot, I guess, in the campaigns. So I don't know. Maybe did somebody really do a lot of conjure woodland beings? I don't know. Right. You could slap this on a million other things and it would make just as much sense. And that's why I don't like it, because it doesn't feel, the mechanics don't tell a story. That's what I'm trying to say. The mechanics don't tell a story. What I like as a game designer, or what I like as a game consumer, is when the card in Magic or whatever doesn't even need flavor text. The mechanics tell the story. And I think that's what this fails to do. That's why I don't like it. It's probably very fine in terms of the power rating, but yeah. Rejuvenation Barrier. Once per rest, make a spellcasting roll, create a temporary barrier of protective energy around you. You and all allies within the barrier, when it's cast, clear 1d4 hit points. So AoE 1d4 hit point heal. While the barrier is up, you and all allies within have resistance to physical damage from outside the barrier. That means the damage is halved. When you move, the barrier follows you. Shit. Now, it's temporary, right? So that means that the GM can spend a fear to try to cancel it. But that's pretty sweet. Although it's like protective energy. I don't know. That doesn't feel very sage-like to me. This, to me, would feel more like a splendor power. Doesn't this feel like a splendor power? More than a nature spell? Like, where's the rejuvenate? Where's the regeneration, you know, where you like... Oh, it's very powerful. It's very powerful. I'm just saying it feels more like a splendor power, you know? This is great. I mean, AoE 1d4 hit point heal plus everybody within your little barrier takes half damage. So by the way, that means that like if something does 30 damage to you, it does 15. So then apply it against your damage thresholds, you know? So I like this. I just don't think it's particularly, you know. Yeah, it's only resistance to physical damage, not magical damage or anything like that. Thane of the Wilds. After a long rest, place a number of tokens equal to the number of Sage domain cards in your loadout and vault on this card. So that means count up how many of your 11 cards that you get over the entire course of the game, how many of them are from Sage, and put that many tokens on this ability. So not just in your active, but total. When you make a spellcasting roll, you can spend any number of tokens after the roll to get a +1 bonus for each token spent. That's awesome. When you critically succeed at a spellcast roll for the Sage domain spell, gain a token. Sweet. When you take a long rest, clear unspent. This is great. This is awesome. Like you are the champion of the wilds here. And now it's after the roll, and you get this cool bonus that when you critically succeed, it's like it actually increases your connection. I do love the mini games. I don't know what to call them, but I call them mini games, but I do love the mini games. This is great. You could spend it afterwards. You could spend any number of tokens. This is like, I am very invested in Sage, and I am being heavily rewarded for this. You know, you could have 8 or 9 abilities from Sage at this point, and you'd be putting 9 tokens on your Feign ability and be able to just, you know, oh, I missed by 2, take 2 off. Oh, I missed by 3, take 3 off. I love this. This is cool. And it feels very powerful to have at the end of the game to basically be like, right, I agree. This is what Sage Touch should have been, but it is probably too powerful for 7. So, very cool. I like this. Plant Dominion. Once per long rest on a success, reshape the natural world, changing the surrounding plant life anywhere within far range of you, instantly growing trees, instantly clearing paths, or creating walls of roots. So far range is like 120 feet. So that's let's just call it a size of a football stadium area. And you can basically completely reshape the natural world however you see fit. That's awesome. That's a high level ability. Now it doesn't have an immediate it doesn't have an immediate combat potential, but that's okay. This is high level, powerful, just, literally you could, sprout up a forest or, and obviously you could totally use it in battle. There's no like casting time, but yeah, that'd be awesome. I love the idea of having in your back pocket, right? Like working with the GM. Okay. I'm stealing this idea from 4th edition. If you read, I don't know if it was Mordecai's Magnificent Emporium or if it was Adventurer Vault 3. No. Which one was it? I would work with my GM and I would create with my GM some environment stat blocks, right? But instead of the GM's environment, they would be my environments, and I could like summon them. And then instead of the GM having to spend fear in order to activate them, I could spend hope to activate them, right? Like that'd be pretty sweet. And I could have those in my back pocket. So like, you know, I mean, it depends on, you know, how much, you know, latitude you have in your thing, but like, you know, so I think, you know, it's the end of the, like, so for example, you know, like I could summon, you know, barbed vines and, you know, creatures that could come in, I don't know, you know, create my own little ambush, you know, my own little environment template. And instead of it being a GM tool, right, it's a 9th level ability, Plant Dominion, you know, it's like, hey guys, I get control over the battlefield. Hey, I've got an environmental stat block, you know, instead of, you know, the GM having an environmental stat block. That would be cool, you know, and I would have a lot of fun with that, I think. All right. Level 10, Force of Nature. Great name, amazing magic card. This was my original favorite, my original 2 favorite Magic the Gathering cards were Shivan Dragons and Force of Nature. Level 10, Sage. Mark a stress. No casting cost, no hope. Mark stress to transform into a hulking nature spirit, gaining the following benefits. When you succeed on an attack or a spell casting roll, you get plus 10 flat static bonus to the damage roll. When you deal enough damage to defeat a creature within close range, you absorb them and clear an armor slot. I don't even know if that's powerful, but it sounds amazing. You cannot be restrained. That means you cannot be immobilized. Before you make an action roll, you must spend a hope. If you can't, you revert to your normal form. Okay, so it doesn't cost hope to get into the hulking spirit, but if you need to keep spending hope to keep it going, that's awesome. I mean, that's plus 10 damage. That's huge. This seems awesome, and of just absorbing creatures, and the fact that you cannot be stopped, you cannot be restrained, and this puts no restrictions on you, by the way. You could still be, you know, doing all the other stuff that you are doing, you know, casting spells, attacking, going ham, doing crazy stuff, you know? Like, imagine being a ranger. Well, I mean, I don't know if it's not very naturey, but this is to me like you turning into a gigantic hulking nature spirit, you know, massive hulking, you know, avatar of plant life and elemental rage. I mean, I don't know if that's very naturey, but yeah, like a big swamp thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you become a force of nature. I think it's cool. A treant, if you will. Our other level 10 is Tempest. Choose one of the following Tempest and make a spell casting roll against all targets within far range. So that's basically every enemy, basically. Targets you succeed against experience its effects until the GM spends a fear on their turn to end this spell. Deal 2d20 plus 8 magic damage, and the targets are temporarily vulnerable. Hurricane, 3d10 plus 10 damage, and choose a direction the wind is blowing. Targets cannot move against the wind. Sandstorm, deal 5d6 plus 9 magic damage. Attacks made from beyond melee range have disadvantage. So my only question here is it one fear to cancel the whole spell? And I think the answer is yes, but there's a reason for that. This doesn't cost anything to cast. There's no limitation on this. Well, the question is it because it says targets you succeed against experience its effects until the GM spends a fear on their turn to end this spell. So this language makes it seem like you are canceling, but, you know, the spell, if that makes sense. But there's no daily limit, so it's free. I think you could just keep casting this over and over and over again. And if the GM wants to keep spending fear, okay. But this is an at-will. This is a cantrip. It does affect allies. That is true. It's all targets within far range. That is true. How do allies end the spell? I don't remember how allies get rid of conditions. I honestly don't remember. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of questions about this, which is, again, like, we've seen instances where, like, individually you have to cancel the effect with fear, but the fact that this says that the GM spends a fear on their turn to end the spell, it's like, is that the monster's effect? Like, it breaks free of the hurricane, but then, like, but the hurricane is still there, so what, this one person can move through it? You know, it's kind of crazy. And it does say all targets, not adversaries, so... Targets equals only enemies. Is that true? No, this is just talking about, like, targeting thing. Well, the reason why is because, like, you're summoning a hurricane. You know, it feels like this would be very, you know. Now, okay, Derek would rework this spell. Do you know how Derek would rework this spell? How would Derek rework this spell? Yeah, I would let you summon a badass tier 4 environment and give you this new environmental sheet that you could use in order to do cool powers and, like, freeze people and do damage to them and blah, 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 you know? Allies have evasion, which is what monsters use. So evasion is used for everything. Yeah, so the way it works is the GM gets a turn when the players roll with fear or the players fail. So then the GM gets a turn. If the players do not roll with fear or fail, then the GM has to spend a fear. So if you succeed with hope, the GM doesn't get a turn. If you succeed with fear, the GM does get a turn. If you fail with hope, the GM gets a turn. And if you fail with fear, the GM gets a turn. So, and obviously if you critically hit, the GM does not get a turn. So only successful hope doesn't give the GM a turn. Well, no. So this is why I'm suggesting that the fear spend cancels the entire spell. Because it doesn't really make sense to me that one person is ignoring the effect of the hurricane, but the hurricane is still there. Because it's not like the hurricane's like a debuff. It's like a massive hurricane that is spiraling through the area. So, you know, I don't know. We'd have to kind of, you know, I'm sure this one needs to maybe be picked apart a little bit. It is a level 10 ability. It's level 10. I'm not going to sweat it too much, but I am saying that I would just, you know, I would replace it with some cool environmental effect. Just saying, you know. Some tier 4, you know, massive destruction of the environmental gods. All right. Well, I liked Sage. It was druidy. It was naturey. It had some interesting stuff. There was a couple things I would change. Not my favorite domain, but it was still very solid. It had a couple of naming problems, but I felt like most of it felt very nature, and some of the higher level ones I thought were really cool. But some of the ones felt a little bit, I mean, even for me, this is like a little bit too gamey, where you have like forest sprites, I think is one of the ones that I think I have a problem with. And then also we didn't like, or like for me, for like plant dominion and stuff like that, or for other things, I think it's fine, but I would totally like use the environment sheets to sort of create that and all that other stuff. That's just not how it works, buddy. Rangers are a magic class. Get used to it. Live in the now. I mean, that's also true. Rangers can just ignore Sage entirely and go full bone. You can also multi-class White Liger. That is absolutely true. So if you want to be a Ranger who is Blade and Bone, be a Ranger at level 5, multi-class into Warrior. Call it good one. Call it good. Maybe. That could work. That could work, Jorge. Right. If you swap out Sage for Bone and Val, you basically just have a fighter now. Exactly. Magic Rangers is more living in the past. Yeah, well, I mean, most Rangers have been magical casting, including the original Rangers, so. Well, I think this gets back to the problem of what is the point of the Ranger, you know? For some people, it means mega damage dealing predator. And for other people, it means cool outdoor woodsman. For other people, it means, you know, Caesar Milan. So the problem with the Ranger is that the Ranger has a wide range of class fantasies, partially fucked over by, yes, Dritz to Erden. We did a whole class video in our history class series about the Ranger called Ranger Danger. So if you want to look up on our live stream VODs, you have to go to our live stream tab, and if you do a Google search for Knights of Last Call Ranger Danger, you'll find our entire class history of the Ranger, and we really talk about this problem, you know. But Albustein's right. The class fantasy is vague at best for Ranger, because it basically is based off of Strider. I mean, it's based off of Aragorn, and that's full stop. You know, that's where the Ranger came from, and then from a fantasy perspective. But then it started getting more into this idea of like, well, like what about like the Ranger, like the Lone Ranger, or like the Ranger of, you know, the park. Aragorn was a warrior with survival, tracking, and healing skills, you know. But, you know, where was Aragorn's pet dog? Where was, you know, Aragorn's super hunter's mark, mega pew pew DPS? Well, you know, where was Aragorn's 2 weapons? Wait, he didn't have 2 weapons. Sort of. Aragorn's great grandfather was Elros. Elros was the brother of Elrond, and that's why Elrond is known as the half-elven, because Elros and Elrond were born from Beren and Luthien, and so they had the choice. They could be a human or they could be an elf. Elrond chose to be elf, and Elros, his brother, chose to be a human. Elros would go on to be the first king of Numenor, and thus through the lineage of Elendil and Isildur, became the king of Arnor and Gondor, through which Aragorn claims the kingship of both Arnor and Gondor, and thus the kings of the reunited realm of the North and the South. Anyways. So, sort of. Well, the other problem is that in the original D&D, you know, there was a lot more wilderness exploration. You know, there was a lot more hex crawling. There was a lot more being out in the woods. And so having a ranger was really cool. nowadays potentially not so much, right? Especially when you choose to be the wayfinder and you use your class feature to just just skip the woods. The GM's like, yes, you must traverse, the dark forest of Ulthiel, an ancient wood where the forest remembers. You guys ever watch Lord of the Rings, right? Like, think kind of evil Fanghorn, like even more evil. And then it's like, okay, well, I have path forward, so since we're going back to the castle, I know the fastest way. So, like, can I just what's the shortest way and like the most direct so we don't get lost? And I can't actually get lost because I went there once, so it's cool. It's like, anyways, there is multi-classing in this system. So, what's it? Oh, we're looking for dogs. So what the way multi-classing works at this game is when you level to 2, you can't multi-class. When you level to 3, you can't multi-class. When you level 4, you can't multi-class. Once you level to tier 3, which is at level 5, when you level up, you get to check 2 boxes. So you could check gain a hit point slot, gain a stress slot, or you could check gain 2 hit point slots. And you get 2 boxes every time you level up. If you choose to put both boxes into the multi-class box, choose an additional class for your character. Then cross out an unused take and upgrade to your subclass and the other multi-class option on this sheet. So you can only multi-class once. Once you multi-class, you get your new class's class feature. And you also can pick domain spell or domain abilities from that domain or from one of the domains. You pick one of the domains as well. But your level, when you're picking a domain card from there, it counts as half, rounded up. So basically, if you're like level 6 when you multi-class, you could pick level 3 or level 2 or level 1, let's say blade abilities, but you can't pick level 6 ones. And at the end of the game, when you're level 10, you could pick a level 5 blade ability, but not a level 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. So Ranger. Well, Ranger. I like the Ranger. Sage is okay, but this is probably not my favorite so far. So, it's not bad by any stretch of the imagination. It's just, it doesn't have the same, oomph. Now, I probably like this better than most Rangers that we've seen. So, all right. So let's do first. What's our thought? We've did the Bone domain. What is our thought on the Sage domain? So I think the Sage domain is totally fine. I don't think, it's definitely better than a C. Come on. Yeah, in terms of subclasses, I like the Beastbound Wayfinder. I thought was a D, but that's just because I'm really mad that it's like a cool name and they're not doing anything with the woods other than you can beat the woods automatically. I think I agree with chat. I actually would say that the Sage domain is like a strong B+. I could even say A-. I think it's totally fine. I think there's a couple of weird things in there which we talked about that don't align with it's just a little bit too gamey and too mechanical, and there's like no description to it. So I'll probably say high B is where I'll end up. High B. But still very good. I mean, we've said before, and all the times we've done Pathfinder things, that if your class is mostly Bs and As, with maybe a C or 2 or 3, you're doing great. And so far, everything we've given in this game has been A's and B's, and maybe Wayfinder's a C or something like that. But that's A's and B's is great. You're not not everything is gonna be straight A's. It's just not the way that distributions work. Oh no, I'm out of soda. So I would be happy to take the Sage domain, and because some of those abilities were really exciting, and I would be happy to take them, and I would bypass it. Do you like the Ranger as much as I do? Probably not. Because I found we liked Hold Them Off, but the Ranger was still pew 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 pew, and it seems and still very like Hunter's Marky. And I don't know. That's just for me. That's just not what the Ranger is about. Pew 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 and Hunter's Mark is not what Ranger means to me. So that's my take, GM Scott. And we really didn't like that the Wayfinder has nothing to do with finding the ways, except for this like bolted on ability to like automatically shortcut wilderness adventures. Or by the way, or it does nothing. That's the other problem with this, by the way. That's the other problem with this. Oh, we're going to some place I've never been before. Oh, I don't have an object from that location. Oh, that's okay. You're good at finding the way, right? No, sorry. My ability does nothing. I'm actually not good at finding ways. So they should just call this like, I don't know, really good at remembering. Yeah, so this is probably like my least favorite ability in the entire game. So that is a downgrade for that. All right. Last class. I am going to take a quick second of break because I need to use the restroom, and I need to use the restroom, and I'm going to get another soda. So I'll be right back. And then we'll do Druid, and then we'll do Arcana, because believe it or not, the Druid is Arcana and Sage. All right. So grab some blackberries. All right, our Druid. Now, Druid Well, Druid is oh, what happened? What happened to this? There's like all these random symbols on it. All right. I guess that page, the SRD, has some random symbols. All right. Druid is more than an occupation. It's a calling for those who wish to learn from and protect the magic of the wilderness. Druids can learn to transform into beasts and shape nature itself. So they are 10-6, very, kind of middle of the road. Not 5, not 7, not 9, not 11. Sage and Arcana. All right. So their hope feature. Spend 3 hope to transform into a beast form without marking stress. When you do, choose 1 trait to raise by +1 until you drop out of that beast form. So this gives you an alternative way to transform into a beast with 3 hope instead of stress. And if you do that, you have a slightly stronger form because you have a increase to your trait by +1. Okay? Now, your class feature is beast form and wild touch. So wild touch is, what's it called? What's the cantrip for Druid? It's called Druid Craft. Is that what it's called? Which is cool. Beast form, mark a stress to magically transform into a creature of your tier or lower from the beast form list. You can drop out of this form at any time. So we start with the ability to shape change. While transformed, you cannot use weapons or cast spells from domain cards, but you can still use other features or abilities that you have access to. Clown. Spells that you cast beforehand stay active and last for their normal duration. You can also talk and communicate as normal. Oh, thank God. One of the stupidest things ever is like, they're like, you can't talk. And you're like, now my party have to pantomime that I'm like, oh, no. Or I have to pretend like I'm growling or something like that. It was so stupid. We never did that ever. Ever. Additionally, you gain the beast form's features, add their evasion bonus to your evasion, and use the trait that is specified in their statistics for your attack. While you're in beast form, your armor becomes a part of your body, and you mark armor slots as normal. When you drop out of beast form, those marked slots remain. If you mark your last hit point, you automatically drop out of that form. So we get a list of beast forms that we can change into. We get a bonus to our evasion, aka our armor class. And we also can't cast spells or use weapons. Okay. Now I'm going to skip the subclasses, and I'm going to look at the beast form options. When you use beast form, choose a creature of your tier or lower. At the GM's discretion, you can describe yourself transforming into any animal that reasonably fits the category. So rather than specific animals, they're divided into just sort of like categories of animals. So that's our category. While transformed, you gain a bonus to the listed trait. For example, while transformed into the Agile Scout, you get a +1 bonus to your agility. Okay? When you make an attack while transformed, you use the creature's range, their trait, and their damage dice, but you continue to use your proficiency. For example, as an Agile Scout, you can attack a target within melee range using your agility. On a success, you deal D4 physical damage using your proficiency. Evasion. While transformed, you add the creature's evasion bonus to your normal evasion. For example, if your evasion is usually 8 and your beast form says evasion +2, your evasion becomes 10. You also get certain advantages when you make an action or reaction roll related to one of the verbs listed for that creature's category, you get advantage on that roll. Now remember, advantage in this game is not 2d20 take high, it's adding a d6. For example, an agile scout gains advantage on rolls made to sneak around, to search for objects or creatures, and other related activities. And each form includes unique features. For example, an agile scout excels at silent, dexterous movement, but they're fragile, making you more likely to drop out of your beast form. On the surface, this sounds great. It's customizable. You have a lot of like flexibility, but you don't have to like look up every stat of every monster stat in the book. It applies as a template to your core form. It's very similar to the battle forms in Pathfinder 2. But the battle forms in Pathfinder 2 suck because they make you like worse than anyone else would possibly ever be. All right. So at tier 1, that's level 1 only, by the way, we could turn into the Agile Scout, the Aquatic Scout, the Pack Predator, the Nimble Grazer, or the Household Friend. So we already have 5 options of category. It can be anything we want. So if we turn into the Agile Scout, fox, mouse, weasel, we get agility +1. So our agility trait goes up by 1. Our evasion goes up by 2, and we do a measly d4 damage. But we get advantage on anything done to deceive, to locate, or to sneak. And we have 2 traits. Agile. Our movement is silent, and we can spend a hope to move up to far range without having to roll. Fragile. If you take major or greater damage, that's 2 HP or 3 HP or more. Basically, if you take anything but a 1 hit point hit, you drop out of your beast form. So when you're a scout form, don't get hit. That's it. That's the whole beast form. It uses 95% of your character sheet. It uses your armor slots, your traits. It just buffs a couple of things. It gives you this advantage on this is a very cool way to sort of represent what that form is good at. Yeah, I kind of love that. Let's see what else we got. Household Friend. Cat, dog, rabbit. We use our instinct. Our evasion goes up by 1 + 2. And we do d6 damage, so we do a little bit more damage than a mouse. Gain advantage on climbing, on locating, and protecting. If you help an ally, you can roll a d8 as your advantage die instead of a d6. And you are also fragile. And so again, if you take major or greater damage, you drop out of your beast form. Nimble Grazer, a deer, a gazelle, gets evasion +3 and uses agility, gets a bonus to that. They can leap, they can sneak, they can sprint. They are an elusive prey. If an attack roll against you would succeed, you can mark a stress and roll a d4. Add the result to your evasion against this attack, which, see, okay, so they're clearly okay with this being in the game. I don't understand why that other one that we read isn't like this, in which case it should totally be like this. If this is a fucking tier 1 druid ability for being a goat, come on. Come on. That was a bone thing. It is the bone thing, but better. Also fragile. Pack Predator. Okay, so this is our DPS build. All right. So we get +2 to our strength, not +1. Our evasion only goes up a little bit. We get melee attack that uses our strength score. It does d8 +2 damage. We get advantage on attacking, sprinting, and tracking. That's pretty sweet. Yeah, I described it as the battle form from PF2. Hobbling Strike. When you succeed on an attack against a target within melee range, you can mark a stress to make that target vulnerable, giving everybody else advantage on that. Cool. That's our, wolf trip. Pack Hunting. When you succeed on an attack against the same target as an ally who acted immediately before you, add d8 to your damage roll. So at level 1, a druid in the pack predator form of a wolf or a coyote could, if they go after one an ally goes, they could do 2d8 plus 2 damage. They'll be rolling with their strength score, but because it's an attack, they'll have advantage on it and be rolling a d6. And then if they do hit, they can mark a stress and make that target vulnerable, granting it advantage to not only them, but everybody. So that's pretty sick. The only disadvantage I could see is that their evasion isn't that high. I mean, also remember, when you turn into this, you can't cast spells. So you're giving up your ability to cast spells. And you are a druid. So most of what you have in your sage and I'm assuming arcana domains is spells. So you kind of are putting your cards away. I'm not saying that there's not some that you couldn't use. I'm sure there is. But a lot of what you're using is going to go away. And the predator is not fragile. Wow. Okay. Well, that's pretty sick. That's pretty good. It's called because then it would be completely busted and OP and you would never not be a wolf. But I mean, also, you know, maybe like to cast spells, you have to be able to gesture appropriately and maybe you can speak, but it's a little rough and you need to be able to enunciate very clearly. All right. Then we have an aquatic scout, which is basically a fish or an octopus. And you're aquatic. You can breathe underwater. You can swim. And it's just like the agile scout, but in the water. And it is also fragile. Oh, we have another tier 1, the stalking arachnid, like a tarantula or a spider. You get advantages to attacking, climbing, sneaking. They have a venomous bite. If you succeed on an attack roll, the target becomes poisoned, and they take a d10 damage every time they act. They are also a web slinger. You can create strong web, useful for both adventuring and battle. The web is resilient enough to support a creature. You could temporarily restrain a target by succeeding on a finesse roll. Holy shit. This is the level 1 druid. We've got multiple scout forms. We've got kind of like a party mascot form. We have a super defensive mode in Nimble Grazer. I mean, you get +3 to your evasion, and you can mark a stress after they roll to add a d4. And we have a pack predator mode, which could potentially do 2d8 plus 2 damage and gets advantage on all attack rolls. And then we have the poison build, the spider build, which also gets advantage on all attack rolls, venomizes, poisons them, and then also has this like built-in web ability, not just for like, you know, you would expect it to be like, you can throw webs and they become restrained. They're like, no, you can use it in battle. You can lower a creature down a cliff. Okay, that's tier 1. That's level 1. All right, level 2 or tier 2. We get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more. Holy shit. So direct damage can't be stopped by armor. That is what direct damage is. Yeah, the web slinging also has no stress cost. Crazy. All right, so Armored Sentry is like an armadillo or a turtle. Not great. You know, damage is a little bit higher. You have a little bit of strength, a little bit of evasion. You can dig, you can locate, you can protect. However, the advantage is you have Armored Shell. Your hardened exterior gives you resistance to physical damage. That means you take half damage. So if somebody hits you for 30 damage, you take 15, and then you check your thresholds. Additionally, you can mark an armor slot to retract into your shell. While in your shell, physical damage is reduced by a number equal to your armor score after applying resistance, but you can't perform any other actions. Okay. But you can also cannonball. Mark a stress to allow an ally to throw or launch you at an adversary. To do so, they make an attack roll using agility or strength against a target within close range. On a success, they take D12 plus 2 damage using the thrower's proficiency. And you can spend a hope to bounce off and target another adversary, dealing half damage as well. This is extremely goofy. Wow. Wow. Okay. Powerful beast, bear, bull, move. They get +1 to strength, but they get +3 to evasion. How is that powerful? The pack predator, the coyote. All right, that's got to be a mistake. That's got to be a mistake. The pack predator gets +2 to strength for a coyote, and you're telling me the bear, the bull, or the moose gets +1 to strength, but a +3 to evasion? That has to be a mistake. That has to be reversed. That must be it. That must be a typo. All right. That doesn't even make any sort of sense. Like the hawk, the owl, and the raven get +3 to evasion, and the moose does? Come on. That's nonsense. Okay, anyways. They do D10 +4 physical damage. They get advantage on navigate, protect, and scare. I am 99% convinced that they are I am 99% convinced that this is flipped, or they are on crystal meth. Okay. No, like, yeah, that must be swapped. From the people who brought you ferocity, here is powerful. I mean, I could check in the book too, but nope, they have it here too. That is crazy stupid. Holy shit. All right. What the fuck? That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Okay. Anyways. You gain advantage on navigating, protecting, and scaring people. Rampage. If you roll a 1 on a damage die, you can roll a d10 and add the results to the damage roll. Additionally, before you make an attack roll, you can mark a stress to get a further +1 bonus to your proficiency for the attack. Yeah, see, I would just make this is so weird. When you roll a 1, you can roll a d10 and add that again. I would just say reroll 1s. Why does the powerful beast not have advantage on attack, but the spider does? Very strange. Thick hide. You get a +2 bonus to your damage threshold. So there's the I'm tougher. Right. Evasion is literally evasion. Adding is better than rerolling, I know, but it's just weird because it's just like rerolling +1. Like, I'm fine with the thick hide. I'm even fine with the strength being... here's my problem. Okay, the strength is +1. Why does the pack predator get a higher strength score? The tier 1 coyote gets higher strength bonus than the tier 2 bear.
DR Metropolis tipped $3.
No way.
I'm not one to cry for balance, but these forms are overtuned, haha. Druid is looking A or S tier before we touch their domains.
Their domains? We haven't even gotten to the subclass. I also agree with that, Forsyth. Okay. The tier 1 coyote is, or hyena or wolf, is +2 to strength and evasion +1. And they get advantage on attacking. So they get to roll an additional d6. I would totally allow you to do that as well. That is a fantastic fucking name. Nilbog Chamber of Commerce. Oh my God. They're eating him. And then they're gonna eat me. Oh my God. All right. I'm going to take my belt down one more notch so I don't have to you don't have to feel the hunger pangs. You don't shit on hospitality. I won't have it. All right, anyways. Sorry. Anyways, where are we at here? Mighty Strider. The camel, the horse, the zebra. The agility +1, evasion +2, damage, whatever. They can leap, navigate. Carrier, you can move 2 allies with you when you move. That's cool. Hop on me and ride me. Trample, mark a stress to move up to close range in a straight line and make an attack roll against all targets within melee range. You can't piss on hospitality. I won't allow it. Yeah, it's piss, not crap. Of course I've watched the troll. You mean best worst movie? Yes, I've seen best worst movie. Wow, targets you succeed against. By the way, you mark a stress. Then you move in an AoE. Then you attack every target within line of that AoE. And then they take damage, but it's using your proficiency. So it could be up to 5d8. And then they also become vulnerable. Yes, this is a level 10 bone ability, except the level 10 bone ability was limited in the number of targets that you could do. This is technically as many targets as are within melee reach of your line. All right. I mean, we're not even through this yet, but I'm going to say this now. Druid is cracked. This is not even fucking close. This is like completely, this is S tier in the bad way. Striking Serpent. Very close. Finesse. Venomous Strike, they take D10. Warning Hiss, mark stress to force any number of targets to move backwards. So you can make all people back up for a single point of stress and no die roll. Pouncing Predator. Cheetah, Lion, Panther. Instinct +1. Evasion +3. Damage D8 +6. Remember, you use your proficiency to attack, so pretty good. Getting an advantage on attack, climbing, and sneaking. Fleet. Spend a hope, and you can move up to far range without rolling. Takedown. Mark a stress to move into melee range of a target and make an attack roll against them. On a success, you get a +2 bonus to your proficiency for this attack, and the target must mark a stress. So that means you do 2 additional dice of damage on top of your already increased damage. So, like, end of the game, you could be doing like 8d8 +6, which is pretty good. Also, this is just great already. D8 +6 is really good. All right, Winged Beast can give us flight at will. Hey, remember that entire subclass of the Seraph? Well, I'm level 2 now, so I can change into this. Right, level 2 is 4d8 +6. So, Pouncing Predator is super cracked. I think for tier 1, I think Pack Predator is fucking cracked. I still don't quite understand why the powerful beast has a lower strength than a coyote, and why the evasion is higher than a serpent or a horse, but whatever. But your bones are also, you can fly at will once per rest. If you are airborne, you can ask the GM a question about the scene without needing to roll. All right, that's kind of cool. And the first time somebody acts in that way, they get advantage on that information. All right, tier 3, the Great Predator, Direwolf, Velociraptor, Saber-toothed Tiger. D12 +8 damage. Strength +2, evasion +2. Getting advantage on attacking, sneaking, and sprinting. You can also carry your allies with you. And when you succeed on an attack roll against a target, you can spend a hope to make them vulnerable. That means everybody gets attack of opportunity. And you get a +1 bonus to your proficiency for this attack. So we are now rolling 5d12 +8 with advantage on all attacks, and we can move. The Mighty Lizard gets a bonus to attack as well. D10 +7. They get +3 bonus toward all their damage thresholds. And the snapping strike, if you succeed on an attack against a target, you could spend a hope to clamp them in your jaws, making them restrained and vulnerable. So they can't move, and everybody has advantage against them. The great winged beast, like the giant eagle. You get the bird's eye view, but you can also now carry your allies with you on your back. The aquatic predator. The orca, the shark, does less damage than the velociraptor, by the way, or the saber-toothed tiger. You can breathe underwater, and vicious maul, which lets you make them vulnerable and gives you a +1 bonus to your proficiency. And then we have the legendary beast. Pick a tier 1 beast form option and become a larger, more powerful version of that creature. While in this form, you retain all of your traits and features from the original form, but gain an additional +6 bonus to damage, a +1 bonus to the trait used, and a +2 additional bonus to evasion. So that means that the pack predator would do D8 +8, and again, that's multiple D8s. Their strength bonus would be +3, and their evasion would be +3. Legendary hybrid, like a griffin or a sphinx. Strength +2, evasion +3, melee strength attack, D10 +8. To transform into this creature, you must mark an additional strength. Choose any 2 beast form options from anything from legendary 1 through 2. Choose 4 advantages and 2 features from these options. Just mix and match all the broken shit and make the most crazy, weird, powerful, over-the-top, broken thing that you could possibly get. This is tier 3. So, no. You get this at level 5. You get this at level 5. Then we get tier 4. Massive behemoth, like an elephant or a mammoth or a rhinoceros. Strength +3, making strength attacks. D12 +12 physical damage with an advantage to locate, protect, and scare. You can carry up to 4 allies, and you can also demolish. Move up to far range in a straight line and make an attack against all targets within melee reach of that line. All targets that you hit take D8 +10 damage using your proficiency and are all made vulnerable. You also have a higher bonus to your damage thresholds. And lastly, we get motherfucking dinosaur. Terrible lizard, brachiosaur, tyrannosaurus. Strength +3, evasion +2, melee strength, D12 +10. D12 +10 with an advantage to attack. Devastating strikes. If you deal severe damage, mark a stress to make them take an additional point of damage. So you could do 4 hit points of damage as a dinosaur. You can also move without rolling and ignore difficult terrain.
Horizon Thunder Sphere!
Into this class also gets all those sage spells that we talked about and all the arcana spells that we haven't talked about, and we haven't even gotten to their subclass features yet. I mean, what the fuck? And you can just pick any of these. This seems entirely busted. I mean, at almost every level of play. All right, let's see what our subclasses do. By the way, now I don't know exactly how the game works, but as a druid, in terms of like max cap. Okay. But as a druid, it suggests that we start off with, I skipped 4 beast forms. Oh, there's more beast forms. Sorry. Mythical Aerial Hunter. We're not even done yet. Finesse, this is a dragon, a pterodactyl, a rock, a wyvern. Finesse +3, evasion +4, D10 plus 11 physical damage using your proficiency. So again, 5d10 plus 11, 6d10 plus 11. Getting an advantage on attacking, deceiving, locating. Carry up to 3 allies with you. And you have the Deadly Raptor. You can fly at will and move up to a far range as part of your action. If you move in a straight line into melee range of a target from at least close range and make an attack roll, you can re-roll all damage dice that rolled lower than your proficiency. So if your proficiency was 6, you would roll 6d10 plus 11, and you would re-roll anything that rolled less than a 6. Okay. The epic aquatic beast is like a blue whale or a giant squid. You're an ocean master. This is just so crazy. Unyielding. If you would mark an armor slot, roll a d6 on a 5 or higher, you get to reduce the severity by the damage by 1 threshold. So from 3 hit points to 2 hit points, or 2 hit points to 1 hit point. But you don't even have to mark the armor slot. So there's a 33% chance that you get to absorb it. And mythic beast. Upgraded tier 1. Pick a tier 1 or tier 2 beast form option and become a larger version of that. The mythic wolf or the mythic bear. You get a +9 bonus to the damage roll, a +2 bonus to the trait used by this form. Your damage die increases by 1 size, and you get a +3 bonus to a further +3 bonus to evasion. And then there's the mythic hybrid, such as the Chimera or the Manticore, which uses D12s +10, take 2 additional strength, choose any 3 beast form options from tiers 1, 2, or 3, and choose 5 advantages and 3 features from all of them and combine them into one broken thing. I'm sorry, we weren't done yet. This is cracked beyond belief. The class is literally like 7 pages to every other class is like 1. Now, what I was saying is, let's say I'm a druid and I put +2 into my instinct. I then take +1 to my instinct here, +1 to my instinct here, and +1 to my instinct here. So my instinct at tier 4 is +5. I am a pouncing predator. So I get instinct +1. So my instinct goes from 5 to 6. And let's assume that I have a magical thing or magical item, actually. So my instinct is +6. We know that that's like on some of the sheets. Does the pouncing predator make my instinct +7? And then if so, does being a mythic pouncing predator make a further +2, make my trait +9? So do I have a +9 to my trait when I'm attacking with advantage? There is a magic item on the loot table that has +1. So I'm rolling 2d12 +9 +d6. Was this in the beta? Did anybody play this? Mateo, keep in mind you can't use instinct to cast spells. Oh, that is true. Oh, wait, nope, you can. That's your spell casting traits. So, yeah, I do want to have my really high instincts so I can be an awesome spellcaster and an awesome damage dealing, invincible, invulnerable, mythic, legendary wolf. I'm good with that. All right. I did not know that, Ron. Hey, are we playing tomorrow? Did you text me? I don't have my phone on me, so if you texted me, that's why I didn't see it. Right. You can give me 0 domains and I would still play this. I mean, look how much, by the way, you get all of, this is the guy I play racquetball with, by the way. He's retired because I beat him twice last week and he can't take it. Well, let me know. Text me. Let me know. They close at 1 or like 1 or 2. I think they close at 1. All right. You're in Wednesday. Okay. Well, believe it or not, we have, because not only that, the versatility. I mean, we already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. We have 24 forms that we can be just from being a druid. All right. Well, we could be the Warden of the Elements or the Warden of Renewal. They both use instinct to cast spells. Elemental Incarnation. Mark a stress to channel one of the following elements until you take severe damage. That's 3. Or until you rest. Fire. Whenever an enemy deals damage to you, they take D10 magic damage. Keep in mind, this is not casting a spell. So we could use this while our mythic wolf now has a fire shield. Or we could have damage threshold bonuses by being in the earth form. Or water form or air form. Also, we gain further advantage on all agility rolls. So this is not a spell. When we upgrade it to Elemental Aura, once per rest while channeling, you can assume an aura matching your element. This aura affects targets until close range or until your channeling ends. So now, whenever we deal damage with our fire, they also have to mark a stress. Earth, your allies gain +1 bonus to strength. Water, when an adversary deals damage, you can mark a stress to move them anywhere. And air, when you or an ally takes damage from an attack, reduce the damage. No and yes and no. But no. This class is on another level reading. What does you can hover mean? Well, it means, you can't fly, you can't gain altitude, but you also like won't fall or something. And then if you get mastery, you gain +1 bonus to your proficiencies for attacks and spells that deal damage. Okay. So since we can have this while in our beast form, we could be a mythic wolf and we'll have 6. I think it's possible for us to get to like 10 proficiency and deal like 10d12 damage. I think. If we're like a fire Tyrannosaurus Rex. Now, to be clear, of a fire Tyrannosaurus Rex, I mean, respect. And also remember, at a certain point, who cares how much damage you did? You did infinite damage. Okay, they take 3. But I mean, my God. Air gives us a bonus to our evasion and we can fly. Water, when an attack against you succeeds, you can mark a stress to make the target vulnerable. Earth, if you would take a hit point, roll a d6 per hit point, and if you roll a 6, then you don't take that hit point of damage. So basically, this gives us like a straight up 16% chance to ignore any damage. Oh, yeah, we can also be an air T-Rex. That'd be kind of cool. All right, so there's that. That seems pretty good. And Warden of Renewal. This is the other one. If we want to use powerful magic to heal our allies, our party. Clarity of Nature. Once per long rest, you can create a space of natural serenity. when you spend a few minutes, so nothing you can do in combat, resting with the scene, clear stress equal to your instinct, distributed as you choose between you and your allies. So we're an instinct caster, so our instinct is going to be like 3 or 4 or 5 or 6. And then once per day, we can rest our mind for a moment and clear 6 stress. Or we could clear it all for ourselves. We can't use it in combat. It says when you spend a few minutes resting within the space. Presumably, you cannot spend a few minutes resting within the space in combat. Well, right, we don't have combat rounds, but it is a fiction-first game. You're not going to be able to spend a few minutes resting within a place of natural serenity in the middle of a ferocious combat suite threat. So, no, you cannot do that in combat. But, anyways, hey, remember all that stress we took for being a shapeshifter? Cool, I cleared it all. Regeneration. Touch a creature and spend 3 hope. They heal 1d4 hit points. Now, the Seraph spends 3 hope and heals 1. Now, to be fair, the Seraph is at range. This is at touch range. So it has to be touch. So that is a thing. That is a thing. But this is 3 for d4, and the Seraph is 3 for 1. At like close range, and this is touch. But we can improve. At level 5, you can target creatures within very close range within your regeneration feature. So by the time we get to level 5, we basically have the same ability as the Seraph, but now it's D4 instead of 1. Also, once per long rest, we can spend 2 hope to clear 2 hit points on 1d4 allies. And lastly, Defender as a mastery feature. Your animal transformation embodies a healing guardian spirit. While you are in your beast form and an ally within close range marks 2 or more hit points, you can mark a stress and they take 1 less hit point of damage. So now when we're in beast form, we're even better because now we can also tank and protect our allies. Can we double check the Seraph? No, there is not. Once per long rest, a long rest is like, 6 hours at a camp, probably some sleep and some rest. So in theory, you could take multiple long rests, I guess, in a day. But I just call it once a day as sort of like a euphemism. So that's the Druid. So here's our Seraph. And that is their class hope feature. Now, to be fair, that might be balanced, right? Because this is obviously, I think, weaker. But look at their class feature. It's prayer dice. They get a bunch of D4s that you can add once a day. So maybe this class feature is so strong that this has to be weaker because maybe the Druid's class feature isn't really good. So they wanted to make sure that the regeneration feature was stronger. Oh, wait. Druid's class feature is beast form. Oops. And the Splendor Domain, I wasn't a big fan of it. Let's take a look. Saga. So then we're going to go talk Sage. Okay, so if you were a Druid and you had Sage, you could be a gifted tracker. You could have Nature's Tongue. You could still do that stuff while you are in your beast form. So you could be a good tracker. You could also still speak to animals and plants. You could not cast Entangle. You could not cast Swarm, Familiar, Healing Field, Thorn Skin, Death Grips, Towering Stalk, Corrosive Projectile, Wild Fortress, Conjure Steeds. You could Forage. You could have... you could be Sage Touched. So that once per rest, you get to double your agility or instinct. You could not have your Wild Surge. Now, remember, you could cast your Wild Surge before you go into your beast form. And it does say that the spells last. So you could cast a Wild Surge before you go into your beast surge. You could cast a Thorn spell before you go into your beast form. Forest Sprites is a spell. Barrier is a spell. The Feign ability is a not, but it's only for casting spells, so it doesn't really do much. Plant Dominion is a spell. Force of Nature is a spell, and Tempest is a spell. So it's all mostly spell. By the way, don't forget, if stress is a problem, and you guys are all talking about stress balancing it, don't forget your character's hope feature. Spend 3 hope to transform into a beast form without marking any stress, and the beast form is stronger. So in an event that we don't have any stress to spend, or we don't want to bother spending stress, we'll just evolve and spend 3 hope and not mark any stress. And when we do that, the trait is better by +1. This means that if we did an evolved wolf, coyote, pack predator, we would be not only not paying any stress, but we would be level 2, and we would have +2 to instinct, +3 to evasion, with advantage on attack rolls. And by the way, we're an instinct class. We started with a +2 to instinct. When we leveled to level 2, we could take a checkbox and make our instinct +3. And then this makes our instinct +4. And then we add +5. Someone's saying we can't do it? All right, here we go. While transformed, you cannot use weapons or cast spells from domain cards, but you can still use other features or abilities you have access to. But you can still use other features or abilities you have access to. So I think we're pretty good there. Spells you cast before you transform stay active and last for their normal duration. Additionally, you gain the beast form's features. Add their evasion bonus to your evasion and can use the trait specified in their statistics for your attack. And you still get all your armor. So if you were a druid in full plate, you still have all your full plate slots, by the way. There has to be a mistake here. I refuse to believe this. I mean, again, hey, Reddit, I know you guys watch this or whatever, comments, in YouTube. What am I missing here? What am I missing this? Like, there is no way. There's just no way that nobody played this and wasn't like, this is absolutely cracked. Wow. Like, this is crazy. I mean, this is just crazy to me. Like, if a druid was giving up a good chunk of their cards, of their abilities to get this, I would still think that this was very powerful and probably overpowered. I would still say it was S tier. But this is just the Druid's class feature. You still get all of your domain powers. You still get all of your Sage and stuff. So Monocle says I'm missing something. What you're missing is that this isn't as cracked as it seems on spec, and that's because you're devaluing opportunity cost. I can drop in and out of beast form at will, can't I? Doesn't actually say. Am I stuck in beast form? I mean, it's 1 stress. No, it does. It says, It says here, to your question about traits. While transformed, you gain a bonus to the listed trait. For example, while transformed into an agile scout, you gain a +1 bonus to your agility. When this form drops, you lose this bonus. So it is a bonus to your agility. It does say drop out at any time. I must have missed that. No, not really. I don't think so. I think it'd still be a bonus. Anyways, let's look at Arcana. All right. So this is what the other thing that the Druids can. No, they cannot. Only when you're fragile, which is only like mouse and kitty cat and stuff like that. The only other way you drop out of your form is if you go to 0 hit points, which is basically like dead. All right. Druid Beast form subclass should say you get no domain cards. All right. So we have Rune Ward. So by the way, this is our first introduction into Arcana. You have a deeply personal trinket that can be infused with protective magic and held as a ward by you or an ally. Describe why it's important. And the ward's holder can spend hope to reduce damage by 1d8. If the ward die result is an 8, the ward's power ends after it reduces this damage. It can be recharged for free on your next rest. So this is okay because it's a recall cost of 0. Because, if you could take a severe down to a major, if you could take a major down to a minor, that's pretty cool. I mean, D8 isn't exactly a total lot, but it is level 1, so... But it has that potential. And we like the recall of 0. This is true. Unleash Chaos. At the beginning of a session, place a number of tokens equal to your spellcasting trait on this card. Make a spellcast roll against a target within far range and spend any number of tokens to channel raw energy from within yourself to unleash them. On a success, roll a number of d10s equal to the tokens you spent and deal that much magic damage to the target. Mark a stress if you want to replenish this card with tokens up to your spellcasting trait. Okay, so it's a good amount of magic damage, but if you want to keep it going, you have to keep marking stress. Well, it's not just the damage, Ferothan. It's the fact that they are going to be extremely accurate because of the advantage that they get to attacks in many forms. Some of the forms not only do a significant amount of damage and have advantage, but they also have increases to damage thresholds. They have AoE line abilities. They get armor increases. They get damage threshold buffs. They get massive bonuses to evasion. Some of them granted vulnerable to your party members and you, by the way. It's 1 stress to fill back all the tokens. Yeah, is how I would do it. It says mark a stress to replenish this card with tokens up to your spellcasting trait. No, you wouldn't even cast this Beowulf. If you had this in your loadout, regardless, at the beginning of the session, you put a number of tokens equal to your spellcasting trait on this card. And that's it. Full stop. I mean, you could cast it against an enemy if you wanted to before you go into beast form, I suppose, if you wanted to. But this thing here has nothing to do with casting the spell. You just do this anyways. So, Wall Walk. No, you can't cast spells in beast form. No, I know that. Wall walk lets you spend a hope, and now you have spider climb. So wall walk is spider climb for a hope. And it lasts until the end of the scene, or if you cast wall walk on somebody else. So you can't do the whole party. Cinder Grasp is a melee. It's a flame touch. Or flame blade. On a success, they burst into flare. They take D20 plus 3 magic damage, and they are temporarily on fire. When a creature acts, if they are on fire, they must take an extra 2d6 damage if they are still on fire at the end of their action. So some of these are interesting because they do not scale. So like I would really imagine that you would swap this out as you get higher level. Not that D20 plus 3 isn't a lot, but it is very random, obviously. You'd be like, hey, you're just as likely to roll 4 damage as you are 23 damage, by the way. Floating Eye. Spend a hope to create a small floating orb. Hey, DR Metropolis, thank you.
DR Metropolis tipped $3. Shapeshift forms having more utility than Codex or Bone is hilarious. And a good number of Arcana spells can be cast before you shapeshift.
Right. A lot of the buffs you can just cast on yourself beforehand and then just keep them up as long as you want. And if you really need to, drop out of your form for free, cast your buffs again, and either spend a stress or spend 3 hope that you've probably accumulated from Wrecking Face as your druid. It just seems like you kind of get to have everything. I don't know. That seems really good. That's why I said, Monocle, what am I missing? I mean, maybe it's one of those things that when you play it at the table, you're like, oh, yeah, no, this isn't that good. Maybe. I don't know. I didn't play the beta as much as everybody else, and I didn't know how much this thing changed from the beta to the production, you know? So Floating Eye lets you create basically Eye of Zoom or Eye of Zom or Arcane Eye from D&D. Basically, you create a small orb and you can move it around and you can look through the orb as if you're looking out from position, and you can transition between using your own senses or flying through the orb. And if the orb takes damage or moves out of range, it ends. Okay, so Counterspell. You can interrupt a magical effect taking place by making a reaction roll using your spellcasting trait. On a success, the effect stops and any consequences are avoided, and then this card is placed in your vault. Notice, not permanently. It means you get to use it once, and then it goes into your vault. So if you want to bring it back out, you're going to have to spend 2 stress to bring it in. That's a great way to balance that, and I really like that a lot. I have Kilrog. Okay, you're getting your Warcraft on. Fair enough. I was getting my EverQuest on with Eye of Zom. Flight. Make a roll, and if you succeed, place a number of tokens equal to your agility on this card. Whenever you make an action roll while flying, spend a token from this card. After the action that spends the last token is resolved, you descend to the ground directly below you. Wizards don't get access to this spell, Dark Pelos, because they get levitation. My general sense is that Arcana gets the more powerful versions of certain effects. The Codex Wizards, they get more effects. So, for example, the Codex that gives you levitation also gives you 2 more spells. Case in point, a level 2 Wizard of Knowledge, I think, can have 15 spells at level 2. So that's a lot of versatility, you know? And they don't get flight. Wizards get levitate, you know? So that's kind of like where that kind of comes in. Blink Out. Level 4 Arcana spell. Make a spellcasting roll. On a success, you can spend a hope and teleport to another point within far range. And if you have any creatures near you, willing, within very close range, spend an additional hope for each creature to bring them with you. So this is our Dimension Door. We can multi-target Dimension Door right from the get. It does going to cost a lot of hit points if I want to teleport, a lot of hope points if I want to teleport the whole party. But this is cool. For a single hope, we can Dimension Door around the battlefield, and that's pretty sweet. Preservation Blast. Might make a spellcast roll against all targets within melee range. Note, this doesn't cost stress or hope. So this is our point blank AoE. So we make a spellcasting roll against everybody that's in melee with us. Targets who you succeed against are forced back not to close range, but to far range. They are literally knocked back 100+ feet. And they take a little bit of magic damage. Now, again, this damage will become pointless, and at a certain point, it's basically the same thing as saying they take 1 hit point. And that's one of the cool things about this game is that at a certain point, the damage you're rolling is almost kind of irrelevant, and they're really just kind of they're just marking 1 hit point. But, you know, it is what it is. But pushing everybody back, that's pretty cool. All right. Chain Lightning. Mark 2 stress to make a spellcasting roll, unleashing lightning on all targets within close range of you. Targets you succeed against must make a reaction roll with a difficulty equal to your spellcasting roll. So this is clearly like old school. Like you have to beat them and then they make a reaction roll. Targets who fail take 2d8 plus 4 magic damage. Additional adversaries not already targeted by Chain Lightning and within close range of previous targets must also make the reaction roll. And they take 2d8 plus 4 damage, and then the chain continues until there are no more adversaries within range. So, oh, absolutely, Dark Pellis. At a certain point, you would stop rolling the damage because you would just say, hey, you know, once you know, like, everybody's damage threshold is like 13 or something, this is an absolute minion obliterator, just like it was in 4th edition, by the way. And so, yeah, lightning crackles out around you, hits everybody around you, and then leaps and jumps and crackles. And if those people fail their reaction roll, it'll leap again to additional targets and keep spreading. Well, right. True. If you roll for casting and beat them and then they all pass, then potentially, yeah, you know, you did nothing. So I guess go big or go home. Well, we were discussing what does targets mean, and apparently the decision is that you can choose your targets. So yes, which is interesting because this says adversaries is a weird word. So this says make a spellcasting roll against all adversaries within far range. So why doesn't that just say against all targets within far range? Is there a difference? So when I see all targets, that makes me think of allies, but everyone's like, well, no, it wouldn't be that. So I'm just saying what's the difference here? Unleashing lightning on all targets within close range. So I don't quite know the actual, and by the way, the rules in here were really, really bad about describing it, unfortunately. So it does say this. By default, each attack roll can only target one adversary. If a spell or ability allows you to target multiple adversaries, roll. God, this PDF is. By the way, I have like a monster computer and this isn't even Acrobat, and it's like struggling busing with this. I think I actually just crashed it. There we go. By default, each attack can only target one adversary. If a spell or ability... Okay, here we go. When you make an action roll with the intent to harm an adversary, you're making an attack roll. By default, each attack roll can only target one adversary. If a spell or ability allows you to target multiple adversaries, roll once and apply that result, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we could take a look at Fireball. Codex. Book of Typhar, is it? No. Book of Vargas? No. Book of Norai. Make a spellcast roll against a target within very far range. On a success, hurl a sphere of fire towards them that explodes on impact. The target and all creatures within very close range of them must make a reaction roll, DC 13. Targets who fail take D20 plus 5 magic damage. Right, so all creatures is very clearly all creatures. So, but this is a different language because otherwise it would say the target and all targets within very close range. Target, but this doesn't say that. This says the target and all creatures. Yeah, so I'm going to agree with Beowulf here. Target is choose, all adversaries equals bad guys, all allies equals good guys, all creatures equals everybody. Yeah, so I agree with Beowulf. Assessment of that. So, back to Arcana. Okay, so Chain Lightning, pretty cool. Premonition. You can channel arcane energy to have a vision of the future. Once per long rest, immediately after the GM conveys the consequences of a roll you made, you can rescind the move and consequences like they never happened and make another move instead. Holy shit, that's pretty good. You literally get a do-over. You get a, it's a retcon. Yeah, Steven, it's a retcon. That's great. Rift Walker. Make a spellcast roll 15. On a success, you place an arcane marking on the ground where you currently stand. The next time you successfully cast Rift Walker, a rift in space opens up, providing a safe passage back to the exact spot where the marking was placed. This rift stays open until you choose to close it or cast any other spell. You can drop the spell at any time to cast Rift Walker again and place the marking new. So this is our Gate from EverQuest, right? You make a bind point, and then you can gate back to your bind point. Yeah, or Warlock Gate. Telekinesis. Make a spellcraft roll against a target within far range. On a success, you can use your mind to move them anywhere within far range of their original position. You can also throw the target as an attack by making an additional spellcasting roll against the second target that you're trying to attack. On a success, it deals D12 plus 4 physical damage to the second target using your proficiency. This spell then ends. It's interesting because we're at level 6 at this point, and this is doing D12 plus 4. And so we're definitely in tier 3. And so this is, by the way, if you're just improvising, just saying. But like this is basically like their monster math, So the damage thresholds roughly for a tier 3 monster is 20/32. So, like, it's really interesting that oh, this is using your proficiency. Okay, that's pretty fucking good. All right, never mind. Never mind. I stand corrected. So that's pretty good. Okay. I was like, wow, that's a lot of damage. Arcana touched. So what if we have all Arcana spells? We get +1 bonus to spellcasting rolls. Cool. Once per day, you can switch the results of your hope and fear dice. All right. By the way, it is written that only one person takes the fling damage, which is crazy to me, but, you know, I would totally, you know, have them do that. And yes, this is not once per day. It's once per rest. So it could be a short rest. So yeah, you could do this a couple times per session per day, where you get to swap your hope and your fear. So basically turn a roll with fear into a roll with hope. It doesn't actually change the results of the roll, the numerical results, but it does change a fear roll into a hope roll. Cloaking Blast. When you make a successful spellcast roll to cast a different spell, you can spend a hope to become cloaked. While cloaked, you are invisible. You are unseen if you are stationary when an adversary moves to where they would normally see you. When you move into or out within an adversary's line of sight or make an attack, you are no longer cloaked. So it's stationary invisibility. But you also get to cast a different spell when you cast this. So it's like you cast a spell and then turn invisible. Holy shit, Edward.
Edward tipped $100. I found you a while ago and have been watching a lot of your old VODs. I just finished you Utama. Thanks for doing all these first looks and deep dives. I've really enjoyed learning about so many TTRPGs. Thank you for all that you do.
Well,
also long live 4E.
Long live 4E. See, the 4E fans, they know what's up. Well, you know what, Edward, that is a well-deserved hype boss master. You're gonna get a strong.
Strong.
The power of 4E should never die. But thank you so much for that, Edward. And I'm glad that you appreciate. You know, it goes without saying that the only reason that I can do the content that I do, long streams about obscure games that most people don't have any interest in, is because of my patrons and because of folks like Edward who come in and support. You know, other YouTube creators will do a 12-minute 5e clickbait video and get, 100K views, and they can make, or 20K or 30K or 40K views, and they can make, 100, 150 bucks off of that video. I don't make videos like that. I only get a few thousand views at most off a video. So I'm only making 10 bucks, I only make 10 bucks a video, give or take. So if there was no Patreon, if there was no tipping, if there was no super chat, we'd be done here. So it really is because of people like Edward, and because of my patrons and because of all of everybody else who supports this channel, whether it's on Twitch or YouTube or in Patreon or with tips, that I'm able to even spend the time that I do on this type of stuff. So I'm really, really thankful that you appreciate it. And thank you so much for that. That is incredibly gracious of you. And especially now that I'm not working, and now that I lost my job, it means more than ever. So thank you very, very much for that, Edward. And dedicating the rest of the stream to you, sir. Thank you so much. Arcane Reflection is our level 8 spell. When you would take magic damage, you can spend any amount of hope and roll that many d6s. If you roll a 6, the attack is reflected back to the caster, dealing them damage instead. The problem with this is, by the way, is if you roll like 5d6, your odds of rolling a 6, I think, is like 50%. I think, if I remember my Forbidden Lands correct. Odds of rolling at least 1 6 on 5d6. Just see here. Yeah, okay. So if you roll 5d5, you have a 60%, 59% chance to roll 1 6 on 5d6. So that means if you spent almost all of your hope, it's a coin flip to to float back. This is a terrible ability. You should never take this. Ever. Like, ever. This is just bad. Because if you literally spent 4 or 5 hope, your max is 6, by the way, you have a 50-50 chance of reflecting it. I don't know. For all my hope, seems like we could do better than that. Yeah, I don't know. If it was a what's the odds of rolling at least 1, 5, or a 6 on 5 dice is 86%. And now I kind of get that. Yeah, if you're going to use this, just spend 1 hope and go for the 1 in 6 chance. I agree. Or something. I don't know. I get why they did the 1 for 1, but this is a level 8 ability, and it only works on magic damage, and you have to have hope for it to do anything. And then even if you spend almost all of your hope, it's not guaranteed. So, yeah. It's just, it just, even when you spend a bunch of hope, like a ton of hope. Now, I get it. It turns a hit against you into a miss, and it automatically deals damage back to another. I'm not saying that's not powerful. It's very cool, and it's very flavorful. It's magic damage, right? So it's, you're reflecting back a fireball. You're reflecting back a lightning bolt. I think it's cool. I just don't like how much hope you have to spend to have even a chance, You can swap it in, kind of the game makes it sound like you can swap things into your loadout like kind of instantaneously, or it's like a free immediate action. So not most of the time. Yeah, I think you could swap it in if you need it. But the problem isn't swapping it in. The problem is, just like, are you really going to cash in all your hope to have a halfway decent chance of it doing something? It just seems like it's kind of eh. But 6 hope is, you might not ever even have 6 hope. It's just eh. I just don't like it. All right. Confusing aura. Wow. Thank you again, Edward. That was amazing. Make a spellcasting roll DC 14. Once per long rest, if you succeed, you create a layer of illusion over your body that makes it hard to tell where you are. Mark any number of stress to make that many additional layers. When an adversary makes an attack roll against you, roll a number of D6s equal to the number of layers active. If any rolls a 5 or higher, a layer of the aura is destroyed and the attack fails. If all of the results are 4 or lower, you take the damage and the spell ends. It's like, this is already better. This is any attack. Now, it doesn't reflect against them. And this is mirror image, by the way, but it's level 8. So Steven's saying that the art's pretty freaking epic for this spell. That is very cool. Yeah, so it's literally mirror image. It's crazy that mirror image has to be that high of a spell. All right, we're talking about the counter spell ability. All right, was counter spell's like level 2? Sounds right. Oh, that is sweet. That is actually really sweet. All right, well, I'm not going to show the whole book. I agree not to do that. All right. Earthquake, level 9. Make a spellcasting roll DC 16. Once per rest on a success. All targets within very far range who aren't flying have to make a pretty high reaction roll. Targets who fail take 3d10 plus 8 physical damage, so you're probably going to be doing like 1 to 2 damage to everybody, and are temporarily vulnerable. Targets who succeed take half damage. Damage. Minion killer. Additionally, when you succeed on the spellcast roll, all terrain to within very far range becomes difficult to move through, and all structures within this range may sustain damage or crumble. So, by the way, this is targets, all targets, so you can avoid your allies with the massive earthquake that goes, by the way, that's not far range. That's very far range. Now, I agree. How do your allies avoid an earthquake? You know, I'm not even sure if you can target an ally. I agree. Right. It also impacts the battlefield. Also, you know, you can blow up a castle. You can destroy a bridge. You could, crush something. I mean, very far is very far. I mean, that's the way I would describe it. They jump right before you give them a heads up, and they're like, so very far is like the max range of a longbow. Pretty much anything on the map, basically. Far is very far is more than 13 squares. Far is up to 12 squares. Very far is 13 squares. 100, 300, up to 300 feet away. So, pretty far. Big area. Sensory projection. Once per rest, make a spellcasting roll. On a success, drop into a vision that lets you clearly see and hear any place you have been before as though you are standing there in this moment. You can move freely in this vision and are not constrained by the physics or impediments of a physical body. This spell cannot be detected by mundane or magical means. You drop out of this vision upon taking damage or casting another spell. This is one of those ones where I'm like, I feel like this should be a ritual. It's also interesting how many of these abilities they've had in the game are basically like, you can only use these on places that you've been before. Which does kind of admittedly, limit it to a certain degree. All right, adjust reality. After you or a willing ally make any roll, you can spend 5 hope to change the numerical result of that roll to a result of your choice instead. The result must be plausible within the range of the dice. All right. So, fudge. This is just fudge. Spend 5 hope, change the result. I mean, wouldn't you just make this a crit every time? Or is it just the numerical result? Does it actually change anything? Yeah, I would just treat it as critical hit, I guess. Pretty much. Unless there's a weird reason why you would want someone to roll 7 or something like that. But Falling Sky. Yeah, I was going to say, like, if the wizard has strange patterns of 7, I would roll 77, It's true, any roll, you can make damage, do maximum damage, Falling Sky. Make a spellcast roll against all adversaries within far range. So Chain Lightning is all targets, and Falling Sky is all adversaries. So they use different words. Do they mean something different? And if they don't mean something different, is there a reason why we, wouldn't target an enemy? Maybe. I guess there is. Mark any number of stress. By the way, earthquake targets. But Falling Sky does not. So I could control the earthquake. And I'd be like, hey, nope, it doesn't hit that person. It does hit that person. It doesn't hit that person. Oh, that's true. Adversaries aren't objects. That's true. Got it. Target means ally, adversary, or with the GM's permission, an object. Targets could be object. Okay, got it. So Falling Sky doesn't work against objects. So when Arcana Rain falls down from the sky, only bad guys get hit. No objects. Got it. Targets you succeed against take 1d20 plus 2 damage for each stress that you marked. Right. Yeah, Starfall. Exactly. So, but it is interesting, right, that the earthquake can damage objects, but the falling sky cannot damage objects. So maybe it's just like it's EMP, it's radiation energy falling down. Well, there's a lot of cool stuff going on here, obviously. Some of the stuff is pretty powerful and pretty cool. Why does the level 10 spell do the same thing as Fireball? Well, this is all adversaries within far range. Fireball is target one target within far range, and then AoE with everybody that's basically next to them or close to them. So there's a lot of cool stuff here. I like a lot of it. Floating Eye feels very weird to me. Remember, this is the innate, instinctual magic. Dimension dooring around, using your energy, flying around, knocking everybody back with your preservation blast, unleashing lightning, crackling your fist with fire. And then Floating Eye summons a orb that you can move around. That doesn't feel like innate, instinctual magic. So by the way, the Druid could do all of this and all of the Sage stuff. And then if they get bored with casting all of these spells, they can shape change into a beast form and potentially, I don't know, from what we're looking at, look like they could do as much damage as some of the other characters. So, yeah. Now, admittedly, if I look at, tier 4 weapons, all right, because obviously we're starting with some shitty stuff. So what happens if we bust out something real epic, Now, it can't be a magic weapon because that requires spellcasting trait. So our warriors can't use magic weapons, just to be clear. So we can't actually use these magic weapons. So, but PDF's like crashing. There we go. All right. So instead, we can use the legendary weapon. All right. So our warrior uses the legendary greatsword, and they do D10 plus 12 physical damage with a number of D10s equal to their proficiency. And on a successful attack, you can roll an additional damage die and discard your lowest result. So you kind of get to roll an extra die and drop the low. So Legendary Warhammer is two-handed and it's heavy, so we get a penalty to our evasion, and it does D12 plus 12. So it takes up both. It takes our hand. It does D12 plus 12, and it's a -1 to our evasion. Whereas the Druid can turn into a let's see, where was the crazy thing here? So this does D12 plus 8. And we can get a bonus to our proficiency, so we can roll bonus D12s, and we make them vulnerable, and we get to a proficiency on attack. So they could potentially roll more D12s. That's right. This is tier 3. So we're actually, I'm sorry, we're off one. Here we go. Massive behemoth. We'll go elephant. Sorry, pack mammoth. So there you go. Oh, and we get a bonus to our evasion, not a penalty to our evasion. So the massive behemoth, the Druid in massive behemoth mode, literally does as much damage as the fighter or the warrior does with the Warhammer, but they get a penalty to their evasion, and the mammoth gets a bonus to their evasion. Pretty good. Now, of course, obviously, the warrior is going to have all their cool domain powers and all that other stuff. I'm not saying that they don't. But what I am saying is that this isn't even what the Druid's thing is. The Druid's thing is spellcasting. It's it's sage and, you know, all that other stuff. Right. Right. Also, oh, maybe we're a strength druid and we busted out our strength. It's not about, it's like, the question is, so this is a real tough question. Okay, because here's the problem. Here's the problem. And you know what? Maybe it doesn't matter. The problem is if you make the wild shape forms worse, significantly worse, or, you know, whatever, as a combat potential to the combat people, the warrior, you know, whatever, then chances are probably good you probably won't use them, because you're like, why would I go into a shitty fighting form and not really do much? But if you make them as good as the warrior, or at least even close to the warrior, you're like, cool, I get to do all this damage and be a very potent melee combatant, but I also get all the sage and all of the whatever abilities. Now, it is true that the warrior will have all his bone and blade abilities, but the thing about the bone and the blade abilities is mostly those just let him, you know, increase his armor and increase his damage rating and do more damage. But you get that too from those forms. You don't need to take domain powers, you know? So, Grim Prison, if you secondaried strength, you would start with a +1 to strength. You could take 3 improvements to strength, so your strength would be +4. And then if you went Woolly Mammoth, you get strength +3. But if you evolved into it through the Hope feature, you would get strength +4. So you would actually end up at strength +8. And the maximum with a magic item that the warrior could get is strength +6. So yes, they would also be more accurate than you. Right. And on top of all of that, you can teleport, fly, change reality, heal your allies, form wood cocoons, create giant stalks, bean stalks, you know. All right, so Monocle Top Hat says wants me to look how much damage a root uses hand runes and an offhand weapon in melee, which uses their instinct. All right. What do you say? Hand runes. Is this what a hand rune is? Oh, hand runes. Here we go. So this is the legendary hand runes. I do D10 damage +9, and it uses my instinct, which if I maxed it out would be +6. And if I was in my wolf form, I'd be doing D10 plus, like, my instinct would be like 9 or something, or 10, and I'd have advantage on all my attacks. Am I correct? Oh, sorry, I'm not on the screen. Let's figure it out. So Mythic Beast adds a further +9 to the damage rolls, and the damage die increases by 1. So if we pick a tier 2 and give it an increase in damage die and a +9, so the Pouncing Predator would go to a D10 +15. So D10 +15 sounds like more to me than D10 +9. And the Predator would get the benefit of getting advantage on attacking, and they'd get a +3 to their evasion and a +1 to their instinct. However, because I am a mythic beast, I actually get a +6 to my evasion, and I get a further +2 to my instinct. So my instinct's actually going up by 3 points. So yeah. Oh, offhand weapon though. Okay, what offhand weapon? Well, the next page is wheelchairs, so I don't know that that actually helps us. All right, secondary weapons. All right, So if I had a legendary short sword in my offhand, I'd get a +5 bonus to damage. So I think that would make it +14. So it would be one less, but also not with the evasion bonus, and also not with the instinct that raises above the cap, and also not with all the other special abilities that you get for being that. I'm just saying, it seems cracked to me. I don't know. We'll play it. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe it all works out. Maybe all the play testers figure it out, you know? Why is there an instinct offhander? Locked on. You're on a successful attack, your next attack against the same target with your primary weapon automatically succeeds. That's pretty good too. I was just going for the bonus to damage, but yeah, sure, I could do that. All right, so poll. Social Stream Ninja. Poll. Well, for starters, we're going to do the Arcana. We'll do that poll first. What are our thoughts about the Arcana? Arcana seemed cool to me. I liked it. It doesn't seem broken. It had a couple of things in there that I thought felt a little unflavorful for raw instinctual magic. Like the floating orb of detection. That didn't seem very raw and instinctual. You know, I imagine sorcerers doing things like, you know, dimension dooring and running up walls and flying and casting chain lightning, unleashing earthquakes, bringing down raining skies. The creating an orb that you can then zip around that feels very codexy to me. It doesn't feel very Arcana to me, when Arcana is supposed to be the raw magic welling up within you. So overall, I think Arcana is it's pretty cool. So, you know, Sage seems good. I mean, also too, Sage and Arcana didn't seem like they had a lot of overlap. Arcana had a lot of damage, far range, AoEs. Sage had a lot of, you know, building things out of wood and constructs and healing and stress damage dealing things and damage shields, damage absorbative things. So it felt like there was not a lot of overlap between the two domains, which is really, really cool and fun. So you get just a ton of versatility, whether you want to be a blaster or you want to be more healing or whatever. And then on top of that, beast form. So we'll get to Druid here in a second. All right. So I'm gonna kill this one because everyone agrees. I like Arcana. I think it's well designed. All right. All right. Here is our new poll. Vote for the dude. What do you think for the Druid? Really, Mateo, you don't think getting all those like benefits to, you know, like you can have traits. Now, maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe the game hard limits your traits at 6. But if it doesn't, then some of those mythic wolf forms, especially if you evolve, are adding like +4 to your instinct. So if I raise my instinct to 6, just like anybody else can as a maximum instinct, 5 naturally +1 from a magic item, 6, then I'm adding a +10 to my attack on top of advantages. So, I mean, a D6 advantage is not, I'd rather have a static +4. And on top of that, they also get all those additional benefits in the forms. And not to mention, Mateo, the versatility. Scout forms, aquatic forms, flying forms, massive forms, ones that can crush things down, things with huge strength, huge traits. You could be small and sneak in, stealthy forms. Well, to be fair, the thing about warriors is that absorbing a shit ton is really the Guardians thing. Now, again, that's why I say I don't do reviews. I don't know. Maybe there's some miracle combination of abilities and things that make it so that this doesn't actually have, you know. Yeah, maybe. You know, gotta play to find out. I mean, I encourage everybody to go out there and definitely try it, and maybe, you know, encourage somebody to be a druid to see if it really feels like it's, you know, stepping over everybody's play. If it doesn't, great, that's awesome, because then we have a druid that is a powerful spellcaster with a cool, powerful beast form who somehow doesn't shit on the guardian or the rogue or the warrior or the ranger. That would be incredible. That would be such a win. It would be crazy. So, yeah, I would love to see it. Now, the thing that scares me is what's up, Mateo? Beast forms can use plus maintain a 1040 Sage Arcana domain cards. So Beast forms is technically like a third domain. It's overtuned, but it's probably A+, he's saying. All right. I mean, Mateo, I you know, you sound like you know what you're doing. Sounds like you have a lot more experience with the game than me. I mean, I will happily defer to you. All right. So here's the problem I have. By the way, most people say it's cracked. Here's the problem I have. When you multi-class, and you multi-class into a class at level 5, you get their class feature. And the class feature for the Druid is Beast Shape. And any attacks, spells, or moves you use while multi-classing are always performed at your current level. For example, a level 3 wizard who multi-classes into a druid can now use the tier 3 beast form options. Now, if any move you get from multi-classing asks you to use a number of dice equal to your level, use your full level. The half level restriction only applies to selecting domain cards, not the mechanics written on them. So when you multi-class as a level 7 wizard into druid, you can't take, you know, the high domain sage spells, for example. By the way, you also only get to pick one domain from the new class that you don't have access to. And whenever you choose no domain cards, you could choose from cards that match your additional domain at half your level, but you gain access to their class feature. So they get the full animal roster. And also, if you're a druid, now you can't multi-class till level 5. If you're a druid, you could also multi-class into something else, and you continue to progress as a druid. So, yeah, and you cannot use spells in wild shape form. But you know what you can use? Anything else that isn't a spell. And that means that, you know, if you multi-classed into Whirlwind, now I can be a mammoth, multi-class into Blade by being a warrior. I can, when you make a successful attack against a target, spend a hope to use attack against all other targets. Now my flaming T-Rex can go mass AoE. So, because that's an ability. This is an ability. This is an ability. Hey, I'll pick up at level 10, I'll pick up Vitality, and I'll pick up an additional hit point slot, an additional stress slot, an additional +2 to my damage thresholds, on top of the forms that give me a bonus to my damage thresholds. Beowulf, it doesn't work like that at all. You don't, like, pick levels. You're Guardian 10. You get all of the, you get all, there's no, yeah, there's only one level. You don't, like, splash a single level. So Blade's pretty good. What if we go Valor? What can we pick up that's good? Because remember, we pick them at low levels. All right, so okay. So what if the only downside, okay, Eric, the only downside to multi-class is that it takes up 2 of your level up. You get 2 level up bonuses per level. Every time you level, you get to check 2 boxes. It takes both of them. And the second is you can't get to master in your subclass. Because in order to get to mastery in your subclass, you have to take it at tier 3 and tier 4. But multiclassing takes up one of those. So, well, all right, so we're not an armor. Okay. Our armor score is 3. Our tier is 1538. Because when you choose a domain power from your multi-class, you can only choose domain powers that are equal to half your level rounded up. So, for example, if I was a wizard 10, I could have taken, and I multi-class back at level 5 as a druid, I could take a level, at level 5, I could take a level 3 druid power. At level 6, I could take a level 3 druid power. At level 7, I could take a level 4 druid power. At level 8, I could take a level 4 druid power. At level 9, I could take a level 5 druid power. And level 10, I could take a level 5 druid power from the domain that I picked. So let's say I picked Sage or Arcana. I could pick all that. So that's why I was saying that earlier. The domain card. Yeah. Ooh, here's a nice one. Oh, this is specifically with a weapon. Okay, so we don't get that one. I mean, bare bones is already pretty fucking good. 1538 base. Plus, if we go into one of the forms that has an absurd strength, your armor score would be like 10. So you'd have 10 slots with an armor score of 1538 as your as your threshold, and then what am I looking for here? Oh, Druid. I'm looking for Druid. Here we go. So 1538. I'm a Druid, so I'm going to be in Earth. So I gain a bonus to my damage thresholds equal to my proficiency. My proficiency is 6. So I need a notepad. Come on, where's my mouse? Okay, so our base bare bones is 1538. We can take Earth Foundation. Our proficiency is 6. So this is now 21 plus 38 plus 6 is 44. Then, are you your own ally? I don't actually know. But we also get this whenever we mark, but that's if we get mastery. We won't, which we won't get because we won't think. So then we're going to be a powerful beast, but we're going to upgrade it. So this gives us +2 to our damage thresholds, but we're end game. We can pick whatever we want. And we can like mix and match this stuff too, right? So this says Mythic Hybrid. Choose any 3 beast form options from tiers 1 through 3. Choose 5 advantages and 3 features. Okay. So from tier 3. So what if we chose physical defense? That gives us +3. And we also chose thick hide. That's +2. So that's +5 to our damage thresholds. And we also picked, let's see. What's another good one? It's got to be another good one. I'm just missing it. Oh, here we go. Undaunted. So that's +3, +2, +2 is +7. So that gives us 28/53. Well, I did pick between 3 animals, didn't I? I picked. Oh no, Massive Behemoth is tier 4. I can't pick it. Okay, never mind. Okay, I can't pick that one. All right. So then 26/51 is our rating. And I might not be doing that maximally, but that's with me not knowing barely what I'm doing. So if we had a end tier chainmail, that gives us 1848 with a base score of 8. Our base score is 10. Also, this chainmail, by the way, our creature is 26/51. And also, this gives you a -1 to all 6 of your ability scores, and also a -1 to your AC, your evasion. Meanwhile, our form would gain +2 and +3 to our strength. Yeah, and D12 +10 physical. So if we evolved into it, we would get +4 to our strength. So yeah, that'd be pretty sick. Right, and then we have a couple of, and we multi-class into Guardian, so we go Unstoppable, reducing all the damage thresholds by 1 automatically. Yeah, I mean, a Druid Guardian sounds like it might just be the best tank in the game. Yes, Bare Bones adds to armor score equal to your strength. And because we have a strength of like 9, we have a base armor score, or 8, we have a base armor score of 11. So we have 11 slots. What else could we take here, potentially? Yeah, I probably wouldn't take that much. I might just take it for the Unstoppable and Bare Bones, and and I Am Your Shield. When an ally within very close range would take damage, mark a stress to stand in their way. When you take damage from this attack, you can mark any number of armor slots. So there you go. So now we have an insane damage threshold. We can absorb hits for our allies. Yeah. Pretty cool. I don't know. It depends what you want to have at high level. Do you want to have, if you want high level Guardian abilities, then you would want to go Guardian. I mean, your strength roll as a big super mammoth is going to be like +8. That's going to hit like almost everybody. So like your ground and pound ability would be really sweet. So yeah, it really depends on what you want to have. +2 to your next rest. Your strength is already like 9 or something like that. It's probably better to multi-class into Druid because you just get all, I mean, unless you really want the high level spells, but you can't use the spells when you're in the whole point is to maximize the beast form's ability and minimize it not being able to cast spells. So yeah, I would probably say Guardian into thing. The only thing that you would miss is you would not get you don't get the hope feature. So you wouldn't be able to evolve as a Druid. You wouldn't be able to get the 3 hope. You'd have to rely on stress. So yeah, I don't know. It might be cracked. So I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, Michael's saying Guardian to Druid is better. I'm going to agree with Michael. I'm going to say Guardian into Druid is better. Now that I'm understanding the system better, I think that all the multi-class options are probably a bit too strong. Yeah, you would get, well, actually, Michael, you would get Bone. Oh, this is the Monk. Oh, Fighter. I see what you're saying. Yeah, you'd get Bone and Valor and the transformations. Plus, you could get Sage. You could still pick up some stuff if you want to. Right. We also have the subclass. Oh, shit. I forgot about if we primary Guardian. Yes, we would have +1, +2, +3. We'd have +6. The Guardian would be 3257. Well, right. Farathan, he's saying the fighter from the playtest is Bone and Valor. Yeah. So the fighter from the playtest, the monk, like the monk druid, basically. We do not get the mastery ability. No. Well, if we're Guardian, yeah, we do not get the mastery ability. Okay, so we don't get the +3. You're right. However, we can take additional armor slots. We can mark armor slots to reduce allies. The only thing we don't get is this loyal protector in this final 3. Yeah. So when you multi-class in the Fantasy Craft RPG, you specifically did not get the core defining class ability. And in Blades in the Dark, when you multi-class, you specifically did not get the core defining class ability either. So in this game, you get the core defining class feature. Ironically, you get the class feature, but you do not get their hope feature. So you don't get this, but you do get this. And that seems like a mistake. Like, I feel like you should get this and not get this. Like, it's fucked up to me that you and somebody who just randomly picks, uses one of their level ups to take multi-class Guardian gets this unstoppable. When you multi-class, it's like you get a new hope feature, cool, and now you can pick from 3 domains instead of 2. Cool. That gives you a lot more flexibility and options and blah, blah, blah. But getting the core class feature, the Druid's Hope feature Zipper Fist is Evolution, which lets them shape change for 3 hope instead of 1 stress. Right. What I'm saying is, in the current situation, you don't get this, you do get this. So I'll say this. Maybe the Druid, through play, won't turn out to be as broken as we think it is. I think it is. But maybe it's just like an A++++. It's not an S tier. Maybe it's not broken. But multi-class Druid seems really broken because you get access to all of these things. And if you're not a spellcaster, the downside of not being able to spellcast doesn't matter because you can still talk, you can still do all this other stuff, and you can still use all your other features, and you can use all your abilities. Do you, White Liger? Do you get a foundation card from one of the subclasses? Do you really? No. Oh, then choose a foundation card from a subclass of your choice. Holy shit. Wow. All right, multiclassing is broken. Wow. 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 Yeah, that's crazy. Like, I'm fine with the guy who splashes Druid, right? Like, halfway through the game. I'm fine with the guy who splashes Druid halfway through the game, picking up, hey, like, cool, you can turn into a wolf, or you can turn into a turtle, or you can turn into a fox or a mouse. But the fact that at level 10, the full Druid can turn into the dinosaur, but so can the Guardian who just picked up the Druid, that seems fucked up to me. Well, that is clearly not the case. That's just a bug, I would max the beast to tier 2. In fact, if you have any hope or respect for this game not to be completely stupid, I would even immediately, again, and I'm not gonna actually say this because I haven't played the game and I don't know, but I mean, my God, I would limit it to tier 2. It just, once you get into the Build-A-Bear fucking monsters, the fucking mythic beasts and the mythic hybrids and stuff, like, it just seems so fucking broken. And like the fact that you've waited the whole game to become a woolly mammoth or a Tyrannosaurus Rex or a dragon, and the druid can do it, and so can the guardian who spent 2 checks back at level 5 to take multi-class. That just seems so crazy. So I think multi-class druid should be a tier 4, or make it part of the subclass feature, and maybe the other druid doesn't get it, and you need to really focus on spellcasting or focus on shape changing to get it. I like that a lot more. Yeah. Something. Well, here's what you do, right? At tier 3, you can take an upgraded subclass card. And I would have the upgraded subclass card for the Druid be... so we would have... I don't know. I would just make it so that you need to be all in on shape changing to get to tier 3, tier 4. It just seems crazy to me that any druid can just become a dragon, you know? Yeah. Well, no, actually, because here's the thing. You get your first subclass at 5, right? So here's what you do. At tier 1, you can be tier 1. At tier 2, you can be tier 2. And then in order to get tier 3, you have to take the upgraded subclass card. And then to get tier 4, which is specialization. So druid specialists can become tier 3 monsters. And then only master druids can be Tyrannosaurus Rexes and woolly mammoths and dragons and all the like. And that is how I would have done it. And I might have even made it a separate subclass that is just, you know, about shape changing. And maybe the other subclass is more of the caster druid, and they don't get master level, you know, Tyrannosaurus Rex because they showed up. They could still be a tier 2 monster, which is still totally fine, because it still does bonuses to damage and all this other stuff, but and they can still scout and turn into a mouse, but they can't turn into Tyrannosaurus Rex, you know? I don't know. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I really think of that. Oh, okay. You were saying that only. No, I'm fine. I'm fine with every druid getting to be able to turn into a wolf, and that's fine. I see what you're saying, Avison, where it's tier 1 only, and then only. The problem is, Avison, the subclasses only specialize it. You only get 2 upgrades. So, and they happen at tier 3 and tier 4. So I think it makes total sense that we would just gate 3 and 4 behind it. I think 1 and 2 are fine. You know, I think that's fine. Sure. Here's the thing. This is why I'm only concerned. I'm only concerned because, not concerned, but I understand that this game is not Pathfinder 2. This game is not 4th edition D&D. And that, you know, and now again, I don't think that means that you have a, you know, excuse, you know, to let quote unquote bad game rules come through your thing. But what I'm saying is, like, it's crazy to me that there's a lot of smart people here in this chat. There's 180 people in this chat. There's 200 people here. And I like to think that a lot of the people here have played a lot of role-playing games, have maybe played this game. And obviously, we don't all think it's cracked. But I feel like it's weird to me that I'm like, what are we all missing? That we just feel like this is really powerful, really broken, prone to this. And maybe the assumption is just that the GM will be like, no, I'm not going to let you do that. And it's like, now I get it, because the reason White Liger. So this is what I'm trying to say. This isn't Pathfinder 2. The reason why, or not everyone would multi-class into a druid, is because it doesn't fit the concept of their character. And I think that's fine. That's a great excuse. But that still doesn't explain why these game mechanics just seem so overtuned to me. So I don't know what I'm talking about. In the comments, somebody please lay it out for me, explain it. Maybe you've, I doubt anyone's played up to level 10, tier 10 yet, but it just seems like this is ripe for abuse for multi-classing, which already seems like it's going to be pretty powerful because you get the full value. But also, even as the druid, it just seems crazy that you get this incredible array of 24 different physical forms for a wide range of abilities. And then you still get the full allotment of all of your domain spells, domain abilities, which include Arcana and Sage, which gives you an incredible range of versatility there. Yeah. Show Lollipop. And I also agree with, forget power level. Let's just say the Druid's broken. Fine. The main issue is that it feels like the multi-class Druid just steals most of the main identity of the Druid, which also is possible and true. Right. Well, this is where you have to be an adult and you step in and you say, hey, we're not going to allow. Or like maybe somebody does it and you realize it's completely cracked and completely broken. And you say, yeah, we're going to have to change your character. It's too good. And, you know, we're trying to all have fun and create a narrative element. And you're just kind of shitting on the game here a little bit. You beat it. You beat the game. You beat Dungeons and Dragons and it was advanced. And they're like, but it says it in the rule book. And it's like, yeah, I know. Well, you know, the truth of the matter is you don't have to agree to these changes, but if you do that and you don't fix your character, I'm going to have to ask you to leave the campaign. It's just not fun for everybody else. And that's the conversation you have to have. But I don't, you shouldn't have to have that conversation with the campaign, especially since this game got play tested to shit, right? So again, maybe I'm critically missing something, but that actually like gives me an existential crisis because fuck, what am I missing? Campaign frame. The Druids are dead. Dark Sun. Campaign frame, Dark Sun. Rolls up to a table with my Werebear Guardian Druid character. Awesome. Oh shit, here comes the car OP bastard. Well, yeah. Codzilla gonna Codzilla. Yeah. But there is not really a cleric, so I guess that's the thing here. Overtuned is, even if outside of overtuned, the fact that like anybody can just splash your class and get all 24 beast forms is crazy. True. Yes. Multi-class rules feel extremely generous. I don't know. I mean, I get what people are saying. One of the things, it sucks when you multi-class and you're like, oh, you're that thing, but you're not really that thing. And you're like, come on, I wanted to be that thing. I wanted to do the cool thing that thing does. I don't have enough experience with 5e Druids to know whether they are broken or not. I will say that the reason why Druids were extremely broken in 3rd edition D&D is because 3rd edition Druids had a very powerful spell list that had a lot of buffs. They could cast a lot of very powerful spells on themselves to give themselves a lot of benefits and buffs. And then they could shape change into very powerful animals that were often just as good or better than the fighters and the barbarians. And then when you included the fact that they had all those buff spells from when they were in their human form that are on them, they became even stronger. And then in a pinch, they could always unshape shift and, heal people and travel through plants and teleport through the ground and meld with stone and predict the future and walk on water and fly and airwalk and do all these other things that weren't just, Werebear hybrid smash, White Liger, it's even worse than that. You get 18 level points. You get 2 level points at level 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You get 18 level points. So you're using 2 of your level up advancements out of 18 to get multi-class. So anyways, that's why they were broken in 3rd edition. It's my understanding that they were then therefore broken in 5e because your shape list was the monster manual. So also the other problem with 3rd edition is every time some asshole created some new powerful animal in some monster manual, the Druid got stronger because by definition, their array of abilities just got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So. All right. Well, then 5e Druids are, Now, other people are saying that this is because Critical Role had a broken Druid. What does that exactly mean? Right, and when they made those monsters, Boyko, they were making them for being a monster, not to be a player who could also cast spells. The dude's wife was a Druid. Got it. What's her name? Melissa? Something like that. Marisha. Got it. Yeah, that seems like a far stretch. So to the people on Reddit, it very clearly says here in the PDF, while transformed, you can't use weapons or cast spells from domain cards, which the way that's actually written is if you had spells that aren't from a domain card, you could cast them, but whatever. I'm not going to pick over that. But you can still use other features, cool, or abilities that you have access to. There are 3 types of cards: spells, and abilities, and grimoire. So the only thing in the game that is called an ability is a domain card that is an ability. So the multi-class clearly expects you to be able to use your abilities from this. Solemn Magus, officially, by the rules as written of that, you can, but I think the grimoire somewhere in the world it says it contains a list of spells. So the grimoire itself isn't a spell, but it contains a list of spells. That's how that says. So, to your question, Boyko, so the trait doesn't add to, but replaces it. So it says, while transformed, you gain a bonus to the listed trait. For example, while transformed into an Agile Scout, you gain a +1 bonus to your agility. When this form drops, you lose this bonus. So why would you assume that this replaces it when it's clearly saying that you gain a bonus to your agility? So it's definitely a bonus. For sure. I'm sure rules intended you cannot make a spellcasting roll in Beast Farm. I am absolutely sure that is the case. But officially, rules as written, no. It just says you can't use spells, but you can make spellcasting rolls. But yes, I would assume that is the case. Yes, but you can cast a spell, try to change the shape, and it does last its normal duration. That's totally true. I mean, that's probably what it was. I mean, they probably started too low. They boosted up too much. I don't know. Again, maybe I'm missing something in its entirety, you know? Jake says, obviously I want to play it first. Me too. But I think I just want to make Beast Form subclass that ties tier 3 informs to specialization and mastery for subclass. Jake, that is exactly what I would do, right? You know, let me think. Let's see here a second. Create. What are they called? The wardens. So we got Warden of the Elements, Warden of Renewal. So we could create a subclass like, Warden of the Wild, maybe, or something. Something like that. Warden of the Wild. Or Warden of Forms or something like that. Warden of the Shifting Form. Warden of the Beast. Warden of Beasts or something like that. You could anything. I don't know. Warden of the Beast maybe is not great. Warden of the Fang. Yeah, there we go. Druid of the Fang. Let's get WoW up in this bitch. Let's get Warcraft in this, right? What's the other one? Druid of the Fang and Druid of the. What's the other one? Like the Talon. Jesse, yes, it can. The only limitation, Jesse, is that every time you shape change, you do take a stress or 3 hope, depending on what you want to do. So it either costs a stress or 3 hope. But yes, you can shape change from shape change to shape change to shape change to shape change as long as you have the stress to do so. Well, unfortunately, White Liger, that's not the way it's written. It's written as Warden of blank. So we would probably want to call it Warden of something, you know? Well, that's the deal, Avison. The Druid kind of circumvents that a step further because the Druid has the evolution ability. And even if the stress economy is a bigger deal than we realize, which would be cool, we do know that over 50% of your rolls will generate hope. There's other things that people do hope. You can just gain hope in camp, in rest. You can talk it out with your friends and gain a hope. So the Druid can spend 3 hope to not only shape change, but it's actually a stronger shape change because, well, at least you don't get that if you multi-class. That is true. Yeah, and the hope versions are stronger. Yeah. Maybe the multi-class, yes, that does matter for the multi-class. Absolutely. It may absolutely do. So it's totally a thing. But remember, once you're in the wild shape form, it doesn't matter. You don't drop until you're dead. So, if you spend 1 stress at the beginning of the day and turn into, your guardian werebear, and let me be very clear, that sounds awesome. You're not going to, and you can talk, you can walk with the animals, you can do all this stuff. You can do everything that you would do. You just can't cast spells. And, yeah. Right. Also, we're looking at the core character sheet. Andrew is absolutely correct. Look at this. All right. Well, hey, I'm a druid. I'm going to do a lot of shape changing. Well, guess what? I'm probably going to take both of these, and I'm probably going to take both of these, and I'm probably going to take both of these. So I'm going to my character is going to have a maximum of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 stress by the end of the game. That's a lot of stress. Dark Pelos, I don't know. That's a lot. I don't know. Again, you know what? Go forth. Make your broken builds. I haven't, I don't have, someone asked me about Demiplane. I hate Demiplane. There's a whole video about me ranting about Demiplane. So it's very difficult for me to emotionally accept that this game is somehow fucking in a Faustian deal to, with Roll20 and fucking Demiplane, that not only do you need to play it on Roll20, you also have to interface with Demiplane because Roll20 itself doesn't have the character sheet and doesn't have the compendiums. You need to interface with Demiplane, and it's just fucked up. And apparently the Demiplane thing is broken. Well, Beowulf, by default, every time you rest, you get back stress. If you take a long rest, you get back all of your stress. They are not, Eric, they are not licensed to Foundry. However, this may kill my computer, so bear with me. The answer, yes, Dragons, is I don't like buying digital books that are linked to a specific platform. And then after I buy said digital book for said digital only platform, which is probably arguably very, unlikely to survive long anyways, I then have to pay a subscription to that same digital platform to get the maximum value out of my imaginary book, like being able to create as many fucking characters as I want. So, yeah. Now, I don't like PDFs, but they've stood the test of time, and I don't think they're going to go anywhere. So, at least no one's going to go out of business, and my PDFs are going to be useless. I mean, yes, it's possible. I don't know. By the time I'm an old man that like nothing can run PDFs anymore, maybe. I don't know. So, all right. Now, I'm streaming on OBS to 2 streams, but I'm also now running Tabletop Simulator. So, hopefully this won't crash my computer. But so far, it seems pretty good. All right. You heard the splat? Yeah. So, I was playing around with this. I gotta update this. So this is the Tabletop Simulator version of Daggerheart. So this is your character area. So we go over here. We got all of the classes. They even have, by the way, they have the void play tests. But we have all of our classes here, including the Druid. So I'm going to draw a Druid starting bag off. I'm going to put it over here. So that's our Druid. And then, so we got our character sheet. So that's our character sheet. And by the way it works, I don't remember what the Druid's base values are, but let's say, I don't know, it's like 2. Let's give ourselves, some agility and a strength. And then let's give ourselves like a -1 to presence. We're not very charisma. I think those are the default standing stats. So then you hit this, and then that copies your stats up into this sheet. So for example, if I wanted to roll Hope and Fear plus Insight, I can roll that. It even adds a stupid little +2, and then it tells me that I got a 13 with Fear. And if I roll Duality plus Insight all the time, I can actually save that roll, and it comes over to here. So this is Duality plus Insight. And let's say my base damage roll is like 2d6 plus 4. I could save that one. Oop, I deleted it. So I can save that. And now I've got these rolls in my saved rolls. So I can just quickly roll Duality plus Insight. And then I can also roll 2d6 plus 4. Anyways. Oh, there's that +4. So I got an 11 damage. But if we go over here, this is the secondary character sheet. And then this is the beast form sheet. Both front and back. Crazy. What else we got in here? This is our subclass. This is the other subclass, which we don't need. We could potentially get this. This is for our weapon. There's some weapon stuff. I'm not worried about that too much. Delete that. That's armor. These are all our sage abilities. This is our starting items. These are all the level 2 stage abilities. Let me go here. And then we have all of our abilities in here. Okay, domains, stuff like that. Anyways, so like, we could be like, okay, I'm going to take Gifted Tracker, Unleash Chaos, and Vicious Entangle. Those are going to be my level 1 spells and abilities. And this is where your foundation goes. And then this is for your 5 active, and then this is back here. This is for your vault. Anyways, point is, what was I trying to say? Oh, that it doesn't matter because if I could, I would just use this for my TT instead of using demi-plane, because I think this is actually really sweet and really cool, and you know, it's really awesome. I mean, this is just even in the core game, you know, to just you know, we can drop in a mage, and we can drop in a knight, and a ranger, and a thief. And let's throw in some monsters here. We got some orcs. Ooh, and a big ogre. That's too big. That's too big. That's huge. Here we go. Orc. Come on. There we go. And now we've got this swinging we got this crazy, wild, ferocious melee. I will kill you, warrior. I will attack you. And then, you know, then the druid turns into some sort of massive, I don't know. Here we go. We got animals. We got a bear. Apparently, the bear is huge. Make this thing massive. Our druid turns into this. I will crush you. Imagine this thing coming for you. Oh. Anyways, I don't know. This is actually really cool. I do not use Tailspire. Probably unpopular take. This looks not great to me. I'd rather just use a VTT. Yeah, so the problem with me and a VTT is I played D&D for many decades, and my view of a D&D game, right, looked pretty much like this. When I played a D&D game, this is what I looked like, you know? I could look over, I could see my buddy next to me sheet, I could see the minis out there in the play area, the GM over there, and all this other stuff. When people play VTTs, and this, you know, I don't even know if I can get this correct. What's the top? Okay. And this is what their sheet looks like, or this is what the game looks like. I've never seen a TT RPG like this before, you know? And so this is just very, very weird for me, you know? But, you know, obviously for some people, this is what a TTRPG is. But this is not how I'm used to seeing TTRPGs. It's very unusual. But the other thing is, too, is I like being able to, you know, do that kind of stuff where it's like, hey, you know, like, I'm going to give you some tokens, or I'm going to give you a token. Like, and again, I know it's silly, but like if I had a ability that said, hey, you know, you have to put tokens, you know, on your sheet, like that was wrong. There we go. You have to put tokens on your sheet, then I'd be like, cool, I'll just, you know, I want cool little tokens on my sheet, you know, and just drag them off and be like, oh, okay, cool. You know, I'm losing tokens. All right, cool. I'll mark, you know, obviously this sheet's pretty convenient, but like, you know, just mark tokens this way. I think that's cool. Plus, who doesn't love doing, you know, moving the minis around and doing stuff like that? But what about the automation? Yeah, I've never cared about the automation. Plus, you can always flip the table. Fuck you, Daggerheart. Fix your druid. No, I'm just kidding. Anyways, good times. Clifford. Oh, alrighty. Ugh. Flipping the table might be the best TTS feature, of course. Fuck you, Dagger. I'm, you know. So, okay, I'm gonna put a poll up, but this is gonna be a controversial poll, and then we're gonna wrap it up. So that's the guy who never wraps it up, but. And I mean this with all. Now, remember, I want to say for this, 1,000,000,000,000,000%. I get it. This is not Pathfinder 2. This is not 4th edition D&D. It is not a game-first game. It's a fiction-first game that is designed to empower game masters. It is not supposed to have what I would consider to be airtight rules. It is not designed to have airtight simulationism. Hey, I wanted to flavor my, my thief abilities as me using smoke bombs like Batman. Cool, you can do that. But what about the simulation of? No, doesn't matter. We're telling stories, and this is a system designed to help us do that. Cool. But that being said, there are gamist elements. We are picking these things. There is, some presumption that we are making, useful, valuable choices. So, how, after tonight, how much confidence do you have in the overall gamist design of Daggerheart? So, resetting the poll. OBS, poll me. So after tonight, how much confidence do you have in the overall gamist design of Daggerheart? Total confidence, high confidence, medium confidence, low confidence, no confidence. Gamist design, yes, and Dragons means ignore the stuff about like narrative and like promoting good story. There's no doubt that stuff is solid. The campaign frames, talking about moving the fiction forward, equating success with hope as yes and, equating success with failure as yes but, failure with hope as no but, and failure with fear as no and, right? Gamist meaning mostly the crunchy mechanical stuff, and how it's potentially balanced internally. And how, now granted, remember, like I said, it doesn't matter as much as, say, in a game like Pathfinder 2. In fact, I think part of the big problem that maybe 5e has is that 5e, in my opinion, was designed in a very similar fashion to this. They just wanted to make a D&D game, and they threw it together back in 2012 after their play test, and they said, go have fun with this. And then when people came to D&D, the people who came all came from video games. The people who came ended up playing 5th edition. 5th edition, in my experience, was designed to be an apology letter to the people who felt like, D&D had abandoned them with not just 4th edition, but even 3rd edition and elements of it. They're like, this isn't the D&D I remember. And they made this D&D. And the people who ended up playing D&D were people who were raised and born on, World of Warcraft and video games. And, World of Warcraft's like, the rogue is doing 0.26% more damage than he should. We're gonna have to nerf that in the next update balance patch. And when people came to 5e, they were like, so this is like, wow, this is like Diablo, right? Everything's perfectly balanced. There's no issues here. And of course, it obviously wasn't that. And people had this expectation, or at least, yeah, I guess they had this expectation that would be the case. And that was really never the case. Now Beowulf says, look, I'm going to be honest. Balanced games are less fun than games with less balance. And Ludo says, Beowulf gets it. Because right off the bat, like we're reading these abilities, and I promise you, most of you are still in a mindset of like, man, when the Druid gets their turn each round. Oh wait, yeah, no, Druids don't get a turn each round. There is no rounds. And Dark Pelos, yes, balance is for esports, not TTRPGs. But at some point, TTRPG people became obsessed with balance. And I don't know how or when or why that happened, because I don't really play video games and I didn't play 5th edition. But when I see people talking about Pathfinder 2, when I see people talking about DC 20, when I see people talking about whatever, I see them talking about balance. Balance, 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 balance. And it's like, why? Why is that important in a TTRPG? And I'm not talking about the point where it's like, well, the GM could fix anything. No, because I do think that's lazy and shitty design. I'm saying, you know, even if the character, if the thing is deliberately not balanced, why is that a problem or why is that a bad thing? It's, you know, whatever. It's a TTRPG. It's not design. It's not a sport. Now, Andrew says, I'm just afraid that if you are taking, I'm just afraid that if you are taking gameist mechanics as the hook to play a more narrativist game, this will be a tough sell. Yeah, perhaps. Perhaps. Do you think that this is really tactical combat? I don't know. What do you think is important in TTRPG design? That's a great question, Street Threat. I think the most important thing in TTRPG design is to have a solid understanding of what you want your game to be, and then to create mechanics and deliver on that. Like, I have never once read through a PBTA playbook and thought, is this balanced? You know, or wow, that ability's cracked. That ability is way more powerful than the ability from this PBTA playbook. I've never thought that. Never. Because it's just not even close to remotely what the game is about or trying to do or cares about, you know? So, but, you know, obviously PBTA games have a lot of mechanics. There's a lot of rules. You have playbooks. You choose options. But I've never looked at them through the eyes of like, imagine a tier rating for a PBTA game, right? Like, let's rate the classes. That would make no sense, right? It would just be completely crazy. It would be nonsense. And you know, I kind of agree with Pathfinder PhD. I think the whole reason the medium of TTRPG exists outside of any other medium is because it's really just about collaborative storytelling and playing games collaboratively, you know? Right, wait, we have covered Silent Jam. We covered Mithras, you know? Monster Hearts skin ratings, let's go. I mean, it's already 1 a.m. These people do not need that in their Daggerheart game. Vampires near the top, though. That one's so good. So, I do agree. I agree with Adam here. You know, I think the combat here is supposed to be substantial enough mechanically to appeal to D&D players, but it is more for show. And I think that's the absolute, you know, true. Ghoul is goated. But my favorite, because it was played so well, my favorite first edition, and by the way, I am a first edition Monster Hearts believer. I don't like second edition Monster. I don't like second edition Monster Hearts, but they changed some things in second edition Monster Hearts that I don't like. But my favorite playbook from Monster Hearts is, wait, let me we'll get a new poll up because, you know, fuck it. At this point, I'll just put on the YouTube description random nonsense. Okay, here we go. What is Derek's favorite Monster Heart skin? All right. All right. This is for all the marvels. Let's see who can get it right. So our options are vampire, werewolf, hollow, ghoul, mortal, ghost. They are hidden in plain sight. Got a lot of early votes for Mortal. Now, I will say my favorite experience playing Monster Hearts was as a vampire. Amanda Penelope Starkweather. She was awesome and a bitch. She literally got a condition that somebody gave her a condition and said, "You're such a bitch." And then they wrote on a note card and they gave it to me, and I like wore it around my neck. Eric, this is the PBTA game, yes. So while now, by the way, see, this is why this game is really interesting to me, because I know a lot of people who've probably come to this, come to Daggerhearts, and they've never played a PBTA game. See, when I read Daggerheart, half of the stuff in this book is nothing new to me. Like, it's just like, people are like, Gia moves, and what's the conversation and the fiction first, and what does this mean by golden opportunity? It's all, that's just like, that is like so in my back pocket. It doesn't even care. I don't even care. So for me, my experience with Daggerheart is very different than a lot of other people experience with Daggerheart. All right. Well, we got enough votes in. A couple people voted correctly. It is not the Mortal, although I do think the Mortal is a really good playbook, or a really good skin. My favorite skin is the Hollow. So the Hollow is an artificially created being. It's a you're a doll. You're made up. You're a artificially constructed being, and you don't have a personality. Or maybe you're an android, and you were just activated. And the Hollow has such cool, creepy moves. It's just like, it's like really sad to play, but also kind of like weird and creepy. There's elements there of being a puppet, GM Scott, absolutely. In fact, where's my Monster Hearts? You're dead, ghosty ghost. Is the Hollow even in the place book, or is that another book? Oh, the Queen is good too. Holy shit, I forgot about the Queen. Queen's tough to play though. Oh, the Fae's good too. Man, there were so many good ones in here. Okay, the Hollow was an expansion, so it wasn't even in the core book. Anyways, the Ghoul, which is basically a zombie. They call it the Ghoul, but the Ghoul has one of the coolest introductions of all time. It says, "Death changed you. It took away your joy. It dulled your senses, and it left you impossibly hunger. That hunger that is always with you, like a hum in your ears that swells and crescendos until you can't hear anything else. Unattended, it will come to dominate you, but feeding it may be just as bad. There's a certain beauty to what you've become. Your gaunt body, its unnatural form, it draws people in. Your stark disinterest seems exotic and alluring. But underneath that disaffected presentation, the hunger. Oh, God, the hunger." It's so good. Anyways. Weird game. By the way, for people who don't know who Monster Heart, what Monster Hearts is, Monster Hearts is a story game about the messy lives of teenage monsters. There you go. Monster Hearts lets you and your friends create stories about sexy monsters, teenage angst, personal horrors, and secret love triangles. When you play, you explore the terror and confusion that comes both with growing up and feeling like a monster. And it's probably one of my favorite TTRPGs of all time. That's awesome, Nikisha. Avery also made The Quiet Year, which is also one of my favorite. I don't want to call it a TTRPG, but it's it's like a. Oh, Hollow was a pledge reward bonus, which makes sense because I definitely kickstarted it. So, I just like the move terminology in Daggerhearts because the moves are much more open and broad and don't really frame the fiction in the way that PBTA moves. It's not as smooth, Adam. I will agree with you. Critical roleplay Monster Hearts. Okay, interesting. Yeah, it's a great system, and it's got a lot. Now, I do think it could be upgraded with some cool modern tech, but I do think it's fantastic in its own form. So, we got 3 more classes to go. We only have, believe it though, 2 domains to cover because we've covered 7. So the only domains that we have left to cover are Midnight and Grace, and that will cover the Rogue and the Sorcerer and the Bard, because the Bard has Codex and Grace, and the Sorcerer has Midnight and Arcana, which we cover tonight. But then the Rogue is Grace and Midnight, so we'll get that. That'll probably be Tuesday, I'm hoping. So, and then again, my plan for people, and obviously you guys have watched this, so what I'm saying is my next stream should be shorter. Yes, of course. Yeah, I do kind of want to try to make like short videos for people who might be more interested in the game. So, I don't mean to be like a brand ambassador about the game. I like PBTA games, and this is a cool way. But I also like, character mechanical crunch to my characters, and cool fun options and combat that allows me to bust out minis, or at least something approximating a mini, or even if it's theater of the mind. And this game kind of has both. There's a reason I liked Strike. There's a reason, because it was trying to apply some Forged in the Dark principles to essentially 4E D&D. So this game is kind of a cool in between of some of my more, it's a much more tactical PBTA game. Yes, I agree, and it's crunchier in the application of the resources and the tracking and all that other stuff. If I'm playing a PBTA game, I don't really want to track more than a couple of things. And yeah, John Harper was here. So I'm out. I don't know, Beowulf. That would be a very strange thing. GM Scott, you have yourself a good night. I'm going to head out as well. Thank you everybody for hanging out with me again tonight. Tonight was a little bit of a whirlwind. That first class session, we had a really good, I have not, maybe. I mean, playtest classes don't interest me as much because, Dark Fellows, that's an awesome. I'll take it. $5. Just because I love Final Fantasy VI and Kefka is one of my favorite villains, and your 6-hour videos are amazing. I'm learning a lot around here. Thank you, Dark Fellows. Hey, Dark Fellows, on the to-do list is I'm also going to start streaming on Twitch. Me doing a playthrough of, we're going to start with Final Fantasy 1 because it's my favorite game of all time. But I kind of want to try to run back maybe at least the classic Final Fantasies. I don't really have much of an interest, say, past 13. I don't really care about 15 or 16, but those old classic ones, I'm going to play them on Twitch. So at least that's the goal. All right, everybody. Well, thanks everybody for hanging out tonight. Again, I want to thank the incredible support of so many people. Dark Pellos just right now, Mateo, Edward with that extremely generous $100 tip. Dr. Metropolis several times throughout the night threw down some tips, which is awesome and amazing and appreciated. Profound Dark, Dr. Metropolis, Philomir, Cal Dark, and Whipplestein all threw down some support tonight, and I am extremely, 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 extremely thankful for that. So thank you so much for doing that. You guys are showing up and throwing down some big support for this game, and I'm happy to do that. Hey, how do you join the Discord? Well, yes, and dragons. The way that you do that is through joining our Patreon. We have a couple different tiers, but the lowest tier will get you a link sent to you that'll get you into our Patreon. It is only for private people, for pay. We do that to try to keeps the quality high, believe it or not. A little bit of a paywall goes a long way. But it's a really cool place where people are talking about a million different games, from very popular ones like Pathfinder 2 and Call of Cthulhu to, Daggerheart, Forbidden Lands, Fabula Ultima, weird, strange, bespoke ones that no one's ever heard of. It's a really cool place. So, Oh, final tip of the nights.
Lollipop candy tip $3. One day you'll break the 7-hour mark. Hello, Al.
Lollipop. I mean, people have said, Derek, you need to do a 24-hour stream. Could you do it? I don't know. You know, we were going to originally do that for Extra Life back at the studio, but it never came to pass. The studio died. It's the dream died. Thank you, Lollipop. I really, really, really appreciate that. Thank you so very much. And that'll be our final tip for the night. So thanks so much. We'll be back Tuesday, probably to finish up our 9-class 25-hour Daggerheart series. But hey, thanks for stopping by, and we'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Good night, everybody. Peace out.